That's your claim, that gravity's preventing dispersion of gases into a larger volume.
Yeah.
And there's no proof of it. There's no evidence.
Differences in density when you go up the mountain and when you are at sea level.
Yeah,
But
so
that's just a
the
change in pressure. Yeah.
the gases are being created, right? Is
Yeah,
it
but if there is a
shocking?
pressure-
Is it shocking? Is it shocking to you that there's more gas where the gas is being produced?
Excuse me, just one thing. If there is a pressure of gases, it means that gases are not sort of like escaping everywhere into the vacuum and whatever, right?
Oh, so it lets some go up, but not all of them. Which gases
Okay.
isn't it allowing to go up?
Yeah.
If gases have pressure, why do they have pressure?
No, answer. Which gases aren't allowed to go up, and which gases are allowed to go up?
Okay, but do gases have a pressure?
Tell me which gases are allowed, is gravity allowing to go up, and which gases is gravity prohibiting from going up?
I'm not sure. I think helium is lighter than oxygen.
So it's all, what did you say helium?
Yeah, he said helium is larger than oxygen.
Oh, so helium's at the top of Mount Everest? Is that what you're breathing?
Oh, because there is not that big amount of it. There is a tiny little bit of light, but it is not as much.
All this is not proving the shape of the Earth, though, which is the main question here.
I'm trying to prove gravity.
No, well, that doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Gravity does not prove the shape of the Earth. Does it, ladies and gentlemen? It doesn't. Gravity does not prove the shape of the Earth. I'm sorry.
Yes, it does.
It's a red herring.
No, there is no gravity. Okay, so if there was gravity, then the water would be curving. Okay, but when we test the water, it's not curving. No, it doesn't. Okay, you want to compare tests?
When the moon comes at night, you can see how the water level changes in the sea, right?
Oh, really? So if you go on any mainstream website like NOAA, right? NOAA, you know what NOAA is? Okay,
No.
it will clearly say that the moon has no correlation to the tides. Right, the position of the moon has no correlation to high tide. Now, do you think the moon passes over your head 2 times in one day? Because you get 2 high tides every day, don't you?
Well, yeah, I live next to the sea, so I can observe it myself each time.
Yeah, so how many times is it high tide in one day?
I think twice.
Okay, how many times does the moon pass over you in one day?
It's irrelevant, I think.
Once. There you go. Look, he can't even answer the question, honestly. Look at this, man.
No.
Do you know, there was another character. There was another Indian guy that wanted to talk. Can we talk to him? Because this guy, slippered in a bar of soap covered in oil. He's not going to consider at any point. And it's clearly obvious that gravity does not exist anyway, doesn't prove the shape, and gases don't prove shape. That's the end of his conversation, really. I don't know what he's hanging on desperately to, but it's hanging on to nothing. And we've been cordial, we've been precise, we've been honest, concise. We've given you experiments, information, data. Please go and study that stuff. Let's talk to the other guy. There was another guy.
No, I know exactly what you showed me. And I understand what you showed me, especially...
No, you don't understand. No, you don't understand. So if you understood, your position would be completely different. You'd be thinking like a flat earther instantly. So no, you do not understand. Sorry, I'm not going to accept that. You don't understand, or you don't want to understand, and you don't want to concede.
I do understand what you showed me, and that is why exactly I am engaging in a conversation with you still.
Well, you're not engaging. You're not engaging because you're not acknowledging. Part of the engagement is to acknowledge your shortcomings. Yes, I was absolutely wrong about that. Yeah, gases are omnidirectional. I can't prove gravity, but I feel it's. But you're saying it exists, and we're telling you it doesn't exist. So no, you're not here in good faith. Sorry, I'm not satisfied. I only complain when people act like you. That's when I get like this.
Here is another then question for you about the gravity here still.
Not proving the shape of the Earth. Okay, go ahead.
Do you agree on the density of gases?
Gases have all different densities. That's an obvious phenomena that gases have.
Okay, so if an object dropped from a really tall building will be falling down, will it accelerate in its speed? Or will it remain the same speed?
it will when you let it go initially, it will increase in acceleration as it drops through the medium that will air.
Why would it increase in acceleration if density towards the bottom of the Earth of gas is supposed to be stronger?
It's the natural phenomena when you drop objects, ladies and gentlemen. They will continue. There's nothing to resist it, to slow it down. It will increase in acceleration, and especially in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, aren't we talking about gases, though? Gases don't have a directional bias.
Exactly.
If you drop a gas particle, it doesn't go down.
Yeah, they have a density, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't go down.
You can have the same if you have different if you have the same amount of different density gas particles in, say, 3 different gas chambers, right? They're all going to have the same pressure. It doesn't matter about the density.
Okay, if the natural state of object for when you drop it from a high altitude is for when it is going down the Earth.
You're talking about a gas? You're talking about a gas? We're talking about gas, bro. We're talking about gas right now, gas particles.
Yeah, right? It's just easier to observe the same phenomenon or the same...
yeah, but gases behave differently. Gases behave differently, right? We're talking about gases right now. If you drop a gas particle in a vacuum chamber, it doesn't fall at 9.81 meters per second squared down to the ground.
Well, if you can create a gas object, right?
We can't.
Gas object.
We can't.
We do agree that gases...
What's a gas object, bro? What's a gas object?
Exactly. That's the point.
You just made that up.
That gas contains molecules, consists of molecules, right?
You need a container to have an object filled with gas.
Yes, perfect, because gas is no shape.
What happens if you don't... Okay, so how do you make a gas object?
Exactly. A helium balloon is the best we can do. That rises up. If you put the gas in a glass bowl, then the glass bowl is heavier than the gas. What are you talking about here?
Hold on, Gene. I want him to answer the question.
I think it was called...
Maita, what's a gas object?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that gas objects exist. I'm simply pointing out to you that gas consists of molecules, right? But the objects themselves, they also consist of molecules, right?
Yeah, but they're different states of matter.
Okay, yeah. It's just how
that's why they're called different states of matter, right? Gas.
It's just how the molecules interact with each other. If they are easy to sort of come into connection with each other, they will come into a connection with each other. That's why water...
No, they bounce. They'll just bounce off each other. They just bounce, right? Elastic collisions.
Well, water,
and then it'll continue. We're not talking about water. We're talking about gases.
Well, can you turn water into a gas?
Well, yes, if you apply it to water as well, then you've got Pascal to contend with. I think Pascal stands up at this point and says, my principle, hello, the pressure, within a fluid at rest, that being liquid or gas, at any given point will be equal in all directions, not greater down than it is going up.
Okay, I don't see how it is relevant to what I've been saying, simply relating to acceleration.
Because if your gravity is pulling down on fluids, then the pressure would be greater in that direction, but it's not.
Yeah, you see, gases, they don't really form...
I'm talking about fluid. That applies to liquid as well.
I'm talking about
it's a fluid.
It applies to gases as well.
Yes, correct. Right. It's a fluid.
Whatever. I'm simply speaking of acceleration and the force of this acceleration, for why acceleration exists. Why do objects gain speed when dropped from high altitude and falling down?
We're talking about gas particles. They don't do that, right? Gas particles move because of kinetic energy.
Okay.
Okay, and they move at random in all directions. Okay, you can speed them up. You can slow them down by adjusting the temperature, but they're just going to move at random directions in straight lines between collisions. They don't have a downward bias. You can drop it, right? It's not going to go down at 9.81 meters per second squared. It's a gas particle. It's going to go in random motion, straight lines, not down.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you fart while you're skydiving, it's not going to keep up with you.
Oh, yeah, that is a very good example. If you skydive, you accelerate the lower you get to Earth, right?
Not gas. You're not made of gas, are you? We're specifically talking about gas, right?
Yeah,
you keep wanting to try. You're being dishonest, and you're trying to change the conversation into solids. We can all agree, right, that there's a downward acceleration in a vacuum, that objects fall at a specific rate or close to it. Okay, you can drop a feather and a bowling ball, and they're going to roughly fall at the same rate in a vacuum, roughly.
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't happen with gas. Yes. That doesn't happen with gas.
It does happen with gas because it
doesn't happen with gas. We've showed you examples, right? And
it does.
That doesn't happen. Okay, bro, show it. We've showed you it not happening.
Have a mass.
What's mass?
Oh my god. Okay, that is exactly where we can end this conversation, I think.
No. You can't define that, and you can't back your claim.
I can define what a mass is. Mass is a quality of an object that is related to gravity. That the object or molecule.
So you're saying that in a vacuum, if you let go of some gas at the top of a vacuum chamber, it's all going to go and fall to the bottom and not go in all directions. None of it's going to go upwards. It's all just going to fall at 9.81 meters per second squared.
It's a gas. It will not be strongly as affected by gravity, but rather it will be more strongly affected by another force, which would be a force of vacuum. Vacuum is a force.
It's inside the vacuum chamber.
What?
Dude.
Okay.
What's a vacuum? Define vacuum.
I have a question.
It's a low density of atmosphere.
It's here, but in a completely sealed vacuum chamber, let's say if there's a gas in a vacuum chamber, wouldn't it be more logical that the said gas to be completely still and not move at all because it is not influenced by anything at all?
No, that's not how gas moves. Gas moves because of kinetic energy. So as soon as you heat a gas at all, right, it's moving at like I forget the exact speed, but it's some crazy speed, 500 meters per second or something like that. Okay, and gas particles move at random in all directions. I already read out the definition of gas particle movement. Like, why are you guys trying to debate a topic that you guys clearly don't know anything about?
Just general knowledge. It doesn't require any kind of a...
No. Okay, I'm going to read it out again. Right? Gas particle movement definition. Gas particle movement is defined by rapid, constant, and random motion in straight lines, where particles travel in all directions and frequently collide with each other and their container. Okay, that's the definition of gas particle movement. It doesn't say they get pulled down to the earth, right? There's no gravity in any of the gas formulas. Okay, even the gas pressure formula states that you have to have a container to have gas pressure. And you can't give any example without begging the question of being able to have gas pressure without a container. And all you keep doing is restating the claim without presenting any scientific experiment that backs up your claim. We've already showed you real-world demonstrations showing that gas doesn't get held down by gravity.
Gas is being affected by gravity.
Okay, prove it.
I just did. You simply refused to listen to it.
No, you didn't prove it, okay, because you used the thing in question as your proof.
What is the thing in question that I prove?
The atmosphere. Right, you claim, right, that we live on a... You claim that we live on a big ball, Earth, right, inside a vacuum. Inside a deep space vacuum, okay, where this little gas ball... Right, a ball covered in gas inside a big giant vacuum chamber, more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create here on the Earth. Okay, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now you're saying that gravity is pulling the gas particles down to the Earth and stopping entropy from taking place, and all of the gas escaping or filling the available space of the low pressure system, the vacuum. Okay, and we're asking you to back that claim up with a scientific experiment. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, well, another reason is velocity. Gas particles, they cannot simply hit that kind of a speed to escape Earth, right? But why can they escape such? Why can they exhibit such a velocity? For what reason?
Kinetic energy. They move because of kinetic energy.
It's the temperature that's in PV equals nRT. That's the ideal gas formula. The energy is given to it by temperature. As long as the gas has got a temperature, it's going to move.
Thank you. That's a great point, Jedi. Yeah, that's a great point, Jedi. Thank you. Why don't you show us where G exists with any of the gas laws?
Sorry,
where's the gravity? Exactly? G. Where's the letter G in any gas law where it represents the word gravity?
Does it even require that? But the gravity simply is something that is, it's the major reason for why the gas is not escaping the Earth, right? And that is something that is affecting the velocity of it.
Do you understand the formula I just read out to you?
What?
Do you understand the formula I just read out to you? PV equals nRT. Do you understand that?
I did not study physics that deeply to understand the meanings of
I'll keep it simple then.
Symbols.
What causes gas pressure in a volume?
What causes pressure?
Yeah.
Well, a container, for example, as it was already specified.
Yeah, that's what PV equals nRT is expressing in certain dimensions. Right, we solve for pressure by the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of it. Now, by consequence, this is stopping the gas expansion, the three-dimensional container. Now, if there's no container surrounding the gas and stopping the expansion, entropy will continue to take place and the gas will continue to expand. Nowhere in any ideal gas law, anywhere within thermodynamic law, specifically the second law of thermodynamics, does it invoke the letter G.
Can you tell me why am I not flying?
No, I want you to address what's being said with regards to gas behaviour and your assertion that gravity is stopping entropy from taking place.
Gas behaviour is the same as a molecule behaviour. Is this correct?
So the gas is going to expand unless there isn't a physical boundary surrounding the gas.
Is molecule.
Okay. You need to listen to what I'm saying, my friend. Gas will expand unless surrounded by a container. If you remove the container and there is an available volume for the gas to expand into, it will.
Do you think that water is a gas?
No, water is a liquid.
Okay.
And that's different from a gas.
Will it expand in a vacuum?
Sorry, hold on. Why do you keep asking me questions? Right, you've made the assertion that gravity is stopping entropy from taking place. Now, all we need from you is a scientific experiment that shows this. That's all.
That is extremely easy, and I have already proven that multiple times here.
You haven't proven a single thing.
Hold on. With a scientific experiment.
Yeah, he hasn't proven anything.
To find it for you.
Go ahead, please do that. That'd be the first thing you've done today. Go and do that right now. I'm listening.
Okay, tell me exactly what scientific experiment do you need?
Oh, now we have to tell you no. You made the claim.
Hold on. A scientific experiment. That would be an observation of a natural phenomena. In this instance, we'll call it gas pressure. And your assertion of cause of that gas pressure in place of a container, you say it's gravity. So that's the hypothesis that you need to validate with the experiment.
No, I'm simply saying that there are at least a few forces that I can name myself. One of those is being gravity.
No. Do you remember when I asked you what caused gas pressure? About 3 minutes ago.
Pressure is caused by a container, sure.
Cool, awesome stuff. And you're saying that the gas pressure that we breathe on the Earth isn't surrounded by a container, it's surrounded by an available volume, and you say that the reason why we have gas pressure is because of gravity. I'm asking you to prove that.
I think you just did that.
No, I gave you your hypothesis. which basically was the claim that you're making that gravity causes gas pressure. I need you to prove that assertion.
For why is the gas is not escaping the Earth then?
Now, that's a question to me. I need you to provide the evidence of your claim.
But I just did that. I provided
No, you didn't. You just made another claim. You asked me why the gases aren't. That's ridiculous.
Molecules.
Excuse me.
They consist of molecules.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Now, you've said that the reason why the gas isn't expanding into the vacuum of space, and I'm paraphrasing you, is because of gravity. The reason why we have gas pressure on the Earth is not because of a container, is because of gravity. I just need you to provide the scientific experiment that proves that.
Okay, allow me some time and I will Google it. I'm more than sure that I can find it.
You would Google it. You've seen this before, right? You've seen this thing that you believe in before, right?
I definitely have seen gravity and I can understand how gravity works.
You definitely have seen gravity. We're asking you specifically for gravity acting upon gases.
Right. And don't misunderstand, please. We're not saying that there is an available space for the gas to escape to, and it's just failing to do so. We're not saying that. You are. We're challenging that by demanding evidence that the gas is being prevented from escaping into the available volume without a barrier.
Okay, I will just point out a few examples that Google AI just gave me. If you guys will not accept it, then I don't think what else can I provide you. All of them are listed.
I don't want examples, I want an experiment. I don't want you saying, well, let's go to the top of a mountain and we'll notice that there's less gas pressure. That's caused by gravity, that is. We don't want more claims. We want the experiment. You know what an experiment is, right? So you must know what I'm asking of you.
Here is a video that proving that air has a mass that I just sent.
Hello? And you know what a scientific experiment is, don't you?
I just sent it in the chat. You can
no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I just sent it in the chat. You can take a look at it.
Give me the hypothesis for the experiment. The heavy air... Sorry, is this what you've posted? The heavy air balloon balance, the sinking carbon dioxide. The sinking... What's the carbon dioxide sinking in?
You can watch the video, by the way.
What's the carbon dioxide sinking in?
I don't know what it's sinking in, dude. I have no idea.
But it is sinking in something, right? Would that be another gas?
Also a video.
Would that be another gas?
Sorry?
Would that be another gas that this is sinking in?
I think it might be sinking into a vacuum. It might be...
It might be sinking into a vacuum. Right, let me look.
Have you finished watching the video? It's a wonderful one, by the way.
It's like a minute and a half long, you know that. So give me a minute and a half.
It's the first one in the list that I sent, the heavy air balloon balance.
Yeah,
I can find your video. Did you watch it? You know,
I'm listening to the lady talk. Give me a moment.
I mean, it has passed definitely.
Right.
So-
Every time you talk, right, I'm gonna have to deafen myself, dude.
Yeah, but have you seen the video already?
He's trying to watch the video, bro. Obviously, he keeps telling you to shut up so he can watch the video.
It's a minute long one.
Yeah, it's a minute long, but every time you talk, it's like after the last 15 seconds that the interesting part of the video is taking place. So give me a minute, give me another 30 seconds, dude. You keep interrupting. I'll deafen myself so you don't do it.
You you do know that you're proving our claim and debunking your own claim with this test, right?
Can you tell why?
Yeah, firstly, right, you need the container, right, to have the balloon, right, filled with the pressure. Okay? So if you remove the container, none of that gas is going to fall down. Okay, it's just going to disperse in all directions. Okay, so if the gas has weight,
Classic.
then it should be getting pulled down by gravity, right? But if you remove the container, it doesn't do that, does it? It just goes in all directions.
Beside of mass, it also has density.
What would happen if she popped the balloon?
It will pop, and the gas will escape it.
Yeah, exactly. So the only reason why the gas is there in that fixed volume is because of the container. Now, can you please show me, because we can do this in a vacuum and the gas will spread into the vacuum to distributing evenly. Now, this is a balloon. This has got mass to it. I could rip this apart 7 ways from Sunday, but you've got a balloon. I'm asking you how you have gas containment without a physical barrier.
Why are you even asking me that? At first I was thinking that I was supposed to prove that gas has a mass, and this video is a wonderful example proving that.
Gas is a relation. When you say
Okay.
mass, do you mean within PV equals nRT?
I mean that here on
Do you
this
know,
planet,
are you aware of Avogadro's law?
are affected
Are
by
you aware of
gravity
Avogadro's law?
force.
Are you aware
Sorry?
of Avogadro's law? Are you aware of Avogadro's law?
No, I'm not.
Okay, give me a moment. I'll find it for you because I don't want to misquote it.
I just don't understand for why you simply deny to disagree with what you've just seen your own eyes. When
Sorry,
you concentrate,
seen with my own. Sorry, seen with my own eyes. Hold on. You've contained gas in a balloon.
Yes, perfect. You concentrate
Yeah, I've asked you
more
to contain
molecules
gas
within
without a
closed
balloon.
environment.
Your assertion is that gas has mass. Are you aware of the mixing of ideal gases?
Mic check.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, can I tackle this real quick? This guy seems confused about what's going on here. This is a good old-fashioned trick they pulled on the elementary school kids. Maybe he doesn't understand what's going on.
Please, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, so they ripped you off because you can balance an empty balloon with a balloon that has gas in it, right? But you forgot that now you have a container and it's elastic and you can pack more gas in that volume than the surrounding air, which means now you have a more dense object within a medium that will go downwards, right? This is all relative density. You guys didn't figure that out because you were in 5th grade and you were stupid. Well, I'm here to tell you that now you understand that more dense objects in the medium that they're in go downward, and less dense objects in the medium that they're in go upward. It has nothing to do with weight or mass. You understand?
The density of balloon itself did not change. In fact, what happened is
Yeah, the rubber
increased.
The rubber, not the gas within the volume. You pack more gas within that volume than the ambient air around it. It is more dense. Come on, dude. Figure this out on your own.
That is where you're making a mistake. The non-inflated balloon is more dense than an inflated balloon, which is why
the air inside it is independent apart from the collisions it's having against the inside of the container. Sir, the gas is not being dragged down. The object surrounding the gas is. The gas has no choice but to remain within that fixed volume. It's not the thing that's getting dragged down. If that's what it is, if it's not the thing that is actually going down. The gas inside is expanding in all directions as gas does to fill the available volume, pressing on the inside of the walls of its container. That container could be in motion. It could be sitting still. It could be doing whatever. It's independent of that thing. And it's what it's doing. It just has to be an enclosure.
Oh my gosh. He's just going to talk right through you. Hey, bro, do you think you could hold up for just a second? People aren't getting a chance to finish their sentences before you go, why? I've already described to you why. You have two balloons. They both have the same weight, right? Because until you define mass, I'm not going to listen to mass from you. No. You fill one of those balloons with the same weight and pack it full of air. Now the pressure within that particular volume is greater than the pressure outside the volume, right? So now you have a more dense object filled with air, which will descend. It is more dense than the empty balloon. Don't you get it?
You know, when
it's not because there was more mass added.
It is because exactly there is more mass added. The amount of
okay, let's do it with helium. Is helium mass? Does helium have mass?
Helium has mass, yeah.
Okay, so we added helium inside the balloon, adding mass to the balloon. Where does the balloon go?
Well, it goes up.
Ah, right. What happened to it adding more mass, and that's the reason why it goes down?
Sorry, Tito. What would happen if we had the balloon in the vacuum?
Why it goes up? It's difficult for me to answer this. I cannot imagine that right now. We can ask the AI, we can ask the internet right now. For me, it is difficult. I don't know the answer here.
Okay, maybe we need to have a definition of mass. Can we have a definition of mass, please, so we can be on the same page? What's mass?
Oh my God, bro. If you're going to start, look, if we want to have a conversation with AI or Google, we can just do that ourselves. We don't need you here.
I think this conversation is going to keep going on for another hour. I did find it interesting in his video how she describes atmospheric pressure as being the force that's being exerted by the gases onto a surface. That's not exclusively just surfaces that are like down, facing up. I mean, you could have, there's air pressure on the sides of walls of buildings. There's air pressure on the back of my head and on, if I lift my foot, under my foot. So atmospheric pressure is then going to be described as a downward acceleration when we feel air pressing against us on all sides. That's very strange.
Well done. I noticed this about 2 years ago with the atmospheric barometric formula. Sorry, buddy, carry on. I'm mumbling. Carry on.
So what Google tells me here, this is something that I struggle with imagining myself. It is about buoyancy, lower density, and the gravity's role when it comes to helium balloon for why it goes up. With buoyancy, the upward pressure exerted by the surrounding denser air pushes the lighter helium balloon up, similar to how a boat floats on water. Lower density helium is significantly less dense than the nitrogen and oxygen that make up the surrounding atmosphere.
Isn't that what Says Who said?
And gravity's role, while gravity pulls everything down, the upward buoyant force on a helium balloon is greater than the downward pull of gravity on its mass. For why the air balloon fall is because of density equality. The air inside the balloon is roughly the same density as the air outside. Weight of rubber, the added weight of the balloon material, latex, makes the overall object heavier than the air it displaces. Gravity wins because the total weight air plus balloon is greater than the buoyant force. Gravity pulls the balloon downward. I didn't know how to formulate it.
Yeah. Right. So anyways, you realize that you've kind of shot yourself in the foot, and actually Google screwed you right there, because now they're trying to combine gravity with density, and even those two, they're trying to confuse you with buoyancy. Buoyancy already begs the question of gravity. We would need to have you prove gravity first off before you discuss anything having to do with gravity.
I just did.
No, you didn't. No, that's the claim. What I want from you, excuse me, sir, I would like you to go ahead and show me an experiment where gravity is the independent variable so that you can have some kind of effect where you're going to cause it with gravity. You go ahead.
Well, what is a requirement for density to exist?
Weird. I didn't ask you anything about density. I asked you about gravity. So once again, can you give me an experiment where gravity is the independent variable?
I don't know how to provide you with that kind of an experiment.
Well, isn't that what you would need to prove that gravity does things?
I already proved it by any other way.
No.
You haven't proved it at all. You've showed us relative density, which we are already aware of. What we need from you is to prove gravity.
It wasn't a relative density. I even read you what I have found on Google myself.
Yeah, you realize that Google...
Sorry.
Google's not going to help you. So what did Google tell you other than another claim? I want you to prove to me what Google said. How about that? With an experiment.
As well educated in physics, so I myself cannot do that, but I do understand for what was said there, and I read it to you.
You understand what was said because you've already been indoctrinated with that particular rhetoric. What I want from you is to go and find us where gravity is the independent variable in any experiment.
The experiments that I provided you with are not enough.
No, because gravity was not the independent variable, and they weren't experiments.
What do you mean by independent variable?
You realize that with the scientific method, the first thing you must do is observe a natural phenomena, and then you must create a hypothesis so that your presumed cause can be varied and manipulated to cause the effect, or the dependent variable, meaning the observed thing. That's an experiment. So I need a hypothesis where it can be tested, and gravity is the independent variable which causes the dependent variable. This is natural science. Can you please provide that?
Yes, acceleration. I've already mentioned that in the channel.
No, not acceleration. You just saying acceleration is not an experiment. I want you to give me gravity as an independent variable in an experiment.
And how is acceleration not proving that?
Acceleration is just a word.
Well, everything is a word. Gravity is a word as well.
Acceleration of what?
Acceleration of mass. Speed of how mass is moving.
In what state? I hope you're talking about gas.
In any state. Gravity
Okay, gas.
Is any state of matter.
Gas.
So?
That's temperature.
What's temperature? Gas?
Yeah, that's going to give it kinetic energy. That's the thing that's going to make it vibrate. That's going to make it thing that's going to move. And the reason why gas moves is because it's got temperature.
Not only that, but because it is affected by gravity as well.
Within PV equals... Sorry, excuse me. Within PV equals nRT, please isolate the G.
Can you explain to me what a constitution is?
Wow.
Is this going to be how this conversation goes, where I ask you a perfectly reasonable question and you completely ignore it and ask me something irrelevant?
I already told you that I did not study physics, so I understand the symbols that you throw at me.
The answer is you don't know, right?
The answer is I do know, because I have already provided you the examples.
Okay, so you do know where G is in PV equals nRT. Please show me. Because that's what the question I asked you, unless you're going to be dishonest and trying to sidestep me.
You're throwing at me the symbols. I don't even know the meaning of those symbols.
Okay, so why don't you ask?
I'm not asking
Why don't you have a reasonable conversation? And if you don't know something, say, hey, I don't know that. Otherwise, it feels like I'm arguing with your ego.
It is not about ego. It is about science.
It is, then why don't you just be honest then and say you don't know something when you don't know it?
No, I do know it.
Instead of completely ignoring the question like it didn't even take place, pushing mud in my eye and asking a completely irrelevant question. That's rude. Now, if you want to be educated, because that's what we're hopefully trying to help you understand, is within the ideal gas formula that explains how gases behave, there is no G. G doesn't dictate how gas behaves. That's what the formula says. The P is for pressure. The V is for volume. That is very cool. Pardon?
Does velocity exist?
Okay. Yeah.
Do you agree? Does acceleration exist?
Yeah.
Okay. And why do you think they exist?
Is this relative to what I've just spoken about, though?
It is very relative, yeah.
Okay, cool. Carry on.
Well, why do you think they exist?
Why do I think they exist? Please educate me.
No, you tell me.
No, I said I didn't know. Right? So
wonderful.
Please inform me. Remember, I was being honest. I don't know. Carry on.
If you don't know, then why are you even engaged in this conversation?
Okay, so why do they exist? I don't know. Please tell me.
Well, you tell me. You're the one
walk me down the path, my friend. The floor is yours.
You're the one trying to educate me, so go on.
For God's sake.
Okay, what causes acceleration? What causes acceleration? Tell us.
I am asking him what is causing acceleration.
A force can cause an acceleration.
Sorry?
A force. A temperature can cause a physical force. Temperature.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Not that I'm aware.
Energy. Kinetic energy.
There you go.
Okay, but the gravity cannot, because the gravity does not exist.
Sorry, excuse me. What's gravity?
It's a force that is affecting mass quality of, you can call those objects, molecules, whatever you wish. The mass of matter.
The mass of matter. What's that?
What's mass?
Yes.
Well, I think it's a, what's the word in English? Relative physical quality of objects in comparison from one to another, and how strongly they can, sort of be attached to, sorry, not attached, but what's the word in English? Not even connected, but drawn to each other, yeah.
So,
citation, please.
Sorry?
Citation, please. Instead of you making it up on the spot, do you want to get a citation?
No, it's
I was just wondering if he's trying to describe resistance to acceleration. Is that what you're trying to describe?
I asked for velocity and acceleration, not really resistance, but you can call it that if you wish.
So in some circles, mass is described or defined as the resistance to inertia.
Okay.
In other circles, mass is defined as the amount of substance within a space.
Okay.
Okay.
Which one is it?
You're asking me?
Yeah. You said mass.
Yeah, but it's the same for me as a weight of an object in this argument.
So, weight. So that's a pressure vector in one direction.
A pressure.
It's also relative.
Yeah, pressure vector in one direction, right? So you put something on a scale, it presses downwards. Weight presses downwards, doesn't it?
Yeah, but why does the object have weight?
You said it was mass, dude.
Well, I think you'll find that if you consult your oracle, it'll disagree with you about mass equaling weight.
No, I just meant in this conversation. Again, I'm not well educated in physics.
Yeah,
but you keep saying that as if somehow that's going to get you out of this particular conversation.
Yeah, you keep pretending. You keep pretending like you know what you're talking about, and saying that you're correct and you know what you're talking about, right? But
Yeah,
you
because it's
clearly
proven.
don't. And you keep contradicting yourself and saying you don't know anything. It's obvious to all of us who have been in
I
this
didn't say
debate
that I
for many
didn't know
years
anything.
that you
No,
don't know what you're talking about, and you're way over your head, and your ego's running the show right now.
It is
You're
not
getting
the ego.
absolutely wrecked. You're getting absolutely wrecked in this conversation.
Wrecked,
This is
Poppy.
being live. This is being live streamed on YouTube, right? So
Okay.
I recommend that you get the link, play the
I did
clip
not
back to
consent
your
to
friends
a
and
live stream.
family, and show them how amazing that you did in this debate, right? Because you've been getting wrecked
My
for about
voice
2
is
hours.
copyrighted, and I can get you into legal trouble over it. But
Oh,
This
that's
is live
fantastic. When
streamed.
you entered this particular channel, there was a little disclaimer at the top of it that says people in this channel may be recording your voice. So you stayed in here while you got your little disclaimer. And if you didn't get your disclaimer, you take it up with Discord. In the meantime, yes, you are being live broadcasted on YouTube for at least 2 people.
in the country that I'm in right now, I have to follow the law of this country. And the law of this country states something else that you stated to me.
Okay, so I'm in this country, and the law in this country. So what are we going to do? Just shut up, dude.
I told him several times that this was being recorded, live streamed. I told him. I don't know what he's talking about.
Who are you?
This is
Who am I?
again.
CBR1. That's who I am.
This is the. I don't know. It's like the final
Who
death
are you?
throes.
Death throes?
Yeah, it's like I don't know. You're just trying to, it's like you're trying to throw out hand grenades and cause explosions wherever you can, not necessarily on the subject, but now you're having to go at the live stream. You've got to take some victim somewhere. You've got to have a small victory, haven't you?
What is happening, but it is up to you.
Yeah.
I did say an hour and 45 minutes ago that he wasn't here in good faith because he wasn't acknowledging any of the good material, proofs, evidence that we were presenting to him. Clean. No, I got you. Look, this is natural law. This is what everybody's living under. We live under these laws. So, but he's not acknowledging any of that stuff at all. He's conceded no points. And like I said, gases do not shapes and gravity doesn't prove the shape of the earth, which is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen, at the very beginning. How did he confirm and validated that he was living on an oblate spheroid? Comes out with gases, gravity. None of these things are proving Earth. What is Earth, he asks. Earth is what you see it as it is. Is it not a planet? No, it is not a planet.
Okay, so what is it then?
You know, if you have to ask what Earth is, you are far removed from reality by orders of magnitude. That's what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, if somebody asks you, what is Earth? What would you answer, ladies and gentlemen? What is Earth? Maybe the first thing is Earth is where I live. Maybe that would be your first answer. Right, that's where I live. Right. Thank you.
Earth is as we experience it. Earth is as we experience it.
Right.
Okay. Is there anything else other than the experience of yours?
Like, for example, the Earth, for all intents and purposes, to you, me, and everybody else, is stationary. Right? You don't feel or detect any motion to the Earth yourself, do you?
To define Earth, please, or describe it, because definitely you and I will probably live on different continents, right?
Earth is dirt.
Dirt, okay. Well, I have
that has the equator potential to grow fruits and vegetables.
My plants have dirt. It doesn't mean that this is Earth,
okay.
Right?
If we're talking about the Earth in this regard, we're talking about the hills and mountains, and specifically, you'll love this one, the water.
Well, there's no dirt in the sky.
Body that you and I.
All right, I have to stop this for a second. Miter, you're here. Hopefully, he just bounced. He was waiting for that.
Oh.
He was hoping for that the whole time, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Good clips. I'm glad he left, actually. That was getting frustrating.
Yeah. Is the other guy still here? Hopefully, maybe not. The other Indian guy, do you remember?
Yeah, he left a long time ago.
Ah, okay. Just thought he might have been listening, learning something, learning how not to be. A lesson in how not to be, ladies and gentlemen. That's what that was. He wasn't honest in any way, shape, or form at all. Nothing. Everything that was presented to him in a most concise and amicable manner was just totally not even considered. Wasn't even considered or acknowledged. What do you do with people like that? I would have muted him an hour and 45 minutes ago and send him on his way, because he's just not here in good faith. But at least we learned something. Well, you, the listeners, have learned something. We have extreme patience here, yes, for sure. And the guy didn't prove anything at all. We showed him how gases are omnidirectional. So when you see that, your chain of thought and the way you carry your life from that moment onwards should change immediately, because it's contradicting what you thought it would have been. Gravity is pulling gases down. We have no experiments that can prove that. We have no observed phenomena of that happening in our lives. So if anyone's making that kind of statement, they should have the experiments ready to go. And he's trying to use the density gradient of the gases we have as proof of gravity. No, well, that's not true. It's been debunked from the very word go. T-Dub gave us an altitude climb from 10 feet to 100 to 1,000, so on, and the molecules are just rising up until they reach equilibrium, and then they stop moving. That's not gravity, is it? So that's what I mean. We gave the best information you could hang on to, whilst the other guy was just ducking and diving, literally, and interrupting.
In the meantime, we do have some new faces. We have Arch, who's here on a sock account. Welcome, Arch. Sintra is in here. I don't recognize you. Welcome. Who else we got? Got Salty Fries. Welcome. Stephen Lee. And Yotan. People that I don't recognize. Welcome.
Welcome, everybody. Please relax and ask any questions you may have. No matter how strange you might think the question will be, it's always a learning curve for the listeners. So please go ahead, ask any questions you have. Thank you for coming. Well, I might help you along with your cognitive juices, get your cognitive juices starting up, and that, or flowing, should I say? And that would be, we're saying that the Earth is indeed flat because it is measured flat and utilized flat. We're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth to make up this supposed oblate spheroid, okay? So I've lived for 64 years. I've never encountered the curvature in my life at all. And I say that all of you are in the same position. Some of you may not realize it, though. Okay, whilst your cognitive juices are flowing, I can garnish it with we're also not rotating. The stars and the clouds above are moving above our heads, the sun and the moon. The earth, the ground we stand on is not rotating at all. If that were the case, then you'd have airline pilots having to account for the movement of the earth as they're coming into land every time. Maybe not so much when they're taking off. They could get an assist, but when they're coming into land, they'd have to factor that in, a moving runway. And then military personnel, when they're firing their weapons of mass destruction, would need to consider the rotation of the Earth, because from when the projectile leaves the muzzle, the Earth would be rotating underneath. Therefore, would they be hitting their targets? Okay, that's another thing you need to consider.
DJ, can you permaban love drama, please?
Oh yeah, I was already typing it before you asked.
Awesome.
I'm sure I already did that the other day. I don't know how they're back again.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, don't hesitate to ask your question. Doesn't matter what it is, we're always interested in all what questions are welcome.
But anyway, yep. That's why we're here. We're discussing the fact that the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. If anybody has a question about those particular assertions, please unmute yourself, ask a question, or make a claim.
Yeah, we, the flat earthers, are holding a position of knowledge here, duly because we have gone out to investigate whether or not the earth is curving in any way, shape, or form. And we have found constant horizontality everywhere in the measurements we have made over the distance we've chosen to measure. Yeah, that's a position of knowledge. Those who are thinking that they're on an oblate spheroid, well, that would be a belief system. So when I hear everybody knows the Earth is a globe, no, nobody knows the Earth is a globe for two reasons. One, it doesn't exist. Earth as a globe doesn't exist. Two, no human being has ever measured curvature of Earth. That would include yourselves listening. So there we are.
Well, that was fun. EJ, I see that you banned Miter. Is that love drama? No.
Is DJ just banning random people again? So power
Yes, he's
crazy.
just
That guy.
he's out of control.
He is, man. We need to step in.
And he's AFK, which is even worse.
Dereliction of duty.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, man. There we go. I knew you could do it, DJ.
Well, I'll see if I can try. There seems to be a lot of new people in the chat, names that I don't recognise. Question is, where do I start? Do I start at the top or do I start at the bottom? We've got Duro at the bottom. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, my friend. Carl's joined us as well. I do love the hat in your PFP. Yaga Bruno is here. Hello, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yao Tan, my friend, again, if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, please let me know. But Yao Tan has joined us as well. Toby Dog has joined us. T-Dub is here. What's up, T-Dub? Stephen Lee. Welcome, Stephen Lee. I don't recognise your name. Stark has joined us. Good to see you, Stark. Shut 'em Down is here also. We've got Says Who, you speaking a moment ago, is a good friend of ours. Rayleigh Criterion is here. I wasn't going to say Salty Fries because they've got themselves deafened. But Rayleigh Criterion as well, also another flat earther, plain and true, although with the FE tag. We got Malaxor Del Subanet. I'm not even going to say that, but I'll go with Malaxor. So hope you're doing well, Malaxor. If you want to speak, please unmute yourself, say hi. We've got Mia Plata. What's up, Mia Plata? Hope you're doing well, my friend. We've got Logical Observer who's joined us as well. Kingsley is here. What's up, Kingsley? Casey has joined us. Good to see you, Casey. Haven't seen you for a long time. Jin CBR1 is in the house. It's always good to hear Jin CBR1. Hope you're doing well, my friend.
Thank you very much.
No problem, my friend. Good to hear you. FE Batman is always here. Good to see you, FE. House. DJ is here, the power crazy muter, and Banner. We got Ciderfiler has joined us. Arch is in the house. Good to see you, Arch. And of course, right from 24/7. The flat Earth bit comes from the bit where we say that the Earth is flat. If anybody wants to speak about that particular subject, by the way, the Earth and what it is, its shape and all of those things, what it does, orbits and spins on its axis and all seasons and what's the moon? If anybody's got any questions about those things, points that they'd like to raise or discuss, understand that maybe English is not your first language. So as always, if you don't understand things, we will take our time. We will try to be patient. I say try, and we will explain any words if you don't understand them. But like I said, welcome everybody to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel here on the English Hub. I hope we are, because if it's politics, it's a shit show. But welcome one and all. I hope you're all doing well. And like I said, if you want to have a conversation about the Earth and what it is and what it does, please feel free to unmute yourself. Introduce yourself. Tell us what your name is. Tell us how to pronounce it properly, especially me, because I always screw it up. And let's get involved in a conversation. Thanks.
Now, come on, all you newcomers. You've just heard Jedi there introduce himself and called out all your names. Don't be shy now. You have made it this far. Make your visit count. Come on now. Strike whilst the iron is hot, as the saying goes. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jedi, whilst you're here, why don't you tell us why is it that people get the mistake about flat being a shape? Is flat a shape, Jedi?
No, flat in and of itself isn't a shape. Right? It's a surface description. Now, many shapes, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, can be flat, especially the 2-dimensional ones, right? But they will have other distinguishing factors to them. Edges, for example, curvature if it's a sphere or if it's a circle, right? So in and of itself, flat is not a shape. So understanding that, you must understand that us flat earthers are not making a claim to the shape of the earth. We didn't do that. Someone else did that. We got educated that. That's on TV. That's in school books. That's on the internet, right? That's what NASA says. So, interesting, right?
Yeah. So, Jedi, is it unreasonable then for the Globers to say that, how comes you don't know the shape of the earth when you say it's flat? Is that, because sometimes they accuse us of that.
It's a different question, isn't it?
Mm.
Okay, so a shape comes with other identifying factors, like I mentioned earlier, edges, corners, those types of things. So for us to make a claim about a flat shape, then I guess we would have to measure those type of contours. But very specifically, Jin, right? We seem to be talking about ideal shapes like squares and circles and three-dimensional shapes like cubes and, these types of things. I don't even think the Earth has like that type of geometric form, much like a lake, right? That has its own geometric form. Something else, we don't really get geometric forms in nature in and of itself. So I wonder if the Earth has its own unique, I guess, shape. I guess.
Yeah, right. Then another question for you, then, Jedi, is if we've been given the specifications to an object, let's say it's the Earth and its supposed size, circumference, should we be able to measure that and validate those specifications?
Yeah, it's a consequence of the claim. The consequence of the radius and the diameter and the circumference is a rate of change of slope over the surface, is a geometric horizon for an observer standing on that surface of a known radius. This is geometry. You just need to get your calculators out.
Thank you. So if we wanted to know whether or not the Earth is curving in any way, shape or form, what would be one of, the number one methodology? I'd have to ask you there.
Well, the practice of surveying is something that we do all of the time, right? And to make it clear, that's measuring the land primarily before we build on it. We understand what surveyors are, but we would survey the land using surveying tools to measure the land to see if it did have a rate of change of slope.
Right. Good. So when we're given the circumference of the Earth being 24,901 miles circumference, the radius of which is now 3,959 miles, how do we get around trying to measure that? What would be the methodology for us to use?
Oh, if you talk, we'd need to figure out if it was a sphere to begin with, right? We'd have to measure the surface of the Earth to be curved. You could travel around in circles. That can be a circumference if you've got a central point for a radius. If you want to measure the radius of a sphere, then I guess you'd have to dig down to the middle of it and then come out the other side to get the diameter as well, right? But yeah, you'd have to prove it was a sphere first, and I guess you'd have to measure the surface to have curvature.
Right. You see? So that's it, basically. And that's what we've been trying to do for the past 10 years now, moving into 11 years now, ladies and gentlemen, is to take the specifications that they gave us and try to confirm and validate that. And what we found is horizontality, level, horizontal, no curvature. That's why we say the Earth is flat. That's not saying it's a shape. We're saying that the Earth isn't curving at 8 inches per mile squared in order to detect curvature. That's not happening. For example, we can make observations over 10 miles, for example. Now, within that distance, there should be 66 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight. I shouldn't be able to see 10 miles if the Earth is curving in any way, shape or form, because the Earth's curvature would block my line of sight, but it's not. I am making observations at that distance, and the same would be at 20 miles. There would be, 266 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight at 20 miles. Okay, so this is the problem we're having. No measurable curvature. We are able to make these observations without any interruption of Earth's curvature. Hence, we say the Earth is measured flat. And geodetic surveyors, those who survey the land, actually measure the land flat. And then afterwards, they add in spherical calculations after measuring Earth level and flat, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they've been doing for years.
I'll tell you something
Go ahead.
I'll tell you something that you might find interesting, Jin. Do you remember the construction of the Channel Tunnel from southeast of England to France?
Yes, indeed.
Cool. So I've always had a bit of an interest in that, and along my journey of watching videos and documentaries, and even speaking to people that have worked on the Channel Tunnel, it came to my understanding that obviously when we are surveying the land, we're surveying over distances of water. They're using very accurate range finding equipment, so lasers and signal propagation. Yoda also posted some information the other day with regards to the Channel Tunnel and how they actually surveyed the land underneath the water, how they actually all did this. Now, the Earth's measured flat in this instance when we're talking about a huge construction program that's taking place 25 miles from coast to coast underneath the English Channel. I remember when I was back in the 90s when this was happening, because it was going through our villages and so on, the high speed link. So this was happening in my area. So the accuracy that they needed was absolutely phenomenal. Yet they didn't measure any curvature. This,
the edge is the
really,
vortex.
really interesting. Hello?
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
Good. I'm very well. Yeah. What brings you here?
Well. It works every time.
The Earth is flat brings me here because I want to know Earth is round, Earth is flat, or Earth is cone.
It works every time.
It's cone or it's cylinder. What is this?
We were just discussing how the Earth was measured flat in the instance of the construction of the Channel Tunnel from England to France underneath the English Channel, and how practically in every circumstance when we construct upon the Earth, we indeed measure the Earth to be flat.
NASA is commenting something. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Lice?
It's all yours, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead. What are you talking about, lice? Can you explain yourself,
Why
please?
NASA means lice?
Oh, why does NASA mean lies? Well, I think it's from the Jewish or Judea translation, if I'm correct. It means to deceive.
Okay.
So NASA has been deceiving everybody since its creation. 1959, I think, or somewhere around about there, 1958. They've been lying to the world, yeah. So if you want to ask why, go and ask NASA. I am not NASA. I'm aware that they're lying to me, so I don't accept what they put down in black and white or on TV screens. Question everything that NASA says is my position always. Okay? What is your name, sir? Sorry, I didn't catch your name. I'm Jin CBR1 here on the server. What's your name, sir? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were talking about the Channel Tunnel anyway, right? And the length and breadth of the precision they used in order to create the tunnel, which I watched myself right up to the day they got right through. It was amazing, I have to admit.
It really was, dude. It's primarily how they surveyed the area from coast to coast using lasers and electromagnetic signals, specifically lasers and electromagnetic signals to boats and buoys along the English Channel using GPS and all of these types of things because they needed to be extremely accurate.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Now, you know the last stages of it where they were boring through and they were just about to come through. You could see the soil falling off as the boring tool came through the last section, yeah? The first flag that I thought I was going to see was going to be either the Union Jack or the French, yeah? It was the Japanese one that came through first. And I was just blown. What?
Why was it the Japanese one? I can't remember. There's a story
because
behind
the British end, it was the Japanese boring tool that was being used from the British side. That was why.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. So the Japanese were assisting the Brits from our side, and then from the French side, the French flag came through. What happened there? But Japan has the best boring tools on earth, don't they? The Japanese. So this is why they were the first flat tool. That really did shock me, because up until that point, I didn't realize that Japan had participated in the tunnel borings. I was totally unaware of that until I saw the flag. So you can imagine my shock.
Yeah. Well, being as it's a couple of minutes, I welcome all of the new people into the channel. I hear lots of bings and dings, so I know people are leaving and entering all. And there are lots of names that I don't recognise. Jin Sebi and R1 and I were just discussing how the Earth is practically measured to be flat, and using the instance of the Eurotunnel example. But if anybody's got any questions regarding the subject of the room, the Earth and what it is and what it does, and how we can verify and know for sure what it is and what it does. If anyone's got any questions or comments or things I'd like to speak about, then please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, tell us what your name is, and then you can bring up your point for conversation, shall we say. But welcome all of the new people. It's lovely to have you.
Yeah, earlier on today, Jedi, an individual asked, I think his name was Source, I think you were there as well anyway, and he asked about why is it then that it's dark over in the UK, but yet it's daylight in Japan? How do we explain that, he was saying?
Well, because the light's over Japan and not over the UK, and the probable distance of thousands and thousands of miles is probably the reason why I can't perceive the sun from that distance, and why the light can't reach me. Specifically, maybe the air has got something to do with it. We understand how light attenuates or distinguishes through the medium of the air that we breathe. But it's probably to do with the location of the sun above the flat Earth.
Yeah. Thank you. I can give you some numbers. The distance between Japan and England, 6,000 miles. Okay, so that's what the sun has got to do for you to see the sun from Japan and see it clearly. It has to travel 6,000 miles for you to see it. The light would have to travel that far.
Wow!
But it can't do that. Can't do that. Yeah, it can't. That's the reason why, the sun's luminosity is limited. It cannot light up the whole Earth. If it were to do so, then you're going to have daytime all the time, no nighttime on a flat Earth. But of course, no, it can't. The sun has to be smaller than the Earth in order to illuminate it through the time zones. Good morning to Japan, good afternoon, 12 noon, and at its zenith, and then it moves away from me by 6:30. It's dark. Okay, and at this point, it'll be giving another country its good morning and good afternoons as it moves away from me. And that's what happens on its circuit. It's that simple. And a famous flat earther, his name was D. Marble, living in Washington State. At 12 o'clock noon, the sun was at its zenith at the top. 12 o'clock noon, we could see it. He's using Skype, and he contacted a guy in England, and it was 9 o'clock, and the sun was just, as they call it, setting, okay? Just about to disappear. You could still see it, only just on the horizon. Right, that was in England at 9 o'clock in the evening, 9 p.m. And then, what was it? He was in Washington State. It was 12 noon. And then in Australia, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. So the guy in Sydney, I think it was, he could see the sun. So in 3 locations, the sun was visible. Okay, Washington State, 12 o'clock. 9 o'clock in the evening in England, just on the horizon, just about to set, and then 6 o'clock in Sydney. Now, when they extrapolated all that onto a globe, when D. Marble did this onto a globe, using a flashlight to simulate the sun, okay, he could line up England and Washington. He couldn't line up Australia. Australia was in the dark due to the curvature of the Earth, of course. You see what I mean? The curvature of the Earth blocked the light hitting Australia. So Australia was left in the dark. So it's just another debunking of the globe in this case. Carry on.
I understood everything what you said, and did he tilt the globe? Like to depict seasons and so on.
No. You know why? The globe is already tilted, isn't it? On the globe. Yeah. So that's what he used.
Of course it is. Yeah.
It's already tilted, you see. Yeah. That's a good question.
No, I found that fascinating when he did that. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was globe debunked in six minutes, or as he put it, flat Earth proof in 6 minutes. But we can't really say it's proof of flat Earth. What we can say, it's a debunking of the globe. And in order to make the observations that were being made, you would need to be on a flat surface to do that. For a curving one wouldn't allow you to do that, which is what's been proven here. But obviously the best proof is to measure the surface of the Earth. So it's just like we call it a preponderance of evidence. Just another little nail in the coffin, if you will, which was a really good one. Yeah, great work. He went on to record, D. Marble also went on to record the 24-hour sun at the Antarctic Circle, North Pole, but he recorded it from Alaska. That's where he was. Positioned himself in Alaska, set up his time-lapse photography camera and recorded 24 hours of it. Beautiful, wonderful work. And then following him, two guys with the similar name, Sergei, flat earthers from Russia, from the Russian side, recorded the 24-hour sun. Beautiful spectacle to behold when you could see that. You know?
Yeah, that sounds really cool, man.
I mean, it's quite simple, ladies and gentlemen. Either we are an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a single year. 19.2 billion. It's a lot of mileage there, right? Times that by 8 and you'll have some distance of that space and how big it is. Yeah. But yet all the stars are in the same place. That's what I've noticed. Nothing's moving. So yeah, that's very odd. We don't notice this movement, this velocity. The Earth's meant to be rotating 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. So if you're in Los Angeles, it's 870 miles per hour. If you're in Alaska, it's 500 miles an hour. If you're in the UK right now, it's 600 miles an hour. All these different speeds, but we're not noticing a single mile per hour. Isn't that funny?
Well, try as we might, my friend, we don't seem to be able to entice anybody into a conversation by anything that we've said. Lots of new people keep joining.
Yeah, that's okay. I think they're listening, though, to the conversation we're having because we're asking the questions that they would probably typically ask, you see. So that's being asked and we're answering them. You see what I mean? Yeah, which is good. It's good, you know, we just carry on. So with that being said, what is the problem? Because when we ask the Globers now, who has actually measured the curvature of the Earth and when did he or she do this? Who was this person, right? In modern times or ancient times. And what comes up is Eratosthenes or Eratosthenes, same name, different pronunciation. Okay. Now, what's the problem with what he did? Because there are some inherent problems there. Do you know?
No, Eratosthenes, the problems with his... Okay. So the first real problem is he already presumed that he was standing on a sphere. The second one was how the light was being cast upon this sphere he was presuming he was standing on. He presumed the sun was at a didn't matter, infinite distance away, but was bigger than the Earth that was a sphere. And because of that, the sunlight was coming into the Earth and hitting the Earth at parallel angles to each other. So we must understand that if we're making a presupposition, then our conclusion is already kind of baked within our premise. Don't be surprised that we conclude the Earth is a sphere when we already presume that we're on one to begin with. So
Thank you.
Aristosthenes isn't proving the Earth is a sphere. Anything else, Jen?
Thank you. That was very good. That was it. Because that was the problem that most globers struggle with. That when you're assuming you're on a globe, you're cheating, right? And then you're assuming that the rays are coming from the sun parallel, which no human being has ever seen. We see the diverging rays, crepuscular rays they're called, right? So there's another anomaly in itself, yeah. So yeah, I like it. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions there? And the other question is this: how is it that with today's nanotechnology, we can't measure a single degree of curvature today, but yet Aristosthenes, 2,500 years ago approximately, was able to measure the curvature of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen. But today's nanotechnology can't measure a single degree. Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense, gentlemen?
Sometimes more time has to. Sometimes more time has to pass for things to be proven. That doesn't mean they're false. But I'm not saying that I'm against flat Earth. I'm just saying sometimes just because we can't explain something now doesn't mean we won't be able to later.
That's fine, but that's an appeal to the future fallacy. So,
True.
Like they keep saying 5 more years, we're going to go to the moon. And then every 5 years,
Right.
they say 5 more years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we are talking 2,500 years ago that a man with no technology at all, zero technology, battered sandals, loincloths, stained to buck, was proving curvature. But we've got today's smart nanotechnology, smart, bristling, shiny, down to the nano degree, and it cannot measure a single curvature. Doesn't that not make any sense? That's odd, isn't it? Don't you think? No, you don't think that. No, that today's modern technologies bristling with the latest gadgets and functionality, not able to measure curvature at all. Precision instrument. And yet a man with no technology at all was able to do so, supposedly.
Well, he did have a little bit of technology.
Yeah.
A stick.
A stick, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, yeah. I forgot about that.
That's basically what he did, isn't it? He had a stick.
Sticks and shadows.
And because the light from the sun was interrupted by the stick, it cast a shadow on the floor.
Right.
Ooh. Okay.
Exactly that. And then you've got to measure the angles. Now, the angles are required of a flat baseline in the first place, you see. So you can't have an angle unless you have a baseline to begin with. Okay? So this is the other problem you've got to be careful of. That, they're offering up these angles, but you don't get curved triangles. Okay? Triangles are 3 straight lines. So there we are. But yeah, thanks, Ted. That was pretty good. Yeah, yes. Sometimes things are proven later on in time, admittedly, or are they just moving the goalposts, ladies and gentlemen? Because that's what I think is happening more so than an actual advancement or a wow, wham, bam, thank you. Here's a discovery. What they're doing is they're moving the goalposts to suit the story, as the story they told before comes under heavy scrutinization, right? And now we're revealing the anomalies that they have to create a new story. That's what they're doing. That's what's been going on. Resetting. Yeah, that's what we've been witness to. A reset every time. Yeah. And it's funny how in modern times, we don't know anybody in the modern times that's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. It's never come up as a modern man with his modern equipment. It's never happened. I don't know anybody. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't measure it. He hasn't measured the curvature of the Earth. But he knows that you won't see it from the Red Bull jump, which was what? 24 miles off the Earth's surface, thereabouts. Right? You're not going to see curvature there. It's all flat there, he said. So he knows that much. So the Felix von Gardner jump, the Red Bull jump, there was no way he would be able to have seen the curvature of the Earth from that altitude he jumped from, which was 24 miles, 121,000 feet or so. And the camera he used was a GoPro fisheye lens, which actually facilitates curvature when you point it at an object. It curves the scenery, which is, to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson. So in the modern world, no, I don't know anyone who's made the claim that they've measured the curvature of the Earth over a given distance. And that, again, is odd. It's another odd anomaly in modern times where we have some good technology out there. GPS, very useful. Ground positioning systems. Okay, that'll be the GPS. Then you've got the theodolites, what the geodetic surveyors are using, theodolites. Then we have laser beam tests, observation tests. Longest distance, I think, was 40 kilometers, 24 miles, ladies and gentlemen, thereabouts. Then we have radio waves, radar, and sonar. Now, these instruments propagate horizontally. Couldn't work on a curved surface. Signals won't be met. Okay, radio signals. Then we have the long-range telescopes and short-range telescopes making their observation on a flat Earth. No curvature there. Right? And then we have aeroplanes, hot air balloons, ships, submarines, and torpedoes. All these operate on a horizontal linear plane that we live on. No curved trajectory experience at all. Yeah. Makes you wonder, where is the curvature then? In modern times, we can't measure it. So that would be another anomaly that you should be thinking, yeah, how comes? Then you should be asking yourself, where did I see the curvature of the Earth? Actually, now that I come to think of it, where have I seen it? And you're going to realize that you've never seen it. And that should be another anomaly right there. How comes you haven't seen it in all the time you've been alive? Unless you've lived completely in the concrete jungle of Britain or any city and never left, never gone to the seaside, never flown in an aeroplane, we can forgive you for that. Anyone who's just lived and not traveled and been in concrete jungle completely only, okay, we can say, all right, yeah, you won't have a chance. But anyone who's been out there on the ocean or has flown, gone up to a high-rise tower block, yeah, you should be able to notice the curvature of the Earth. And when you look, you will notice that you've never seen it. And that should be another anomaly in your lives. Yeah, Jedi, is it possible to get the God's eye view of Earth in its entirety?
I haven't. I don't know anybody that will be able to. I don't. Yeah, that seems a bit of an impossibility to have God's eye view of the world. No, I don't think that. Do you mean like as in when NASA say that they go to space and turn around and take a picture of the Earth, that type of God's eye view? Yeah. No. No.
Right, there you are, ladies and gentlemen, you see. So we as humans cannot leave Earth to see Earth in its entirety all in one go. You'd have to go at least 6,000 miles off the surface to get that view. 6,000 miles straight out, straight up. Yeah, can't do that. See, when we give you some numbers, you get the idea of how big the Earth must be, right? First and foremost, and how far you'd have to go to we can't go into space. Just no possibility of that ever happening. We don't have the technologies. Our technologies don't work in that environment. Okay, and we can't go there. We can't survive. Instant death for us, instantly. Who was it? There was a guy called LeBlanc, who was a NASA astronaut, and in the 60s, I think it might have been 1967, 68 or thereabouts, he stepped into a vacuum chamber, the value of which isn't even as far as the Kármán line. The Kármán line is supposed to be the edge of space from the surface of the Earth. It's 62 miles, which is 100 kilometers off the Earth's surface, okay? 62 miles. Okay, so this vacuum chamber was less altitude than that, and he collapsed within 2 seconds. Within 2 seconds, so 1 second and something, he was out, collapsed on the floor in the vacuum chamber, right? And he hadn't got anywhere near 60 miles. He hadn't even got like maybe 10 miles off the Earth's surface, and already collapsed. Wow. Yeah, what happened was the suit itself, the suit started to expand, and the hose feeding the air supply to the suit disconnected due to the expansion of the suit. So he just fell on the floor. Boom. He fell backwards like a tree being felled. So most of us, if we fall backwards, we try to break the fall and react. He was already out cold. So because he just fell straight back, bang. And then they rushed to open the vacuum chamber, which could have killed him, but they managed to get him out and he was okay. And he stated that the last thing he could remember was the saliva on his tongue bubbling up. That's the off-gassing phenomena that you would witness if you put a glass of water in a vacuum chamber and watch it bubble. 37 degrees Celsius, water starts to bubble in a vacuum chamber, 10 to the -1. So he experienced that for real as he collapsed. And that was going nowhere. That wasn't anywhere near space. So indeed, we can't go there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. The source of this information is coming from the Apollo Detectives, right? ApolloDetectives.com. Look them up and you will learn a lot. Go to the section of playlists or go to their video section and look up everything to do with vacuums and you will be educated. These guys are experts. You will be educated. Yeah. So, yeah, man. Yeah, we can't get the God's eye view. Yeah, absolutely right. No chance of that. So we're only left with measuring the surface of the Earth and then trying to detect curved trajectory through flights or sailing of ships. And I've sailed to Nigeria from Southampton. Okay, that was a 2-week journey, no curved trajectory there, and vice versa from Nigeria to Southampton. I've done that journey twice, and on those occasions, I never experienced curvature of the Earth at all. I'm going back to 1970s, 1969, 1970, 71, when I made those journeys, and most certainly no curvature experience. Unforgettable because the horizon was always level from the ship. The MV Oriel was the name of the ship that I went on. Cargo boat built in Clydebank, Scotland in the 1950s. So by the year 2001, it died in India, scrapped. So the ship is no longer alive now, which is a shame. But in 2001, it was scrapped in India. The MV Oriole cargo boat. Really nice one. I learned to play table tennis on that boat as a kid. First introduction to table tennis was on that boat. Built in Clydebank, sailed from Liverpool down to Southampton, and then from Southampton onwards. Because I lived in London, we had to go to Portsmouth to pick up the ship, the Oriole. Southampton to pick it up. And that's where we picked it up from, Southampton. And the 2-week journey was beautiful weather all the way. And it was just, the horizon, I remember, was just horizontal, looking through the porthole of the cabin and out on deck. Nothing but horizontality. It's an unforgettable experience. When you've lived on land for like 8 years of your life, because I was only a boy, you know, no land is very, very noticeable. You're forever looking for land. And all I could see was horizontality of the ocean. There you are. An unforgettable experience. And leaving Southampton to go to Nigeria, that would be a downward curve all the way to Nigeria, downward. So that the attitude of the ship and the deck should have been following a curved trajectory, which would have meant everyone would have slid off the side of the ship, basically, slid to one end. But that didn't happen. So horizontal sailing all the way. We didn't have a cloud in the sky. Can you imagine that? 2 weeks of pure sunshine. Can you imagine? Going along the west coast of Africa, taking in the Canary Islands as well.
I've never seen 2 weeks of pure sunshine. I have to imagine that stuff.
Yeah. 2 weeks on the ocean, no rain, no clouds. Yeah, it was amazing. That was back in the 70s.
Wow.
Yeah. When we went to Nigeria, we went by Heathrow Airport. That was the first time by the organisation precursor to the what's it called? The British Airways, BOAC, British Overseas Airways Corporation, BOAC. That was the ship we. Yeah,
Bennett, man, I haven't heard of those for since I was knee. Wow.
Knee high to your dad's nipper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the company that we flew on. Okay, we flew by British Overseas Airways Corporation, BOAC. Really nice aircraft as well. Do you know what? When I look at aviation, yeah, I really do like the old propeller planes. You know, something about them. You know, the shape, the noise of the engine. You know. And then, you know, and the way they just fly through the air. Bloody amazing. You know? Propeller type aircraft. Really interesting. Say that again?
There's a certain grace to them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. 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 Do you know, I can still see the image of me going through the customs and going through the detectors as you walk through. Yeah. Still remember that when I arrived in Nigeria and coming back to Heathrow. Yeah. I can still see myself walking through. So that's to tell how long a lasting memories one can have. And looking out of the window and noticing the difference from leaving England over the ocean and looking at that to when you get to Africa and it's a lot of jungle there, you know, odd shaped buildings. Okay, I remember that distinctive, a lot of land with no roads. Okay. Yeah. That's what I remember when I first went.
Jen, question for you, mate.
Yeah.
Apart from flat Earth, are there any other things that you like in the alternative dimensions?
That's a great question. Well, again, it's going to be flat Earth related, unfortunately, and that would be like the moon landing hoaxes, you know, because I obviously took into what I learned, what I saw from NASA as the truth when they said they landed on the moon. So in 1995, a friend of mine, I was working at a wine bar, tried to introduce me to the idea that the moon landings were a hoax, and I asked him, what do you mean? Because I saw it on TV. So what do you mean they were a hoax? What do you mean? He said, my mother doesn't think it's real. Okay, what did she say? And he didn't give me any information. So I totally effed him off completely. I said, I'm trying to do my job here. Get the F out of here, you effing. You and your mother can effing go to effing hell. Did you know? That's what I said to him, right? That's 1995. 4 years later, I'm leaving England to go to Japan. So I'm in Japan. 2001, I'm investigating the moon landing hoax, and I find out that they didn't go. I instantly remembered what I said to this guy, David. So I tried to phone him up. It took me about 45 minutes to an hour to catch him because he had moved around and he changed his number. But I finally got to him and apologized to him for what I said. You know what? He had completely forgotten about that day. Don't know how you could forget a day that I slagged you off. Okay. But, you know, it wasn't a wine bar. He might have been a worse for wear, but he'd forgotten it. He'd forgotten the day completely. But I apologized to him anyway. Yeah. Yeah, so that's one of the conspiracies, if you will. And I won't go into too much because all the other stuff leads away from flat Earth. Okay. So I'll keep it there. What about you? Have you gone into anything?
I respect that. I was giving you leniency, being as it was relatively quiet, but I respect you for keeping it on.
Yeah, I think we need to do that these days, just so we don't bring the show into disrepute. And I might end up getting into trouble anyway. So, because it heated discussions and that. But what about yourself? Have you come into any conspiracies outside of flat Earth?
Yeah, every day. I should.
Me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah. There's some that I just will not even begin to entertain. But the ones that I do entertain are like from the First World War, Second World War stuff. There's a lot of material there that's come to light in recent years that totally blows away what we learned at school. Completely shatters it completely. You know? And some of the unanswered questions are being answered this time round. But yeah, you know,
like,
with the
how did we have steam engines before matches?
That's interesting, isn't it? That's true. If that's a true thing. I did like the Stevenson rocket. You remember the Stevenson rocket, Jedi? T-Dub, do you remember it?
Say that again, sorry?
The Stevenson rocket. That would be the steam engine.
Rocket.
Yeah.
That's in the museum somewhere.
That's right. It's in the British Museum.
Yeah.
Great contraption. Would love to see that in operation today. Would like to run on it myself, you know, to ride on one. Brilliant. You know, when you look at British Rail, okay, and the bridges and that, again, British engineering at its best back then.
Yeah.
They had some good standards. That has stood the test of time. Still there today. You know those bridges that go over the valleys and canyons.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Bridge, and you're talking concrete, bricks and mortar. Wow. Yeah. And they're still there. And then you have
Where's the factories?
Yeah, the factories have gone, unfortunately.
Where's the brick factories?
Yeah.
Where's the piles of rubble? Where's the quarries?
Yeah, dying industry these days, unfortunately, because you know, back then there was a lot of work out there, And to see Britain in its industrialization years, it was good to watch because as an engineer myself, I found it fascinating and moving at the same time. I was going to say, bridge building in Britain's second to none, but then you have India, since 1977 to the present day, they've had like 2,500 bridges collapse. What a ridiculous number to hear in the modern era. And yet they want to tell us they've got satellites orbiting the moon on an elliptical orbit. And yet they've had so many bridges collapse in one country. So, there's a lot to be said with British engineering. It's suffering some now. I do feel standards have dropped and maintenance lacking in places. But hopefully, things will change and not degrade. But I've noticed that standards have dropped. We're moving into so much technology, and sometimes all we need is just the basic, brick and mortar, and that's it, and paint, and you're away. But we're doing a lot of technology and materials that can't sustain themselves in the natural environment we live in. Earth's atmosphere, for example. I think we're sacrificing a lot for some of this modern technology. There's a cost to be paid. What do you think, Jedi, or anyone? T-Dub. Modern technology.
Modern technology, dude, it's just a cliff, and everyone's being. You know the story of the Pied Piper. It's that story as far as I'm concerned, especially with this AI revolution, mate. I think we've kind of had a bit of a front row seat when challenging people's intelligence and integrity and these types of things. The majority of young people today, especially over recent years, first response is to Google it. Now that just scares the crap out of me. I'm sorry, it really, really does. So as soon as you start talking about technology and more technology and so on, I just think it's all going to lead us off of a massive cliff. I think the Amish might have been onto something.
Yes, I'm glad you said that. The Amish, they've been a standard to observe as a barometer. So I won't say any more than that. But the Amish, well done the Amish, because they're a template actually of existing on Earth without being ill. I won't say any more than that. Looking at the technological prison that we're all running into. Well, I'm not running into it, but everyone's pushing us. I'm going against the flow, but I'm still going with the flow, if you will. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm running the other way, but there's so much of the people going in towards the prison that they're carrying me along with them. That's the problem I'm having. Do you get me?
This is the thing about technology. We're coerced into it very quickly, and before we realise it, we're probably using the technology. Just look at the phone that's in your hand, right? Now that came out 30 years ago, mobile phone technology. As soon as it jumped out of the car, mobile, like phones in cars and stuff. Got a phone in my car. That used to be cool, but it's always this technology of convenience. It gets sold to us really, really well. So what we end up doing is begging for it, like saving for it, maybe going without things to afford it. So yeah, I know what it's like to say that I want to, run away from technology, and at the far end is this off-grid behaviour, and think about the things that I do and the things that I interact with. But unfortunately, like you described, the wave is so strong that you get caught up in it without even realising. And that's no blame, because I'm exactly the same. I think we all are. We get caught up in it. We've got these mobile phones and these devices, cell phone hands, right? But and we know that they're spying on us, right? But we still use them. Like, we know Google is this, and we know that we should trust it. And we still entertain ourselves with these things, right? These things can also, be tools. They can help us do all sorts of things, dude. So, yes, a convenience trap. That wave is convenient.
Absolutely a convenience trap. Yeah, technological prison. And it is unfortunate, but that's the way it is at the moment. I do think they're overpriced, though. Knowing about electrical, mechanical, electrical engineering, and that, when you open up these things and open them up, the lack of componentry is what surprises me. Do you understand? That's what really blows me away. The lack of components, because the image I had before I opened up my iPhone 6 Plus, that would have been in 2016. Yeah, go ahead. 2016.
You know what it takes? You know what it takes to make a microprocessor?
Go on.
You should watch the documentary about it. So it takes a machine the size of a tractor trailer, and the technology in that machine took 30 years to develop. And what it does is it shoots molten tin in micro droplets, and then it zaps those with a laser, causes an explosion, which causes ultraviolet light to be created. It then uses that ultraviolet light to do lithography that can't be done with any other type of light on a micro scale, which is being focused by all kinds of mirrors into a very small location to essentially do an etching print, which is how they make a layer of the microprocessor. And they do that like thousands of times a second. And if you watch how they built that machine and how precise it has to be, and how they have to do it in iterations, like, it is crazy the amount of technology that goes into that.
Yeah, a number of years ago, I did watch the microprocessors and how they're built, and how much water was being consumed was the reason I was watching it, because water is a resource that we need in order to be a superpower. This documentary said you need to have water in place. Otherwise, you ain't going to be a superpower, for example. So these technological companies are consuming a lot of water to make these products that you're talking about. And the precision is amazing, what you just described there alone, right? So when I went to just change my battery at the consumer end, right? And the screws are like watchmaker type screws. So you're struggling already, you know what I mean? Trying to get these screws out. When you finally
they had to solve problems with things, much, much smaller than the watchmaker screws, all the way down to the angle of arrival of light, to where they couldn't get it any shallower of an angle. So they're like, well, we can't make any smaller microprocessors. So how are we going to make them even better and better? Until some guy came up with some weird way to get it to basically be a reverse. So you get the reverse angle, which gives you the smaller angle on the other end. But he had to do, it took him 20 years to solve that problem. And they had all kinds of investors that were like, hey, bro, you promised us you're going to solve this. Can we have it now? We gave you like $1 bajillion. And he's like, okay, bro, it's coming, I promise.
Wow, man. I can just imagine. So the image I had in my head when I'm looking at my iPhone 6 Plus, as I was about to change the battery, this would be probably 2015. No, sorry, 2014. So maybe 2017, 18. I'm about to change the battery for the first time. I'm imagining breadboards and diodes and capacitors on a smaller scale. Do you understand? When I finally opened up this phone, after getting all the screws out and removing the seal and everything, all I saw was an L-shaped tray which had the components, and the rest was battery. And I was like, how can they justify?
Those chips are basically what you described, but on a scale that you can't see. And in fact, those microprocessor chips, the machine I just described to you, there's only so many of them in existence, and they're the only machines in the world that can do it.
Yeah. So I was blown away at the amount of room the battery took versus componentry. And then I instantly said, how could they charge $500 for that? That's a ripoff. That's the first thing I said.
Yeah, bro. Well, dude, listen, if you could shoot a molten hot tin with a laser 1,000 times a second out of the air with absolute accuracy, to where you can print something on a micro scale smaller than pretty much anything else we can do, then you could charge what you want.
Yeah. I was just blown away. right? And I said, wow, this is what they're charging $500 for. How do they justify that, man?
However, brother, you can go and buy a fully functional cell phone for $4. There is a company that sells a $4 cell phone, fully functional.
All right.
Smartphone. Yeah. You could buy tablets less than $20. You could buy them in the single digits. So the flagship devices that you get from premier companies, they're the ones charging the premium money. But you can get a functional device for less than $10.
Yeah.
Now, is it as snappy as the new ones? Can it do all the programming that the new ones can do? Probably not. Probably not as good. Probably not as fast. It probably can't run, an awesome video game or something. But it's a fully functional smart device.
Right. Yeah.
Well, let's see your microchip. Yeah, like someone knocks it. Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, let's see yours.
Yeah. And
I was waiting for the dad joke. When he asked you, I thought it was like, how many people does it take to change a light bulb?
I remember sweating buckets on my head, from my head, as I tried to replace all the screws and get all the connectors back in. And then when I connected it all up, only half the screen was working, so I had to undo everything and then redo it. And then it was only half vertically. The third try. So what should have been like a 30-minute ended up to be a 2.5-hour ordeal to change one battery. And the problem I had was the Gorilla adhesive that held the battery in place to the back of the phone when it should have been just one little belt and a couple of screws. They put this Gorilla type adhesive, and everything that I used to try and get the battery was breaking. The tools you're given with the replacement batteries were breaking, failing under pressure. Snap, break. I had to use a credit card in the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely changed a few iPhone batteries before and other components and screens.
Right, and then those screws are just minute, mate. The one grateful thing you have is that the screwdriver is magnetic, right? And then what I did was I laid down the screws on a brown cloth, so the silver contrast, and you could see it all clearly. But you still had to lay them methodically in the right order because each screw had a different length, minute as they were as well. So if you didn't put them in the right order, you got problems there. Nothing was standardized. What a headache. Yeah, man, I had nightmares. I've changed the battery 3 times on the iPhone 6 Plus. Still using it now. $2014, I got it. It's had 3 cases in that time as well. It's currently on its 3rd case. I'm one of them skinflints. I squeeze every last bit of energy out of every component before I will buy a new phone. I'm one of them. Ebenezer's Ebenezer, if you will.
Well, yeah. A lot of people stick with things until they're completely beaten to oblivion. So, I mean, as long as they're working, right?
Yeah, yeah. As they say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I just can't accept the prices they're asking as well now. $1,300, for a phone. Stupid money they're asking for it now. It's just become a joke,
Yeah, but like if you just divorce yourself from the idea that you need an iPhone, there's plenty of phones out there that are in the couple $100 range.
Yeah, that's what I'm considering. I was lucky. I was given one last year. Given an iPhone 11 Pro Max by my Japanese students, so I'm using that as well. So that's cool. a donation.
Once you expand into the Android interconnectivity and customizability, like you'll realize that iPhone was basically a prison.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've got the iPhone 4, the original iPhone 4, that still works. I'd like to have that customized. I'd like to take that to China, right? Because I like the size of it and that, and have them to update the components, the ones that I need, so that I can actually have it function. Because it works, but the apps are not. The apps are not working.
Jen, you're like a man of character that, likes to have a product that mimics his character, right?
Yeah.
You can be proud of it. So the iPhone does a lot of immoral stuff. So let me explain one of them. So all Android devices have a uniform, they had a uniform texting and multimedia text ability where they could all send high resolution images to each other, and it'll be the same resolution. So if I snap a photo and I try to send it to you in a text message, it'll come to you high resolution. Now, if an iPhone tries to send a message to an Android device, so for example, I have a flagship Android device. No reason why anybody sending me anything wouldn't be at the highest quality. But when it comes from an iPhone, it's diminished quality. When I send something to them, it's diminished quality. And the reason why it's diminished quality is because the iPhone messaging system picks up that it's being sent from an Android and intentionally de-reses it so that when the end user gets it, they get a dissatisfactory experience, and they blame the Android for it rather than the Apple software, which is intentionally thwarting the experience for the user.
That's disgusting, isn't it? That's disgusting, isn't it? Yeah.
And the worst part is that iPhone people experience that not as a fault, but they think their iPhone is better because when they send iPhone to iPhone, it's high res. But when they send between Android and iPhone, it's low res. So they blame the Android, not realizing it's really the iPhone screwing them over on purpose.
Yeah. Well, if we go back to 2016, one of my students did an iOS update from iOS 9 to iOS 10 or 11. Okay. I think it was iOS 10. And her phone slowed down. Okay. Now, many people experienced this. And then they complained to Apple, why is my phone slowing down after I updated the iOS to iOS 10? And guess what the interview, Tim Cook said in the interview? He said, the reason why we slowed down the performance of the phone is to extend battery life. Then the question was asked, well, why didn't you tell the consumer that? Why didn't you tell the consumer that if they upgraded to iOS 10, why that the phone would slow down? Why didn't you tell them that? And he didn't answer the question because it was people were complaining like that their phone had slowed down. It wasn't operating as well when they updated iOS. Yeah, terrible. I didn't do that update, by the way. I'm still running iOS 9 on my iPhone 6 Plus, the original. Didn't update because after my student had problems, I didn't want to have problems with it, and I began to get skeptical that I felt that they were stealing all your data. These updates are stealing all your data so they know what you're up to on your phone. That's what I felt, because I couldn't understand why an update would be necessary if the phone is operating perfectly. I had no problems. Why would I need an update? And then, of course, I'm learning that the apps themselves are being updated. So you've got to update your phone to operate the app. Otherwise, you won't be able to operate that app. So why is it, well, if the app's operating perfectly now, why do we need to update the app? What's going on? That's really pissing. And then you end up like chasing technology, which I don't like to do. You know what I mean? It's not after 2 years usage. You've got to start getting a new phone.
Unfortunate that Android is following the same steps now. They're doing the same thing.
Yeah, thank you for putting that in there. Right, thank you for putting that in there, by the way. Yeah, good. Great input there. Thank you. Because that's how we learn. And, I've always been, when you buy something, make sure it lasts. But outside of that, people are trying to not make it last. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just had
no problem. Thank you very much.
a server that the guy said that pressure doesn't cause heat. I had to tap out. I'm like, I'm done with you. I'm done. I had to come over here and cool down and wind down and listen to some fucking, some reality real quick.
Yeah. Well done, mate.
Jesus Christ, those guys. I don't know. I don't know what to do with those people like that.
Yeah. You just got to drop them. You got to say, oh, okay, look, you want to carry on believing, go ahead. But remember,
dude,
you
even the Globers started laughing at him. He's like, what causes heat? I'm like, pressure. He's like, no. I'm like, all right, I'm tapping out. I'm out. You guys have a good one. We're talking about talking about the Earth. That's why. He's like, where does the heat come from the Earth? I said, I don't know, probably thermal, energy. And he's like, well, what causes the heat? I'm like, I don't know, probably the pressure in the Earth. And he's like, nope, that doesn't cause heat. Even the Globers just started laughing.
Is he trying to imply that the spinning is causing the heat?
Yes. He
friction.
said,
oh my God.
Oh, bro, I had to tap out. I'm like, dude, you're too stupid for the conversation. I'm out. I'm like, it's all right. It is what it is, man. You can't fix stupid.
That's right. You just got to leave them and let them just wallow in their cesspit of stupidity. Yeah.
Questions do help. I mean, if that were the case, the crust or the top of us would be hotter than the core. Not be hot in the ground as we go deeper, right? That's the first thing. But even before that, for friction to occur, there has to be two substances that actually colliding, right? But the theory is that vacuum is not a substance, it's the absence of a substance. So what is our atmosphere colliding with to create the heat in the first place?
Right. Unless they're talking about internal workings. But then again, that would be noticeable because we live on it.
There is a theory that the core is kind of, they say two things at the same time, so it's hard to keep up. But they say the core, on one end, they're saying the core is molten rock, so it's a liquid. On the other end, they're saying, no, inside the liquid, there's actually like a ball, a solid, that's spinning so fast that it's creating friction and heat. And maybe even driving everything else around it in some direction or whatever, the axis.
Yep. And my theory is that ball that's inside there, brother, that ball that's inside there is actually armor of an alien. It's an actual alien in there trying to get out. And he's like a hamster in a hamster ball, and he's running.
He's keeping us spinning. Right? AI.
My theory's got just as much evidence as theirs, brother.
He's just running. He's keeping us moving, bro. We're hurling through space.
That's right.
Wait, when you say alien, you mean like Mexicans?
No, an alien hamster from another world.
He has a cyborg eye.
Giant hamster.
With a cyborg eye.
Although I reserve the right to change my theory. I've now changed it to he's a not so giant hamster, but just a large hamster. And his little ball that he's doing hamster ball in is going through the universe. And just like a snowball rolling down a snow hill, it builds up more stuff as it clumps with other stuff. So it's actually just like a relatively large hamster with a hamster ball surrounded by a bunch of stuff he's collected on his journey through the universe.
It's just as valid as their claim.
that nonsense.
But every planet has those balls. They say Uranus has the biggest one.
What's the goal of this yapping contest?
We're trying to fit in with the Globers by having stupid stories to explain things.
Right.
Yeah, it's like learning a new language.
Yeah, we're trying to make sense out of the globe nonsense.
We're naturalizing in their world. So of late, they believe in curvy water. Interesting. Water curves.
That'd be a good brand name for some bottled water that costs twice as much as all the rest of the water.
Yeah, with the curvy bottle.
Yep.
Probably distilled from the core of the earth. Special distillations from underground springs.
All I know is I'm out of tall boys. That sucks. Beer, that is, guys.
What about how Earth's tides rise and fall?
The dynamic system.
The magic of the moon pulling Earth's oceans out, as Neil deGrasse Tyson would say.
Well, let's say it's true. Let's say it's true that the moon has an effect with the tides. Okay, then what?
Well, we're waiting, what, is it 1 year from now? We're supposed to be flying around the moon? Are we that close, they're now saying? We're not going to land on it. We're just going to do a drive-by, homie.
Dude, I actually got my fingers crossed that they're going to do a drive-by and then claim that there is no artifacts from the United States left on the moon and that the United States is a bunch of liars.
That might be a twist. It's possible.
Plausible.
And if they check this out, bro, if they do that, then they're going to be also calling out the previous mission that supposedly flew around the moon and actually took photos of the supposed artifacts left by the United States. So they're also going to be calling out those guys. Be really weird.
So that means the good guys are in power now because they're getting the bad guys.
They're going to fly Oprah Winfrey up there, and she's going to say, you get called out, you get called out. Look under your seat, everybody gets called out.
Hey, Oprah Winfrey's a flat earther now, bro.
Hey, did we
She's old enough to be whatever she wants.
did we search the Epstein files for flat Earth?
Yeah, I did see that.
Search my name.
I did. Wow. I did see that. He did have one was he asked a question like on one of his Google searches, some of that. He's like, what are the questions for flat Earth or theories for flat Earth? And then another one, he just like referenced the book about flat Earth, something like that. I did see that though.
No, Jon Stewart searched his name and he found his name in the files, but it was them talking about him.
Right, yeah. And that, yeah, you're right. And then that's why it came up in the, yeah.
Yeah. So they could be talking about Apocryphon. You might be found in the Epstein files. Hey, Bob.
But a lot of those files are
you
from
did
like
anything though.
a lot of those files are like from years ago though, right? Like if you look at the date, they're old.
There's like 3 million files missing still, and each file is over 10 pages.
The mayor of New York City Mondami, newly elected. His mother is in the Epstein files.
Yeah, that's getting big right now. A lot of social media is talking about that. They have like
I would say
photos
that's
of,
all true. How many of you know who Nancy Schaefer is?
I'm not good with names, to be honest.
Sounds familiar.
Okay, check it out. So everyone knows about Epstein. Everyone knows there's an island with nefarious things going on, which has a victim toll that's estimated to be a certain number, let's say, in the hundreds. Okay.
Wife of an astronaut?
However, Nancy Schaefer is a United States senator, now passed away, who investigated the fraud and corruption in the what's it called? Can't remember the exact name of it, but it's like the kind of like the family system where the government's involved in saying no, not abortion. Is that what he said?
Oh, the Georgia state senator from Georgia.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's like families where you're gonna say family court and stuff like that.
Okay, I got it now.
Child protective services and stuff like that. There we go. That's the name. And so she did her investigation, and she found out that there's like 200,000 missing kids. And there's also, very coincidentally, the number that they're speculating were sex trafficked. So there are hundreds of thousands. And there's also all kinds of kids within the CPS system that are getting moved around and being, manipulated for money. And so she started investigating it, and she ended up wanting to put forth a bill where no one can lose their kids without a jury trial. So in other words, if the government wants to remove your kids from you, you have to have a jury, period. It can't just be some people in CPS, checking some boxes and then getting an administrative judge to issue a seizure order. No, it has to be a jury trial.
Wow.
So
Well, it's not like that here. They can do that here. That's how it works here.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Well. What happened to her? Her husband of 50 years, they're the perfect couple, ended up killing her and killing himself. So they say. We all know what happened.
An example. They made a good that example will definitely.
She was uncovering billions. Yep, absolutely. She was uncovering billions and billions of dollars of corruption, and hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of kids being misplaced and abused and just generally taken advantage of. But almost nobody knows about that. But everybody knows about Epstein, which is basically just a blip in the pool of villainy.
I hadn't even heard of him until about 5 years ago. I was like, who's this? What? Who?
It's like a branch or a branch of a tree.
Absolutely, but the weird thing about it, real quick, is most people that are interested in Epstein in any serious news or anything, they're almost always interested about who's being named in the files. So they're more interested in the perpetrators than they are in the victim.
That's right. And are those people necessarily guilty of anything? I'm just saying, are those names necessarily guilty? Right. Because
so they're interested in
hired out his facilities, for functions and things, and they just flew over there to do conferences or business meetings or whatever. Like, doesn't mean that they were always involved. Every single person on that list was involved in something bad,
Right, and even so, a lot of the people who are interested, they don't even care that the person did something bad. They just care that other people will be politically against that person if they can, assuage their character with that guilt by association, basically.
Right. But what's in it for me? Right, yeah, I get it.
Now, there's another factor that events like this do for the population and the government is that they allow the masses to live vicariously through these events. So, for example, oh, they caught this really bad guy, and all these other politicians, they're gonna go to jail maybe, or get called out, or yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Okay, it's all good now. Now I can go back to my life. But meanwhile, there's still hundreds of thousands of kids at risk, and the person never lifts their finger to do anything about it because they've been inoculated. They had their little, booster shot of inoculation from the horrors of reality by watching it on TV for a few months, and then it fizzles out.
Yeah, there's actually a really good video. I don't know if you guys know who Defender of the Republic is. Some female. She has like a 8-minute long video where she's just like stating, like so eloquently, like explaining how the cartels have like infiltrated, and they're now like a mirroring government themselves, with lawyers and with accountants, and the whole premise of like everything that's going on right now in this country, it's based upon they're trying to drum up this the people of this nation to support their cause, and then like from within our own establishment, they're trying to topple it with our own people. I'll post the video of it. It's actually like really really good. If you guys want to take the time later or save it or something and watch it later, but it's so
like,
well put.
It's like the old Englishman's duel. They expect you to act honorably, but they know they're going to cheat.
She even says that she even makes a point. She goes, "There's so much money like flowing in off of child trafficking, like human trafficking, like rape houses and gun sales, and drug sales, that even our own government doesn't like, or those that are corrupt within it, they don't even want to stop it. So that's why they're supporting." Here, I posted the link. Oh wait, I posted in the wrong one. Oops. Hold on, give me a second. But if you guys have time, I suggest you guys watch it. It's fucking, I literally like commented on her fucking video. I was like, this should have been a fucking Super Bowl commercial, so that way everybody in America is aware, like, this is ultimately what's truly going on. Really, really good.
What you're trying to say is that modern civil society is a healthy-looking body surrounding an innards full of cancer.
Driven by corruption and greed.
Brainworms. It's a good-looking body full of brainworms.
Yeah, driven by corruption and greed, and they allow it, and it's funded. That corruption is funded and spreading like a cancer, like a disease.
It's like leashing the life out of.
Oh, well, Apocryphon, if there was a crusade against it and they were asking able-bodied men to join, would you join?
I'm not an able body. I'm disabled at this point. I was injured. I have a really bad disc.
What
but I can hold a
you
gun.
Can sit in a chair.
Yeah,
you can sit in a chair.
Yep.
You can operate the drone.
There you go. Yeah, that's where the world's going to anyway. Drone warfare, for sure.
Oh, man, damage operating the drone.
Oh, and by the way, the link, the first video, it's like a shortened version. It's 4 minutes. It's the second video right under it. It's like 8 minutes long. It's the full, like, it's really good. I implore everyone to listen to it. Not right now, or unless you want to do right now, but somewhere down the road, listen to that. Like I said, it should be a Super Bowl commercial. The world needs to hear it. She did it so eloquently, just laid it out, explained everything.
Right, and that the only cure for that is mass resistance, right? On a fundamental level and a societal level.
Yeah.
Which requires essentially militia-style vigilantism, right? That's endorsed by the government. So you have to have virtuous leaders that say, listen, these are the laws of our land. We're putting this into effect. You know, we've been playing by the rules. You know, we've been playing nice. People are taking advantage of us playing nice. So now it's time to not play nice. So we're going to suspend certain things, and then we're going to allow this, this kind of stuff to happen. And they might even do it by a draft or something, like I said. But because it's going to be so much violence, it's going to be very hard for the common person to accept it because, especially in the United States, like we're really not used to violence in the streets, really. I mean, it is in some cities, sure, but like in general, no.
Right.
Whereas other countries, they have periodic, violence, and they have expectations of, certain. Yeah, or even just like the idea, like if you mess with this family, you're going to have blood in the streets. All these different types of ways that people live in different countries.
Yeah,
like
especially especially where cartels exist. Like the cartels will take out a whole family. Yeah.
Yeah, but like in the Western world, and especially the United States, like we're really spoiled in our. Except in certain areas, but the majority of the land, like we're kind of spoiled.
Yeah, spoiled in our coziness. Yeah, our cozy peacefulness. Yeah. They don't want that.
Do you guys think Donald Trump's involved with the mob at all? Whenever I hear him say anything about the mob, that's mob talk. I don't do mob talk.
He's a scam artist.
I don't know. I guess proof is in the pudding.
So you're saying they're pushing, obviously the nation, kind of like in the public side, is divided, and you're saying they might be pushing this. Okay, we're gonna fix certain problems by suspending certain rights.
Fuck you.
That's like military takeover that has been in place.
Ooh.
This guy can't control himself.
You're a fucking man.
This man's a guy.
You're a fucking man, Egyptian. I'm from Israel.
Okay.
That's awesome. Good for you.
So AI, if the civil situation happens, and then at the same time the US is kind of like facing an economic isolation from the rest of the world, in a sense, like our neighbors are kind of like laughing at the US in certain ways, the way that Trump is behaving, in a sense. So you're saying civil war, or maybe some type of fighting in the street, and then economic collapse. It sounds like the Beagle prediction of the U.S. population reducing in extreme numbers. That's kind of like sounds a little more truthful there. I mean, you're saying civil war, economic collapse, then you get a winter like this, that everything is frozen, that half of the nation is frozen, or more than half is frozen for several weeks or months.
Yeah, that would be the prime time to also do an EMP attack. That'd be lights out, literally. But it's all a catch-22. It's like the Overton window. So we got what's going on right now. There's all kinds of corruption. A lot of it's being blamed on, illegal aliens and immigrants and stuff, which is partially true that they're being exploited for votes and for districting and all this stuff. And then they say, well, now we want IDs for everyone to vote, which is good, and it should be the case. But then you have the other opposite prong on there, which is now everyone's going to have the impetus to get the real ID and be numbered, So now everyone's going to be volunteering to go into that system. So they had the super extreme, right, which was basically tricking everyone to go to the other extreme, which is to have a super serialized society. Where the government's like knows everything about you, and you're proud to have them know everything about you because you want to be counted amongst the the legit ones.
Yeah.
So it's all a scam, and it's all it is the Overton window, but there's another name for it which I can't remember at the time. But it's basically like they take it to the left to bring you back to the right, but you never go fully back to the right. You only go so far to the right. Then you go back to the left, then you go back to the right. But the boundaries of the right and the left are restricting around you. So each time you go forward, your left and right get more narrow. So you're actually losing freedoms, even though to you can't tell the difference.
Yeah. The powers that be have it down to a science, dude. Like they know what they're doing. They know how to manipulate both sides of that aisle, and they end up accomplishing what they set out, even to the extremes of letting things happen, because they know it's going to bring them on that target that they were trying to hit for decades to get to.
Yeah, brother. So check this out, bro. Oh, check this out, Pirate Fun. If you follow some work that's been done when you think about universal suffrage, specifically incorporating women's voting rights, all the way up to today, and you look at all these different groups that they gave voting block rights to, which include illegal immigrants and non-citizens, which I don't even know how anybody thought that was a good idea. But of course, they did it to be corrupt. And the same reason why they wanted women to vote. And if you actually look back at it and you study the math out, if women didn't have just a universal right to vote and they actually had to earn it, same with men. And if they didn't count all the illegal immigrants in the census, then the Democrats would never get more than 30% of the vote. Ever since the women got the right to vote. That means we'd never have a Democratic Party power that passed all these crazy laws. It never would have happened. So if it wasn't for corruption and stupidity, the American experiment would still be going strong. And we wouldn't have all of this nonsense.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say that gives the Republican Party a pass on the corruption that they have. But it's obvious that, when you expand what you have to include a bunch of people who really aren't invested in what you have, and they're only out to get benefit for themselves, and they're really not part of your culture, then you're basically just asking for your culture to fail. Especially in light of the fact that the indigenous culture, if you want to call it that, is also losing their ability to procreate to the next generation because their birth rate is going down. Then you're basically being replaced.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, funny enough, dude, our enemies told us, hey, America, this is what we're going to do to you. And then America was like, okay.
We're going to infiltrate you. And before you know it, we're going to have elected officials that agree with us, and you can't do nothing about it because you voted them in. That's exactly where we're at right now.
Yeah, and they have to do that because America had been the city on the hill, right? That had the power and the will to police the world. And if they take America out, then that's gone. And then the whole idea of policing the world with any good old American way virtues is gone. And then it's basically just the end of humanity setting in.
Yeah. And then corruption thrives.
corruption thrives.
Now you have mayors with names with upside down letters.
Crazy. Crazy world we live in.
Yeah, so that's the thing right now going on in the political sphere is whether or not the Speaker of the House is going to put forward a vote, which has been waiting for like 10 months to make it to where only validated, identified citizens can vote in the United States, which is a no-brainer. I mean, it should be obvious that is what any society should do. You know, only people who are actually eligible to participate in a vote are allowed to vote. Duh. But it's got a lot of controversy around it that has far-reaching implications. Because if you can just, change a society by importing 100 million people that don't belong to the society and they just vote the society that's already there out, and boom, they're done. It's over.
So you could be having an experiment that is going pretty well, and then you replace the whole laboratory with someone that knows nothing about the experiment, and they just mess it up.
Yep. What's crazy to me is that there are people who are traditionalists when it comes to the United States. And there are people who are like progressive when it comes to the United States. Then there are people who come to the United States and they don't give any crap about the United States at all. They just care about taking advantage of what they can get. Kind of like the whole Somali thing going on, where they're basically just defrauding the nation for bajillions of dollars. So they could care less. But then there's people who defend that. They're like, oh, there's nothing wrong with people coming into the country and just milking it dry and sending all the money back home. Nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly the way it should be. It's like those people are just crazy. They'd never allow that kind of stuff to happen in their family level.
Like a perpetual downfall that happens over generation of a time.
But one of the things that's required for that is for the men, for the progeny of men to no longer be interested in the continuance of their society.
Yeah. That's probably why they try to demonize masculinity.
Yep. That's why the precursor to all of this Apocryphon was empowering women out of the homes as mothers and out of the authority of a husband as the head of the house that is leader of the children into the next generation. So that the boys that are being raised are basically being raised by an effeminated culture and a statist agenda, and they're not being raised by their fathers anymore. So they're basically milquetoast losers. So the countries with actually masculine men, right, are just going to run roughshod over. And the women of the nation are going to welcome it.
Yeah.
Women instinctually know that they need men to survive, and they instinctually know that they need strong, virile, definitive, capable, competent, decisive men. And sadly, America doesn't have a lot of those because they're all a bunch of milquetoast losers raised by an effeminate pre-generation.
Where are they?
Where's who?
She's looking for a man.
Oh, you want one of those? You want one of those?
She wants a strong man.
Yeah, she wants one.
I was just adding to the humor there.
I know, that's a good one, though. You're right, though. Exactly.
Yeah, you're proving his point.
They're with the conquering hordes. That's where they are. They'll be coming soon enough.
Yeah. Yeah, wait a while. They'll be here.
Well, you guys never watched NBA? You can find one of those guys there.
Negative.
Even a lot of those guys are a bunch of mama boys.
Well, I mean,
completely.
There's an argument to be made. There's an argument to be made that they're just show ponies
and paid to do it.
Exactly.
It's crazy to see the slow decline of the nation. Looking back, as they say, hindsight is 20/20. But looking back, you just see the collapse of a nation that was once so strong. Like if you go back to like the early 1900s, just men just doing things that were just amazing and awesome, and the growth of this country is accounted to that. And then you just see this decline, generation or decade after decade.
Wait, you're talking about when they wore top hats and smoked pipes and said, "Allow me to hold the door for you, madam."
When chivalry wasn't dead.
Exactly.
Well, the declination has been worldwide. You're saying it more near home, because that's the situation in the U.S. But this game has been going on for a long time, and the effects that we are suffering right now, and people warned about.
Yeah, you're right. It's an ideology that was
have been coming because of the recipe of certain groups that have been prescribed, and people applied into the governance of the nations, and that's why I guess this is the situation at the moment.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe
look at the movie
creator will
industry.
just do like an upgrade. Maybe the creator one day will just do, can inject an upgrade into everybody's soul, and that's it. No more problems. I don't know.
Good luck. I was just thinking about the movie industry growing up. Like there was a recurring theme where the jock picked on the weak, right? So your big macho guy was the bad guy, right? I just realized that, like, there was so much of that, right?
Yeah.
And then the weak guy somehow finally becomes the hero and gets the girl or whatever at the end. It's like, So yeah, you're right about the demonizing of masculinity, right? They've portrayed, that stereotype as being something that's not desirable, or they've tried to at least.
Yeah, it was an ideology that really set out not only the demasculating, but also just tearing up the family unit altogether. Just like AI was speaking about, when women started to vote and then to work and join the workforce, that also started destroying the household, because then you have kids being raised by your schools and after school programs where your kids are now spending like 12 hours with
Wait, hold on. Didn't women start working during the World War II, or did I get that wrong? Or was it World War One?
Yeah, they were working during when they were like making all the bombs and stuff. Yeah.
Now his point wasn't too much about working, because working can mean many things, but voting, making decisions that the nation will have to follow after.
Yeah, all of it together was a accumulation of like an ideology that ultimately destroyed the family unit, where the man's the bringing home the bacon, the woman's raising the children, and then the pay is also another part of it. Like where they started to increase taxes, that's another part of it, and then you're giving less money, so where they're having to work longer. Then actually it made sense to like, hey, the wife has to work too, just to be able to afford the mortgage, because the job doesn't pay as much, and I don't make my pay isn't increasing with the cost of goods. So like it's just a huge overall umbrella of like an ideology that had an agenda, and they accomplished it. And that's the sad part about it all. Like they completely accomplished what they set out to do, the powers that be. And now here we are, where just everything's crumbling by the wayside, left and right. It's just destroying it. And that, you're right, it's not just America. That ideology spread into even other countries, and they followed suit, and they too are also being destroyed, locally in their own countries. But it's just sad, man. Like,
but don't be too sad for those countries, because I mean, so some people can argue that the fall of America will be for the benefit for other countries.
yeah, until you realize that America was funding 97% of those countries to even flourish for themselves. So if in other words, if the husband loses his job, the family collapses. Just like if America collapses, the world, the economy collapses, because we pay so much money from our tax money to serve 97% of the other countries, to help them out, just to keep the market stable and volatile, whatever the word is.
But isn't right our biggest export our dollar, like the dollar and treasuries, and that
bonds and
lending money. Do the other nations get from that? If they're producing and they give us the product, the fat guy here in America just ordering everything, and I just send the dollars and they give me their goods.
Yeah, but imagine if that gets cut off. Imagine if we stop buying, and then that means they stop working, because then they're not needed. Well, it's a shutdown.
Can a nation produce and do the exchanges for other goods that are valuable? Because right now many of the nations are exchanging, instead of for dollars, they exchanging their goods for all the other goods of more value.
But what ends up happening though is that
they're trading their dollars for other goods of more value.
Yeah, but what ends up happening though is, like, they end up selling out their own people, because then all that money that's flowing into their country just starts being dispersed amongst their fat cats and greed, corrupted peoples and families.
There's many examples of that.
Yeah. So ultimately the people suffer, because it's the consequence. So it's kind of sad, dude. But
a lot of what they benefit from, a lot of those other countries, is our power projection, because they don't have to worry about international enemies, because we're got the lasers on our backs, and as soon as America's gone, all those lasers are on their backs, and then the conquesting starts happening.
Yeah, matter of fact, there's a lot of countries.
Conquest.
Yeah, there's a lot of countries that they are safe because we're keeping them safe. Like, it's like the big bully on the block. We can call America a big bully, but the bully is actually protecting everybody from another bully. So, like,
we send them the good medicines and stuff. Yeah, we make sure they're up to date on everything. Yep.
Yeah, that's an interesting historical point, which I think could only actually be said about one particular point in time recently. That is, like, after World War II and during the rebuild era, and when America had, the power projection of nuclear weapons, America could have took over the entire world, and nobody could have stopped us. Nobody.
Yeah.
But we quote unquote said, no, we're not going to take over the world. We're actually going to help the world rebuild. Yes, we're going to make alliances. Yes, we're going to make pacts. Yes, we're going to get our interests. But we're not going to say, hey, we're king of the world now because we say so, and you're all going to die if you don't agree. Which America could have done at that point in time.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the statistics, even like in modern times, like they say that it's because we've put so much money into our military industrial complex. They say that you can take the next 10 countries combined, and they're still not as powerful as America is by ourselves. So with that alone, like, we're still kind of in the same, like, we're in the same boat where we can do that. It's just that this country is kind of on the foundation of this, no, we have God, and we're not going to be, what you would think a power would be, because we have this, this innate capability to have this kind heart as a country. But obviously, there's a lot of corruption in the
Right,
horrible
well, that's why
things.
they got it. That's why they got to sacrifice America in front of the whole world. Agenda to continue.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Without America, the hope of resisting the world order, whatever the heck, is gone. It's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said if we fall, everybody falls because we're kind of like holding it all together at this point. That's why we fund so many countries. We're holding it all together. That's why you have so many governments like praising America. Thank you, America. Like you see the people in the
We are
streets.
holding it all together, bro. Come on, bro.
America is, yeah, as a nation.
You know how big the world is and how much work and effort and sweat people put into many different things that have nothing to do with the US.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But in the bigger scheme of it, even the economy itself, the markets themselves, the processing of minerals and the developments of technologies is all based upon a network that is generally controlled by however America sways their hand, the world follows. And if we say this goes, then that's what goes because we have this huge military behind us to dare you to say otherwise. So yeah, definitely America controls what goes on in the world. And obviously there's a lot of things that you can argue like, well, they don't control this. Yeah, true. But in the grand scheme of it, the big brother, the big bully, he's holding it together.
I think the US is a big example that the big militaries and conquering the whole world doesn't work because the US is an economic projectile example that is an image that doesn't necessarily require physical taking over of all of these nations. It's just that the nations will follow based on the projection of power that the US has.
Well, if you think of it this way, I think it's in the powers that be of America, it's in their best interest to not take over the world because they've probably learned from previous empires, when you start to spread too much, you get weak, as we actually are right now. We have bases in so many countries, and we ourselves are spread thin. So we don't have room to try to be like, well, let's just make it all us. No. That's counterproductive.
Yeah, that doesn't work. It doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. It's better.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. It's better to just be like, no. We'll stay where we're at, but we're gonna help you guys when we need to help you, and you're gonna help us, obviously, because we're not just going to help you, but it's going to create a stable environment across the world. So that way,
that's a better argument, I think. Yeah, the environment is a little more.
Hey, you know what? What, guys? The only reason that we need an international power projection, in particular, is long-range weapons. Because technically, with our advantages of the Navy and all this, and being away from all of our serious enemies, like America could literally just focus on the Americas, South America, North America, and Canada, Mexico, and just leave Europe and all that continent to go to heck. And they could never touch us if it wasn't for long-range weapon systems. So that's like one of the only reasons America needs to police those areas is because of ballistic missiles and stuff like that, is to keep certain enemies from getting those who have designs against us, because those are the only kinds of weapons that can really reach out and get us, because none of them have the capability to field their military across the world like we do. Mm-hmm. So they'd never be coming to us. And even if they did come to us, it'd be a train wreck for them because they'd be bringing their logistics to us. And we already have so much, as well as our armed populace and all these other reasons that are well known amongst our enemies of why they're never going to attack us in that manner. So we could just play the whole, hey, we're going to be an island and let you guys all burn yourselves to the ground. So that's one thing to consider.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember them talking about how our military, within 48 hours, we could have a presence anywhere in the world, a strong presence, if we need to conquer anybody or, fuck some shit up. Within 48 hours, logistically, we can be anywhere in the world, in any country, and we'll do it. And we have everything we need, but they choose not to, because that's not that's not our our goal. That's that we
Okay,
we,
so let's put an American official in every seat of power in every nation. No, we go military. We do what we did with Maduro, and we seat someone from the U.S. in each seat. You think that's gonna work?
What do you mean? What's going to work?
Like we take over the nation. I mean, the U.S. We're gonna go with our military, take out this president from this nation, and put a U.S. guy, right?
Oh, that we've been doing that for decades. We've toppled. That's why I say read that book, Economic Hitman. We've been doing that to countries for decades, and
but you see, we don't have the U.S. We don't have the actual. We don't have someone from the U.S. doing it. It's like projected. It's not. Venezuela is the Venezuelans doing it in Venezuela. It's not someone we're gonna put. We are the U.S. empire. We're so powerful, and we're gonna send this a guy that speaks Spanish, U.S. guy, and we're gonna see him in power because we own you now. We cannot do that.
Right. Well, technically, we're not supposed to do that. Yeah.
But I don't think that's even possible. I don't think that's possible.
Well, I think
that's why we do it economically, and like I think a good example was the nuclear power that AI brought up. Oh, they have nuclear powers that can explode cities and complete nations. All right, we better stay on their good side.
Yeah, it's almost like we went to Venezuela and we fought them with a knife, and we're like, we have bombs still, right? I mean, obviously we use bombs on their military complexes, but I'm just saying we have bigger bombs and we could do more bombs, but we just showed them a blade. We showed them a tip of our power to topple their guy.
The interviews with the guys that were on the ground that were witnessed the Americans come was pretty telling.
Yeah. Did you see the technology we used? Did you see how we literally made the hundreds of them like shit themselves and vomit? We didn't have to shoot them. We crippled them.
It's against U.S. citizens too, and against people.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's kind of like a cool thing to celebrate that kind of stuff, because it can be used right here in our soil.
You're right. If
I was in charge, I would use it here.
It needs to be used here right now. There's a lot of idiots right now.
Yeah, I just don't want it on me because I'm looking for trouble.
Well, here's some.
Bro, are you telling me you wouldn't crap your pants insanely for the greater good?
I feel like crapping my pants just thinking about it.
Well, here's some words of wisdom.
Hey, no, bro, hold on now, bro. This makes perfect sense. So what you do is you go to Taco Bell, you pig out, and then you go to the riot and get blasted with the pooper gun.
Oh my god! Here's words of wisdom, right? When there's a gunfight, you don't go around that gunfight. You stay away from it because you're not a troublemaker. You're not even in agreement with whoever's fighting against whoever it is. Like, it's just really simple. So all these people that are rioting, they're putting themselves in a situation where they might get the pooper gun on them eventually. We'll see what happens. But you're right. It might be used on our own citizens, but it might be a necessity because there's a lot of idiots, right? Domestic terrorism is a real thing. And
it was brought to you by your dog Golf, and it was brought to you by the television. Go ahead. Yeah, my bad.
You got to consider a lot of these riots going on right now in the United States are fake.
Yeah,
a lot of the people are paid. They're an organization. It's not grassroots. The amount of people who are actually real rioters is like less than 10% of the amount of people that show up.
Yeah, that's why
so the really
I posted. She discusses that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the video I posted. Yeah, but she covers that stuff. How it's all being funded because and she explains the reason why it's being funded, and it's actually a really good video. So yeah, check that out.
Right, and there's this illusion that there's this great amount of people in the United States that have the same sentiments as those people, but when you really look at the facts. Like when actual people are polled, it's like, no, the majority is not for this kind of stuff.
Yep.
That's true.
On both sides, by the way. There's a lot of people that
Yeah,
are
even
left.
let me say this real quick. Rewind to something we mentioned earlier, like women's getting the right to vote. A lot of people don't know that women were actually given a vote about whether they wanted the right to vote, and when they voted against getting the right to vote. It was a government kind of like shadow op with a whole bunch of women who were not actually women who wanted to vote. They were just political actors that did all kinds of subterfuge and eventually got it passed through legislation, not by the actual will of the women of the United States. It was against the expressed vote of the women of the United States to get the right to vote. Women said, no, we don't want it. And they said, no, you're getting it whether you like it or not.
Because they had an agenda.
You're getting this freedom down your throat, either you want it or not.
Yeah, because it served their means of what they're trying to accomplish in their agenda, their overall agenda of destroying the family unit.
Take your freedom.
Yeah, they destroy the family unit.
See, even phrasing it, I'm going to make you take your freedom, isn't it? It's not freedom.
Yeah, they just wanted to enslave them so they could get more taxes and destroy the family unit.
Yeah, so imagine this is freedom. Here's freedom for you. Hey, woman. Do you want a husband that loves you? Too bad. You need to go to work. Hey, woman. Do you want to be able to raise your own kids? Well, too bad. You have to pay somebody else to raise them because you need to go to work. Yeah, that sounds like freedom.
Yeah.
Well, it is nonsense, but how can you put making sense and woman in the same sentence?
Oh, wow.
What? It's about to get real racist in here.
I mean, at the same time, you could take a step back and be like, man, that was pretty fucking genius what they did. I mean, the corruption and all, like they accomplished what they set out in a very ingenious way. It's not right, but they did it, and here we are today. It's the consequence of it.
First part is, brother, it's well known that that's how other societies operated in the past, and like, you know, anybody who was a student of any type of history knew that was coming down. And so when they were told, oh no, all these things we want to do to you guys is going to be the greatest thing ever, it'd be like, well, what didn't it destroy the cultures that tried it before? Oh yeah, but we're going to do it right this time.
Dude, that totally reminds me of, I want to say like around 2015 or 2016. There was this one dude, I forgot what country he was from, but it was a socialist country. And he put a video online and he like literally was telling, like he was warning the West. He's like, you guys are fighting for like these socialistic, ideologies. He's like, let me tell you. And he breaks, it's like a good like 4 to 5 minute, little video. They literally scrubbed that from the internet, dude. I can't find that video anywhere. And believe me, I've searched and tried. But that dude made way too much sense because he exposed the plan that they had in place they infiltrated our capitalistic society with this socialism / communist ideology, this Marxist ideology. And that dude, way back in 2014, 15, he was 1,000% right, dude. Everything he was saying, we are seeing today happening, dude. And I'm like, wow. I remember about a good 5-6 years ago, I was like,
we're surprised if the number of people making sense and talking about this is a lot of people. And I don't know, guys. This is either the creator is fucking with us, or I don't know what it is. Because what the hell?
All by design.
Man. Creator was very explicit in his instructions. Very simple, very obvious on its face. right? The children should be raised by their natural parents. Duh. The natural parents should be the mother and father of the children who created the children, right? The progenitors, the mom and the dad, of which the dad should be the one in charge and the mom should be the mother. That's like just basic biology.
Yeah, we had our place in creation, and it worked. And corruption,
tribal family identity, right?
Yeah, but corruption couldn't have that. Not for them to get away with their corruption. So many elements to it, and so many variables. It's big. It's huge. A lot of different.
Now, in case anybody took offense to what I just said, or why the men should be in charge, it's obvious the men should be in charge, because men have the monopoly on force, and therefore what they decide is what goes. So you require the benevolence of men to enact a society in which force and leniency are measured, right? And he can only do that if he has responsibility, because with authority and responsibility go hand in hand.
Yeah. And here we are. A long way from that. Now you have women saying, we don't need men.
Yeah, they do. Wait, listen, a nation with women in charge is a conquered nation. That's what the Romans did. They conquered a territory. They killed off the strong men. They took all the women, lined them up, took a few of the boys, slaughtered the boys right in front of the women, said, this is your fault. It's your fault, women. You, women, are responsible to raise your children up to be loyal to us, the new bosses in town.
Yeah. And every great empire has always fallen from within. Because of ideologies like that they allowed to cripple their own governments.
If you never heard of Camille Paglia, she studied these societies that fell, and there's hallmarks, like tempos of this happens, then this happens, then this happens, and then it declines and goes away. And the turning point where it really is about to go away is gender confusion. And primarily because the men no longer act like men towards their role of protecting women and children, because they're no longer invested in the society anymore. And so it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where the very thing you need to protect your society no longer cares about protecting the society and is no longer capable, because they've been effeminized so much that they don't have the decisiveness to act or the power to act. And so your society has no strength anymore. Nobody cares. Nobody has children. Everything's debauchery. There's no family. There's no loyalty. And kaboom, your society's over.
If it was just feminized, it will be something, right? But men have been reduced to oxygen carrying, oxygen machine carrying, pill carrying. Like it's not a pretty picture, though. It's not pretty.
Yeah, and the irony of this all is the feminists are doing this for free.
When you have a population of people that can't even tell you what a woman or a man is anymore, I think that's a very telltale sign that we are definitely collapsing quicker than we thought.
Yeah, but they can't even tell you whether curved is straight or they can't even tell you whether level is curved or straight.
True.
That's true, but they holding the keys. So they're gonna be like, haha, and you can do nothing about it, even if they don't believe what the senses that you're bringing to the table. So you get either you take the key by force, you take the key by force, or you let them get away with it. Like it's been happening for a long time. They've been getting away with it for a long, long time.
Exactly. So check this out. We all have the same information available to us from the natural world and our natural experience. So some people ask, well, why would they lie about the globe? Well, your natural experience is a flat stationary Earth. And so if you're living in an imaginary world, one step removed from what you experience, you're already establishing that you live in a world of suggestion, right? So what you're told about how things are is what you believe they are, not how you experience them. And so when you start going down that track, it becomes very easy to say, well, I know, that families work this way, but what if the story that I'm told that they really work this way is true? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so you can deconstruct somebody's entire reality by starting them off living in a false reality.
Yeah, like telling women that their biological imperative to have children isn't important.
Yeah, that's wild, bro. It's like the 3 biological imperatives are, for people who don't know, eat, defend yourself, and procreate.
And across the world, everybody's seeing population, growth staunched, and that's crazy.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that there's actually 8 billion people on the Earth right now. Those figures may be exaggerated.
I think there was way more people in the past. Way more.
Well, there would have to be, because just the amount of ancestors you would have to go back like 30 some odd generations would have to be 500 million people.
No. You just had to have a lot of cousins getting it on.
Oh, wow. What's her name? The one that's in deep trouble right now? Alana, or how do you say her name? The one that married her cousin? She's in government right now.
Ilhan Omar?
Yeah, Ilhan. There you go. Omar.
Married her brother.
I thought it was her cousin. Oh, maybe.
No,
Yeah, you're right.
brother.
Yeah, you're right. It is her brother. You're right. Yeah.
They say that 8,000 years ago, that for every one man that procreated, 17 women procreated.
Maybe. Or maybe one man got 17 women pregnant and they each had 18 babies.
That's possible.
Yeah.
It's like these retroactive thoughts about how people were in the past. Are they forgetting the Octomom? I mean, come on now.
They were like rabbits.
You got to think about it this way. Look, if Octomom can have 8 babies at once, then 7 years later, she could have another 8 babies.
Crazy.
In fact, what is the woman on the record of having the most children, I think, is above 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems impossible.
What's the oldest man?
What are you talking, dude? A woman can have a baby every year as soon as she's fertile, and she can have multiple babies in one litter, let's say. Even though they're not, we don't call them litters, but.
I know, but it's estimated it takes 3 years to regain all the nutrients lost in having a baby.
How do everybody I know have multiple babies within a period of 6 years?
I had a Laker moment, bro. Back to back to back. I ran it back 3 times, bro.
Dude, almost everybody I know in my circle of friends that I grew up with, including my own family, the babies are within 2 years of each other.
Yeah.
So the pregnancies are within 1 year of each other, ish.
Yeah, 3 of my 5 kids at one point, they're all 1 year apart. Like when one turned 15, they're like 15, 16, 17. And then like a couple months later.
What I've witnessed, dude, is like Each of these families, they have a period of time where they start having their kids, and then they basically have them in like a tempo, and they have like 4 or 5 kids, and then they stop having kids. Whereas the one family, their older parents had 8 kids, so they had like a very newborn when their other kid was already out of the house. So their oldest kid was out of the house, and then they had a newborn.
Yeah, my neighbors like that. They had a boy. He was 18, and then they had another boy.
I said, if you just get rid of all the drugs that they give women, and all the nonsense food that men eat, right? And you just get it on like Donkey Kong, you're gonna have some kids.
I don't know how old woman will be, but I know men. I know the oldest man I know that has children. Still, like he was like 85 years old, and he was still like going at it and having children.
Well, John Tyler, the 10th president of the United States, still has a living grandson.
Hey, dude, if you want a wild time, brother, watch these videos where they say things that were happening at the same time that you didn't know were happening at the same time. It is crazy, dude. So they'll be like, oh, remember this Wild West gun shootout that you watch movies about? Well, did you know that this was happening on the other side of the nation? You're like, wow. It makes you feel like the time is much shorter. Like there's a period of time within the past 100 years, like where there was very ancient ways of life and very modern ways of life in the same time in the United States. But then, that's not that weird, because even in the world today, there's very ancient ways of life going on.
AI, in the side chat, I posted a photo. The record in the world is this Russian lady. She had 69 children.
Yeah.
That's the largest number of children ever attributed to one woman. Her name's Valentina Vasileva. You're right.
Getting to 69 children definitely starts with 69. Never mind.
Yeah, she had 16 sets of twins, 7 sets of triplets. She had 7 sets of triplets and 4 sets of quadruplets.
Wow. Boy, she must be tired.
We're happy.
Russian. That was the 1700s.
Yeah, but see, that's hard to believe because, like I said, the human body just can't do that.
Based on what? Modern women.
Look at how many women these days can't conceive. They're all malnutritioned.
But there are examples of women alive today that have like 15 children, I think, or 16 already, and that's today.
Oh yeah, dude. My ex-wife's dad came from a family of 23, dude. And then her mom came from a family of like 14. That's just 2 people,
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's a lot of people. That's a big party.
I think diet has a lot to do with it, and staying away from drugs, which are intended to screw up your reproductive systems, has a lot to do with it.
And sunlight. And getting good sunlight and good food.
Another thing too is that
environment. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, another thing that a lot of people don't realize is it also matters how early you start. So if you wait till you're in your 30s to have your first kid, it's harder. But if you have a kid young, you can even wait a longer time and then have kids and you'll be healthy. So it's like the women waiting until they're in their 30s to have their first child. That's like the worst thing they could do if they want to have a lot of kids.
They can just be the Octomom.
Well, she was on tons of sessions of fertility drugs.
Yep.
and IVF, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, because in the IVF, they do sometimes implant multiple embryos, and some will be viable and others will not.
Correct me if I'm wrong. She was trying to have tons of simultaneous pregnancies. That was her goal, right? Like that's the way I remember it. Like she was actually, I want to have 13 kids popping out of me at once. So I'm going to take all these drugs, get 1 million little eggs shot up in me, and just see how many babies I can have. Like to win the Guinness record or some crazy whatever.
Wow.
You know what's crazy though, bro? You ever think about it this way? You know how babies kick sometimes? Well, wouldn't that be like a whole Taekwondo match in there?
I think that's called a battle royale.
Well, hey guys, real quick. Let's just all agree that there ain't no vegan having this many kids.
I don't know if they are then.
The funny thing about the Octomom is she already had 6 kids from before.
Dang, man. Dang. Yeah, but didn't she get tons of money? Sponsors and stuff?
And she had all these frozen embryos, and normally they do like 2 or 3. She asked for all 6 or something like that. It was he transferred 12 embryos, 6 fresh and 6 more. And then Suleiman pressured him to implant more despite his initial recommendation of fewer.
Dang.
If she was over here in the backyard, she was in Orange County. She lived in Fullerton, just close to where we lived. She used to be spotted all the time around Orange County. All her kids. Then she got paid to do some porn, I believe.
Oh my goodness, man. Okay, let me ask this question. How many of her 8 were her 8 like identical twins in any way?
Not likely. I don't think so. I think they're all separate eggs, fertilized.
Speaking of eggs, any glow proof?
That's right. The divine egg, brother.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the moon egg.
I got lots of eggs.
Yeah.
How do you store your eggs?
In my ovaries.
Oh yeah, put them to good use.
I will. I'm trying to get pregnant right now. I want another baby. I love being pregnant.
You sound like my ex-wife. We had 5. We had 5. She loved being pregnant.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
That's how women should sound, contrary to what a lot of women say, "No, I don't want to have babies." I don't know.
Yeah,
It's like,
Jimsy. Yeah, they're all like, I don't want kids because I'm selfish, self-absorbed, and don't know how to handle stress. That's what that says to me.
Yeah, the dating apps are full of women who think they want long-term relationships, but nope, don't want any kids.
Yeah, they just want to go to the club and fucking be slags. Let me stop. Excuse my language. Sorry.
No, you're right.
I don't get the party culture. I don't. I tried even when I was younger.
No, most of them are alcoholics, so
Well, dang.
that's their scene.
I don't understand that.
Then consider yourself a gem, because you're a rarity.
Well, I mean, more recently, I'll have wine with dinner and stuff, but when I was younger, just the smell of alcohol or liquor would make me want to throw up, so I couldn't do it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little wine in the belly, as it's written in the scriptures.
Oh, yeah? You love Jesus?
He loves me.
Amen. That's cool. I don't want to interrupt you guys. I think
good.
you guys are always pretty friendly. One of the more friendly groups. So
We try.
hey, what was the name of that guy that has the profile picture of the Asian looking guy with the white mustache and hair? He's a really smart man too. I forget his name.
Indio.
Hmm?
You're talking about Indio.
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
Indio 007.
I think that's him. He blew my mind the other day.
look at this guy. This is an English channel, and he dares to say 007 when it's actually 007. Come on, English.
You know what's funny, Chumsy? I've never thought about that. Like growing up with watching James Bond, 00. I've never in my life, in all my years, I've never thought about that. He just kind of like made me be like, wait, you're right. What the hell?
If he was English, it would be 000.
James Bond, 007.
A lot of
Two
people.
zeros and you call them O's. Pretty smart.
Yeah. My mom did that with our home phone number. She was like 420. I'm like, wow.
420.
420. I didn't know that when I was a kid, though.
420.
It wasn't until I was like 22 that I learned weed would not kill me. I was trained that drugs were going to kill me, so I just never did it.
Maybe you are dead. Maybe you're a brain in a jar.
Do you know what the most deadly drug out there is?
Sugar.
Okay. Meth?
Aspirin.
Fentanyl?
Ooh, aspirin.
Oh, intestinal lining problems, maybe.
It's killed over 100 million people since its invention.
Wait, what do you mean? In what way? Like, huh?
Because remember the people who died from the Spanish flu?
Yeah.
They were all given aspirin, the ones who died. And it causes them to develop pneumonia. And they died from the pneumonia.
I can't take aspirin. I have high blood pressure.
You can't. I mean,
no, I'm supposed to just take Tylenol.
You shouldn't.
No.
You still can. You're capable of doing it.
Yeah, I'm capable of swallowing a lot of things, you know.
Whoa, hey now.
But I would never, because drugs are not cool.
I believe they do say that I think it increases Stroke. You could have a stroke if you take aspirin and you have high blood pressure, or even
Yes, it
ibuprofen.
does.
If you take ibuprofen, you could have a stroke if you have high blood pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
I think it might be feeding the worms, and the worms are kind of like having a fest.
What do you mean, the worms? Like the parasites in our intestines?
yeah.
You guys are smart. I'm not going to give it to you. I'm just.
That's why. That's
Not
why
as-
you should. That's why you should take charcoal. That's why you should take charcoal supplements.
Oh, really?
Yeah, charcoal draws out stuff, all the stuff that's bad in you.
I used to use charcoal toothpaste.
Should actually move away from this one because
Oh yeah. You're right. Discord doesn't like when you start talking about medical stuff.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Why?
YouTube.
Oh yeah. So it's streaming on YouTube right now, and when you start talking about health advice,
Oh, my apologies. I didn't know it was streaming. I hope I didn't say anything inappropriate.
talk about the stuff, but don't recommend it.
Right.
Just keep it short.
Right.
And don't say do this and do that, and if you do this and do that, then you're gonna be, like.
Yeah, you're right.
Now that I know I'm on YouTube, I'm suddenly embarrassed.
You're good.
I shouldn't say nothing.
Cat's out the bag.
How did the cat get in the bag, though?
Magic.
Magic trick.
Gravity, thanks to gravity. When you sit down on a table for lunch, you say, "Thank you, gravity, for keeping the cup of water on the table." And the
just like the Chinese space station.
Right.
These guys.
Everywhere else in space, water floats, but not on the Chinese space station.
Those magic Chinese water cups.
What do you mean? What is that a joke about? I haven't seen Chinese footage in space. What do you mean?
So on the Chinese equivalent to the America, ISS. Well, actually, it's actually international, but Chinese have their own little space little machine apparently. So when they were recording video, they had a cup of water on the table, and it was like a cup of water in your room. It was just right there. So everyone pointed that out. What was their explanation, by the way? What was their oopsies? Like, let me correct that.
Gravity knows what to do and when to do it.
Oh man, what was their damage control? They said on that.
I got that from Heliosceptic. Gravity knows.
Isn't it? Well, obviously we don't believe in space, but if isn't there a way when you're in space where you can do? We don't have let's think of this like space. Like let's assume that we're a glober, right? What do they believe that space is doing? Can they? Sorry, my articulation is bad because I'm so sleepy.
All right, English.
Can you turn off? Yeah, exactly, English. What is there a way to make it when you're in the spaceship that you don't have the same effects of gravity, or were people floating in this video, but the glass of water was regular?
Rayleigh, he posted the video. You can check out the video on the side chat.
Oh, I got you.
Show that to a glober. See what happens. Watch them spiral. It's like taking a toy from a child. They hate that. When you point out their reality, they hate it. I don't like when you tell them that space is fake. It hurts them in their core.
Yeah, the Globers love to see. Oh, see when they do that water trick on the ISS, what shape does the water form? And it's like, yeah, that's because there's air pressure in the ISS. That's the only reason why it forms into spheres. Because when you do water in a vacuum on Earth, the water forms the shape of whatever container it's in.
Are there any Globers in here right now? Anybody that believes that the Earth is round? Like a globe? Yeah. Did you watch it? Security?
Yes. Yeah, that's something.
Just
Can't
show
really
that to
come
somebody
back
next
from
time.
that.
No.
Yeah, you can't come back from that one.
They were caught. There's another video for the ISS they have of the astronaut. He throws a baseball and then he darts and he floats to the other side and he picks up a bat off the ground and he hits the ball and then he throws the bat down and it falls to the floor. That wouldn't be happening in their environment. That's not the way it works in their own paradigm. That's not the way it works. So
Where do you think they went wrong in their deception compared to the ISS? Like their mistakes are so what would you call it? Amateur.
Yeah, you would think as much money as they get all the time, you would think they wouldn't make mistakes like that. What they do.
Yeah.
Because they're fallible, that's why. And I feel like the reason why people are still that way, you can just have discernment of what is true and what is fake. And you can find that in people's fallibility, you know? in their errors that they will make, maybe not even thinking about it. They don't even
They're in a
realize.
space race of some sort to try to compete. Weird. Fake space race.
Yeah.
Well, what I question is, what do they have to benefit from this deception?
Well, do you have to benefit or they?
They, like in general, like the space deception. Is it just money?
If you can convince someone to believe an absurdity, you can convince them to commit atrocities.
Yeah.
What is the flat Earth belief in? Like, I watched a video. What was it? The 200. Can't remember the name of it, but it says that the sun moves and the moon moves around. Is it that we're staying still? Like, we're not in space. What are we in?
In the confinements of the place we find ourselves in, to the limitations that we can go to, and then beyond that, maybe more of God's creation, construct, the mechanisms behind, and then God's realm behind that. Who knows? It's a thing of wonder.
Yeah, that's a huge question when you think, where's the floor of his creation? Like, what, like, how, like, all that is just like...
Where is the gear that connect to the other gear and makes this gear move and close and open the door of the container to manage the pressure and move the sun around?
It's unfathomable. It's just mind-blowing to ever even try to ponder on that. Yeah. And then if you think about it, like, if there's waters below in the great deep, and then they separated and there's waters above, and the firmament was placed like a tent stretched out, and the heavens, they contain the stars and the sun and the moon and the wandering stars, which we call planets, and they were placed in the firmament, but essentially they were in that water. And when the great flood happened, the windows of the heavens opened up, and the waters of the deep flowed up. And I'm sorry, the windows of heaven, the water came down, and the waters of the deep came up to flood the place. But so essentially, you'd be like, well, then we're just surrounded by water then.
Yeah. That's what always puzzles me, is the water aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because it's so deep.
Have you ever, here's something really cool and puzzling. Have you ever seen the ocean in the ocean?
What do you mean?
There's this guy, I forgot his name, but he went in a submarine and they were exploring, and they found like a puddle in the bottom of the ocean, like a huge vat, like a lake, if you will. And when they try to put their like a tool or instrument to like test it, it bounced off of it, and it couldn't penetrate it, but it was water. And then they were like scooped it up, and then it fell back down. Like if you pulled up water in a jacuzzi and let go of it, and it went back down. So it was water within water, but they ended up discovering like it's just filled with sodium, something, a lot of salt, which makes like a layer. And that it's just like a super heavy water that's way at the bottom.
Salty water under salty water.
Yeah, saltier water.
Saltier water under salty water.
Yeah.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, and then the whole claim of we know more about outer space than we know about our own sea. I hear that a lot.
Are you guys talking about a recipe for a soup?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can only get it under the ocean. The best
salt water.
the best seasoning you'll ever find in the face of the world. It's under the ocean.
Is that a specific ocean?
Actually, he posted the video. Thanks a lot, buddy. He posted the video of it. Discovery of Underwater Lake.
Let me see.
It's by Mike DeGruy.
Okay.
That's a really interesting. Yeah. DeGruy. It's in the Gulf of Mexico.
You see, it's Mexican.
I'm watching that one now.
Good Mexican seasoning. I'm telling you, the
Now
best.
it's Gulf of America. Now it's Gulf of America. Remember?
Yeah, Gulf of America.
Alien seasoning from Mexico. Made in Mexico. Because he's out of
Oh my
this
god, he
world.
lost his life. Oh my god.
What?
He lost his life in a helicopter crash. That's crazy. That sucks.
Yeah. They killed him.
Oh, you were spoiling the video. No.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
I kind of hate how it cuts there because it's like he lost his life in the crash and then boom.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Oh.
There was something I was going to say right after that. But then he asked if we were talking about soup, and then I lost my train.
I want to watch again. There is something weird in the water.
Soup is flat.
Forgot what I was going to say.
Horizontal. And you need a table for the soup.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. If you know, or if you don't know, but NASA originally started as a company that was exploring the water, the water, and I forgot what year it was, but for some reason, apparently, here's the story: they discovered something in the ocean, and then they just stopped exploring the ocean.
Yeah.
You want to know what they discovered? They discovered caverns that will bring you to the lakes in the U.S. And that's the case for they discovered that under those layers, there's caverns that the water they can go through, and they can come out in these submarines they got. They can come out of the lakes in the U.S.
Like Michigan Lake, or?
Yeah, the lakes. Yeah, I mean the one that I heard
so
people
there's like
talking
these
about
layers that can get into other layers, go underneath the land mass, and come back up.
Yeah, you go either inside on the ocean and then come on the other side.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm so dehydrated. Whew.
Speaking of all this water.
All that salty water.
That's probably not what APOC meant, but I'm just saying that might be related to that topic, the water under the water, and how to penetrate it. And there was some military people talking about that kind of stuff, seeing submarines in the lake, and those submarines were like the ones that go in the ocean, and they were talking about caverns under the lakes that will connect to the ocean.
So how can you see that the water is so dense over there?
There's pressures. I mean, I don't know.
Pressure.
How is it so dense? Yeah, good question. It's a brine. It's a very dense brine.
Well, for a submarine to bounce off of it, that must have a lot of salt.
Yeah. But maybe it's not water.
Yeah.
Maybe something else.
Yeah, it might be a liquid. Well, when he discovered it, and then apparently he wanted to go back and do some more exploring and killed him. He must have seen something he wasn't supposed to, and he probably knew something, and maybe he was, I don't know, who knows the true story. But he died. Sucks. It's crazy to think, like, after all these decades of people like adventurous and wanting to explore, like, why haven't people gone into the ocean and explored as much as they probably maybe should have or should be?
Because it's deep.
Yeah, but I feel
Well,
like
we've
it's
been taught that we can only go so deep, right?
yeah. I was just gonna say that I feel like we live in a world though where it's actually even discouraged. Like, oh, it's way too dangerous. Don't go down there. Let us do it only.
Yeah, the other day I saw a submarine that went.
Nigga.
I think it's 5,000 meters, and they found out a new species that is that lives in the bottom of the ocean and feeds off because they say it's odd, and they feed off. That is the small a small life form that feeds off this weird new species of I don't know what it is. I'll have to search it up.
Just post a link.
Have you ever seen the documentary on the these vents that are at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, that's it. Yes,
yeah,
that's it.
and they found like these species that they can live in this environment. It's so hot.
Yeah.
But yet they could live in it, and it's like, whoa, that's crazy.
And they feed off something like sulfur, or I don't know, something like that.
I don't remember what exactly they feed off of, but that was a really cool video.
Yeah, so they even said, oh, that this species probably exists for a long time, maybe before humans. That's just speculation.
Yeah, but it's interesting to think that how dynamic the creation is overall. To where maybe those, vents way at the bottom are a way to keep the deep waters from freezing completely because the sun's heat can't reach it. So to keep the dynamic of it, so that way there's currents and, like to keep everything cool and flowing. It's just amazing how creation is.
Yeah, but wait, I don't think it's cool. It's cold.
No. I mean, cool, like awesome, cool.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah, and it's not cold per se, or as cold as you would think, because they exist. It keeps the temperatures from freezing. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
What is this slime bowl made of? My apologies.
What was that? What'd you ask?
Oh, it's okay.
The eel video with the eel getting toxic shock. It reminds me of what you were speaking on earlier. The pool. I mean,
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT because probably knows.
Oh yeah. So in that, I know you're talking about the first video we posted. So they found this eel that was like down there, and I think it like ate something that was in it, and it killed it. It literally it even prevents like animals from going into it.
Yeah, what's that all about? Like, is that like the bottom of? Do we know like where that was filmed or like
Yeah,
how
that was
deep
in
down that was?
yeah, it was in New Mexico.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
the
the Gulf of
yeah.
Mexico. Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico.
Or now it's called Gulf of America. LOL.
Right. Right.
That's what I said.
Yeah, so it
They
went
don't
down
spread.
into it, and then
You
it
should do some.
died.
We're
So in
not
other words,
respecting
it's
Trump.
toxic.
Okay, I'm gonna watch the other one.
Sent it into toxic shock, it says, because it went into it for too long.
The waters above and the waters below. What the earth is within the waters. It came out of the waters. You know, the ocean water has all the elements. So the waters below might have all the elements too, you know. And then the earth came out of the water.
Yep.
So the earth is not the whole of it. Water is a big part of it too.
Wait, how do you know that there is water? What you mean? Water above?
Yeah.
You have the periodic table of elements in the water, in the ocean.
Yeah.
So
But
Earth came
what you mean?
out of the waters.
But why you mean? What you mean by water above?
Oh, the waters above? Yeah. Now, these guys were talking to you about the waters below, right? The ocean and the waters below. The video. So, waters below, then the waters above will be the medium that is above us. The luminaries, mediums above, the waters above.
Have you ever seen the video where they're filming like either the moon or like space, you know, like the stars in the sky, and then you see like this ripple across the screen on the camera, and at first they're like, "What is that?" And then they're like, "Wow." And then you see reports.
A glitch in the matrix.
And then you see reports from NASA, and they're like, stars are shooting out water, and that's why. And they almost like they had to say that because they realize that there is water above. So they're just hiding it from you, dude. But there's waters above, up in the firmament.
Huh.
You could even go search for that report. It was on NASA.com years ago, and it was like a star spews out water like 14 Amazon, you know, size. If you take the Amazon, how big of it as land, and it can fill up the Amazon 14 times over per second. That's what they're saying. How much water is coming out of stars? It's like this crazy, you know, it's NASA, so it's always crazy. But it's just their way of reporting the truth, you know, in plain sight, but yet still convincing people that it's a vacuumous area and all their other mumbo jumbo. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. If you want to look for it, it's called water macer. So to give you a mathematical equivalent to that, that fills up 11 Amazon rainforests per second, and it mathematically comes out to 60 trillion cubic meters of water per second comes out of this star that they were observing. Again, they're just literally telling us the truth in plain sight, that there is water up there. That's a lot of water.
It's just that they kind of sneak in and tell you, but that water is 17 trillion quadrillion miles away. Oh no, you're talking about the because I know there's obviously there's water in the medium that we're in, and there's like an ocean in the air. Or multiple.
Is there any evidence?
Of what?
of what you are saying?
No, I'm talking to what he was saying. So, what are you talking about, APOC?
Here, I'll post the link. It's from National Geographic. This was back in 2011. Let me see. You kind of see the shot of it. We found this star and there's shooting water bullets, they call it. This water jet stream shooting out of a star. And they calculated as the amount of water coming out of it was like up to 60 trillion square meters per second is coming out of the star. That's what they are saying.
Yeah, so they're observing water from above. It's just that they sneak in the distances.
Yeah. Yep.
It's probably all just they're probably just making stuff up, but yeah.
Like I said, they're telling us the truth in plain sight, but then they're correlating it to their paradigm. You know, the Narnia, deep space. You know, all that stuff.
Globert fantasy.
Yeah. Yep. The lore. This was all the way back in 2011.
That's why they gotta show you cartoons, even with this paper you posted.
Mm-hmm.
Can't show you the real thing.
No. Could never show us the real thing. We want the goods.
Shouldn't it star be shooting out water vapor?
Yeah, they say it is. The gas.
Because it's so hot that you don't get steam, it goes straight to vapor, but at extreme temperatures, water actually explodes. Steam explosions.
Yeah. Yeah, like when you're cooking and you throw water in the oil and it blows up on you. You're like, ah!
That's a little different, but similar.
I'm just joking. Have you ever, like, for instance, have you ever been cooking like with oil and let's say you have like let's say you wash your potato and there's water on the potato and you put in the oil and it just pops at you. You're like, ah, damn it. I forgot.
Yeah.
Water pops. Makes it pop. The water and the potato exploding on you, shooting oil at you. Or hot water, I guess. You learn a lot just hanging out in the 24/7 Discord about just random stuff.
Yeah, but I used to work in a place that they made abrasives. So the one little furnace there made like a magnesium kind of abrasive or something. But the port spout on it wasn't exactly 100%. So when we were there the one time and the delivery truck driver had come and delivered the raw materials, right? And we heard the siren for the pour. So we knew as soon as it started pouring that some of it would fall off the edge, drop into a pool of water, cause a steam explosion, right? So sure enough, that's happened. So you get the molten metal hitting the water, go boom, really loud. This delivery driver must have jumped like 3 feet, and we didn't even react. We're used to it.
That's dangerous too.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's loud and noisy, but it's. I heard that previously that they had a steam explosion there so bad it blew like some of the metal off the building.
Yeah. Matter of fact, one of the refineries here in Southern California, there was an explosion in one of the units, and this is—I mean, we're talking pure steel. So imagine the amount of freaking of the force of that explosion to blow open the side, of the unit, which is just pure steel.
Yep.
That's intense, dude. So then what happened was, luckily that unit wasn't the alkaline unit. So like the refinery was like, we better protect, the alkaline unit, because they didn't have the only thing that saved the refinery is because they had that it was enclosed in a steel casing. So what we ended up doing is we call them turnarounds. And then we did so you work 24 hours a day. So there's 2 shifts, 2 12-hour shifts, Monday through Sunday, like for the full 30 days. And they do a shutdown on that one unit, on the alkaline unit. And we had to wear the hazmat, rubber suits and everything. Because if you got that, if any of that alkaline would fall on you, it would burn down to your bone. Like that's what it does. If you get on your skin, it eats away and it searches for your bone. Kind of weird. When I was in my class learning the safety on it before we even got on the job site to get my RSO card, they teach you that the alkaline, that chemical, when it touches your skin, it will search out bone. I was like, how the hell does that happen? But that's just what they said. And they showed us graphic pictures of people that had accidentally been contaminated. Like, because they didn't, for whatever reason, they weren't being safe with the suit. Like, let's say they took off their glove to do something real quick and it just dropped on them, like a small little drop. And then it just disgustingly just ate away their hand, dude. Like, it was gross. They showed us those photos on purpose to teach us, like, hey, make sure, you're always being safe. So then what we did is we built a whole frame around it to enclose it, the alkaline unit. And that was a fun job. And yeah, that was good times, dude. I think I have photos of it. Let me see if I can find some photos. Old photos. Good times. Oh, I don't have them on this phone. I have them on my old phone. Womp womp. It's on my old phone. It would get so hot in those rubber suits, in the hazmat suits that we wear from head to toe, and we would have these like overalls, and we would sweat so much that every break that we had, they had a full change of clothes for all of us. So we all had to put on the new overall setup, which covered us from from head to toe, or well, neck to toe. But man, you sweat in those things. Luckily, I was on the overnight crew in the nighttime, and you would still be completely drenched, sweating, because it gets so hot in those rubber suits. And we were hanging iron in those suits. One of the most difficult times I've ever hanged iron, bro, was doing that. That was crazy. But it was like a good 40 to 50 feet high structure that we built around it. Fucking, it was cool. But it was real meticulous because when we had the crane bringing in the iron, and you couldn't let it hit any of the pipes, or you couldn't mess up anything. So it was like a really tedious task, bro. But we got it done, though. I was really happy on that job. Good times. Miss doing iron work.
Greetings, y'all. Hope everybody's doing well. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome. Hmm.
Hey, AG.
Hey, man. Hope all is well with everybody. Hope everybody's kicking ass, taking names, or at least still moving forward.
You too. You too. What you doing?
Yeah. Nah, I'm still hanging in there. I'm good.
Yeah, lately I'm sort of feeling the same.
I've been busy with life stuff, so I didn't want to bring that here. Non sequitur. No, we're doing good. Everybody's good. Oh, we got hit with a ton of snow. We had like 14 inches of snow the other day.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Everything's okay. This Yemsi, I sleep and I come back and he's still here. He's hardworking, really great. Yemsi, how are you?
Well, you only sleep for a couple hours? Sleep for 8 hours, bro. Come on.
Yeah. It's
Hey man, Gemsy's awesome.
Yeah, he's so there is.
I actually heard Gemsy raise his voice earlier. I was like, what? Who took Gemsy and replaced him with his imposter?
Yeah, I don't believe it. Never.
No, the guy deserved it. He wouldn't shut up. He wouldn't stop talking over the top of people.
Fair enough. Hey, a man can only have so much patience.
Yeah. No, but maybe he look like kind.
Yeah, man. Well, I promise you, everybody here is kind. I mean, they may not be nice all the time, but everyone here is kind.
Yeah, and them explain everything with all patience. So guys, all of you from United States, all different country.
I'm from America.
I'm from Australia.
I'm from Earth.
I'm from my mom.
No, I'm from my dad. I live with my dad. No, my mom.
Actually, that's fair enough. Everyone's from their dad, whether they like it or not.
Ah, yeah. Flat is.
I'm sure your mum played a hand in it.
Yeah.
So, guys, I wanna ask a question. I'm studying physics, but I won't be perfect in physics. I have a test after 1 month.
All right.
So,
whoa.
Yeah.
Well, you're at the best possible place you could be because that's exactly what we like talking about here.
Yeah, I like when you discuss those things. But have you ever been in US or your college or your life? They take the test of physics. Have you get the 100%?
No.
It's kind of non sequitur. One thing that we promote here is autodidactism, which means self-teaching, self-learning. We want to encourage people to go out there and educate themselves on their own accord, do your own research, and double check. And just because you find something don't necessarily mean it's true. So fact check yourself and make sure that the information that you have is good.
Oh, thank you.
What is the chemical symbol for iron?
Chemical symbol?
For iron.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, Game C.
It's Fe. Like flat Earth. Just remember, chemical symbol for iron, flat Earth, Fe.
posted something in the side chat that makes a reference to the nice versus kind thing that I said earlier. There's a reason why I said that way. The triggering triangle has arrived.
That's right. It's time.
Stop it. Get some help.
It's time. It's time for what?
Emotional damage.
It's time for emotional damage.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy.
What's up, sweets?
Yeah,
welcome, Rajiv.
Hey, bro. What's up? Hey, bro.
Word.
What are you
How's it going,
doing?
man? Hope all is well. What's up, dude?
What's up?
What brings you here?
What do you say?
What brings you here?
No, I don't know.
Just curious. Oh, Andy's going.
Well, we still have Rodri and Aimer. Aimer's still here.
Okay, I'll do what?
We have Arch. Couple of newish sort of names. Malaxor's been here for a while, like popping in and out.
Yeah.
Seems genuine.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Nobody's going to bite your head off or anything.
So I'm gonna ask. About the topic flat Earth Discord. Yeah. Why this is logic? With all technology, with all silence, we need to talk about this because the Earth it's
Take your time, bro. It's okay. Speak your mind.
The Earth is elliptical. Yeah.
Well, we observe the horizon to be horizontal, and we measure the Earth to be flat. In order for it to be an oblate spheroid, there would have to be some kind of measurable curvature. And when we don't find that in the real world, that's problematic.
Okay. But move away from the microphone to clear voice, please.
Sorry, I don't understand what you said, man.
I see we don't hear clear. If you close the way of the microphone.
Yeah, my mic's crap sometimes. My bad. Hey, T-Dub, you want to take this? You're coming in loud and clear. You should be able to handle it.
Yeah, sure. No worries, man. So what's your query? What's your question? I feel like you want to say... Oh, sorry, go on.
My question?
Yeah, man.
Yes, your question. Oh, he looks like he's having some connection troubles. There we go. You're back, I think.
Yeah, I have a problem with VPN. This app don't work with this web work with VPN. Is not work by himself.
That's all right.
Yeah.
So did you have a question to ask?
When I were ready, I will ask. It's. Thank you, guys.
No problem, man. We understand. The internet can be trouble. Lots of latency and connection issues. It's all good. I know a lot of folks are here on this server to practice English. So something I've been into a long time is etymology. I'll always encourage people to dig into that. I feel like it really helps, especially when one is trying to learn English as their second language. And obviously practicing chatting in here helps too. So feel free to talk whenever you want. Welcome.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing well today. What brings you here?
I don't know. I just saw the title and thought it'd be a curious conversation.
Fair enough. Well, if you have any
But
questions, feel
yeah,
free to
seems like I was wrong. There's nobody here talking.
So I'm just chopped liver.
What?
Feel free to ask any questions you may have, man.
Okay.
He sounded a bit biased to begin with, so that's why I didn't really give him anything.
Yeah, I mean, does there have to be a conversation happening? He could have made one.
That's what I'm saying. Be the conversation starter.
Yeah, exactly.
People don't realize that just because we're quiet doesn't mean we're not doing anything. Just about every single one of us is working on something right now. T-Dub, look what Alex posted. That's hilarious. So if it's flatter than we thought, we must be looking at the wide side of it. The broad side of Jupiter.
It's flatter.
I don't think making it smaller is going to make it flatter.
Yeah. Thinking about it, if they keep on changing little things, like what they did with Pluto, they keep changing everything. Within 100 years, their heliocentric roar would be unrecognizable to how it currently is. Welcome. How are you doing, Jeremy? Goodbye, Jeremy. Quiet night.
Pretty sure Jupiter translates to Godfather.
Dios Padre. Ended up falling asleep a little bit early last night. His life stuff. And I woke up and it felt like kind of the middle of the day or early morning. It's 2:30 for me. This sucks. Perfect time to work on something though. Get back to work on one of my projects. Yeah. We should have a contest. Like a meme contest. We already have a place to submit them. We should do an actual meme contest every month. Welcome to whoever just joined in. How's it going? And goodbye.
I think originally it was like a competition they used to run, but just I guess it faded off and it just became like a general memes channel.
Yeah, dude. I'm just thinking of ways to encourage more engagement, and we can always use more memes. So having a meme contest like once a week or once a month could be fun. I may be wrong, but I kind of feel like in the winter it ends up like activity ends up being weird. Like you would think it would increase, but it slows down instead. I would think it'd increase since it's colder. More folks would spend more time inside, but it doesn't seem like that's what happened.
I remember a school teacher telling us kids once that if you'll be warm if you stay still in the cold.
How does that make any sense?
I don't know. I think people remember teachers telling them a lot of stupid shit.
I mean, I can okay, staying still in order to get warm. If the kid keeps on like if they have a blanket on them or something, a sheet, and keeps lifting it off of them, then yeah, they lose all of the heat that they're building up. But also, shivering is literally the purpose of shivering is never mind.
Shivering is what is that like a reflect like a reflex action to like generate heat or something.
That's what I always figured. I mean, it causes an involuntary movement. It would build up friction, and that would warm one up.
I thought it meant that a ghost touched you.
Oh, yeah, that could be it. I feel like you're walking through cobwebs, but there's no cobwebs. I don't actually believe in ghosts like that, by the way, and being snarky.
I believe in ghosts.
Well, to clarify, I said like that.
Right.
There is phenomenon that happens, especially some kind of residual phenomenon that people seem to have shared experiences around. So
yeah, I tell people like just like randomly, I'll just like flail my arms in the air and go woo, just in case, right? Just in case ghosts are actually, moments in time that have been like imprinted on the background fabric of space-time and get replayed in the future.
there's something called the Pactolus Light that's nearby. It's a local legend. It's like ghost story. I think North Carolina has lots of ghost stories. I went there, and there was this weird, like me and 3 other people went there, like my bro and my girlfriend at the time and his girlfriend at the time. And when we went there and we looked out down that path where that railroad was, this blue light appeared and started weaving in between trees. When I first saw it, I thought somebody was effing with me, a laser dot or some shit. I'm like, no, I would see a beam though. And this shit was going in between trees in a way where that's impossible with a light like that. That just would not work. That shit freaked us out. We zoinked out of there like Shaggy and Scooby. I've seen
That's cool.
I won't call it a ghost, but it's certainly something I cannot explain at all.
Yeah, I've had strange experiences I can't explain, can't rationalize away.
I've also seen a light in the sky take a 90-degree angle. Like it was like a plane or something moving in one direction, and then it just suddenly turned at a very sharp angle that no plane can do. That's impossible. So I saw that as a kid, and I was like, what the heck? And it kind of freaked me out. Nobody else saw it. I've seen some weird shit. I'm not going to call it aliens or ghosts or anything, though. It's just weird lights. I don't know what the hell it was.
Same.
Hell, it could be like classified aircraft. I could have seen some shit that I wasn't supposed to see. I don't know. But the Pactolus light, I cannot explain that at all. I have no idea what that blue dot was. Anyway, I digress. It's all non sequitur.
Welcome back, Insan.
Who are you? Hello. Thank you for talking to you.
How are you? I am fine, thanks, and you. This is Pencil. It is a book.
Welcome.
Hello. How are you? Thanks, fine, and you. It is a pencil. This is a book.
Well, I hope
you're doing all right.
I hope you continue to study English, and you get very well. Keep calm.
Earth is a globe. You fucking idiots.
Okay, your English just improved a lot. No, it's not. It's measured flat.
At what point do you experience it as a globe?
I always on it. And several times I circled around it.
Yeah.
Like a human.
It has nothing to do with the ground.
It was real. I can assure you. It was super real. I had been teleported to a spaceship. An alien abducted me, and then
All right, buddy, you're done.
I'm talking real thing. It's a real deal. Let's say I abducted, and then made me speed around the globe. I don't know how many times, but several times. I completed.
Like what? Like 700 times?
I don't know. Not 700 times. Come on. I said several times.
700?
Come on. I'm not lying, by the way. I'm not joking.
No, not at all.
This is my real experience, by the way. You asked and I answered.
Oh, that's lovely.
Believe it or not. This is real. Hello, how are you? Fine, thanks, and you? This is a pencil. It is a book. And you?
The earth is flat. You observe it to be that way, and you experience it that way. You treat it that way in your life every single day. At no point do you treat the earth like a ball.
I am.
Yeah. Write that in your book.
My experiences to someone else. This was my experience, and I know for sure Earth is a globe. I'm sorry to have that kind of experience. What can I do?
I'm done talking to this guy, but I won't meet him. Y'all can carry on. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I totally believe you.
I know you don't, and I don't fucking care. By the way, I missed the point. I was dreaming at that time when I was teleported to the spaceship. It was like trans-dimensional experience, but I know that was real because I saw my town, my city, from the top of in the sky, and it was really real. It was a lucid dream, you know, lucid dream.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
call it astral travel. Astral. What do they in English? I don't know.
This
It
is a
was lucid.
pencil. It is a book.
Yes, it was a lucid dream.
Astral projection.
No. That is not that thing. Astral travel.
Projection.
Oh, that is something different. Let me check in dictionary. I
I'm
can't
putting my
talk.
money on T-Dub.
Astral travel. If that's
Astral travel.
Oh, okay. Astral traveling, yes. So that's basically the same thing.
astral projection is the same.
It's the same thing.
It seems something different.
Well, let's see. One may be intentional, one's more accidental, maybe.
People go there. People go some different dimensions by using astral travel. Places they where not Earth.
Yeah. They see heaven.
I don't know. People say it, but it was my town, my neighbor. You know, me and my mother was going to supermarket, and then I saw a cloud in the sky. There was a picture between clouds, and I understood that it is a dream. I figured it out. It is a dream. Then I rose up to the clouds, and then something
Are you a
made me.
compulsive liar by due to medical condition, or are you choosing to be a liar?
Oh, I don't think I have a medical condition. This was lucid dream,
So
and
you think you're funny then? You find yourself to be funny, and you like wasting time.
since 2014, 13, I don't, maybe 2012. I am having these kind of dreams.
So you've been wasting people's time since
Okay, it's a
2012.
dream. Okay, you're talking about a dream. My bad.
Yes, but there are different things to justify the experiences. It was real, and it was a real abduction. I don't know how should I call it, abduction or something different. I don't know, but it was real.
Well, I hope you don't have any more nightmares, man.
Nightmares?
Yeah, I hope you don't have any more nightmares, because that's what it sounds like. Is you had a nightmare, and that sucks.
Hello. Having those kind of dreams, but now I got used. When I realize it is a dream, then I don't. Rarely, I really rarely afraid of having those kind of dreams. Sometimes, yeah, I got afraid, and then I woke.
Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The Earth is flat and level.
Welcome.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
That was a clip of Elon talking about when he sent a car up into space, how it looked fake, and that's why you can tell it's real. Welcome. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Or
There's
not.
nobody talking.
Well, I posted a link and tagged folks back on the home server, so maybe a couple people will join in here, get some more activity in here. What's up, Star? Hope all is well, man. Same stuff, different day. Can't complain, wouldn't make a difference if it did. Gonna mute up for a minute, but I'm still around. Welcome. I always do that. So many people will say welcome or hello to them, and then they immediately leave. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome. Zoe. What AI voices are you talking about?
The one that was there before you when I joined in. I thought that was some AI voice. Maybe not.
No.
What's going on here? Everyone's so silent.
Oh, they're waiting for someone nice like yourself to drop in and start asking questions.
Okay. Right. I just got curious looking at how this one has been going on for 140 hours. VC, I mean.
Ah, right. Yeah, the only reason it's at 140 is because it reset. We dropped out and went somewhere else for a day, and then came back and it reset.
So it has actually been going on for longer. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
wow.
Yep, we're here 24/7.
Interesting.
Usually.
I haven't been on this server before. I mean, this is like my third time joining a VC here.
Well, welcome.
Yep, thanks.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
I actually thought there was a stream going on. I see there are like 3 bots in here.
I mean, they record from here and stream what's going on here onto YouTube.
Ah, okay.
Welcome.
Yeah, we didn't see that coming, did we? NASA has delayed the Artemis 2 mission beyond February after a wet dress rehearsal at Kennedy Space Center exposed a persistent liquid hydrogen leak at the Space Launch System's core stage umbilical. Well, there you go. I was going to say NASA. Remember what happened last time there was a little bit of a leak? 20-cent O-ring. And look at all the memes we got out of it. Oh man, I'm so gonna lay this on somebody. Scrolling through Facebook, as you do when you're bored, and it comes up. I don't care if you lick windows, run into walls, or occasionally pee yourself. You hang in there, sunshine. You're freaking special.
Hola, ¿cómo estás usted? Mi amigo.
Oh wow, he's ordering tacos. I want some.
I order a quesadilla with extra jalapeno. Jalapeno in the fajita.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We got a Pirate King. What, you copy CDs or you're a bit of a sailor? Which way you going?
Sorry, what?
I'm just having a joke, mate.
Yeah, I do get that actually. I don't get the reference now. That's it.
Well, you're either a sailor, so pirate, or you like copying CDs.
No, this is actually a completely different reference. Like it's a One Piece reference. It's an anime.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Alright, you guys carry on. I just joined to see if there was any conversation, or I guess it's not. So I'll just go have lunch. Bye, guys.
You wouldn't believe it. You're in it at the moment.
In the conversation, you mean?
Oh, yes. So, while you're here,
Yes.
what do you
I
think?
just came to.
Earth is
think
flat?
about what?
Earth is a ball? What do you think?
I have no idea actually. I'm open to suggestions.
You're open.
I mean, yeah, from whatever we've been told, apparently a lot of things are conspiracy and propaganda. So I'm open to suggestions. Yeah.
Just so you know, you are very hard to understand. Your volume
It's
was
fine.
going
It's
up
fine.
and down a
I'll.
little bit. It's like you were turning away
Yeah,
from
yeah.
your phone, like you're doing something in the kitchen and you turned away from your phone.
No, I actually came to have lunch, so I just came here if there was any background noise. But that's fine. I'll just go eat
Right.
lunch. That's fine. I'll come back
No,
later.
that's all right,
Bye, guys.
mate. And now we can think about it over lunch.
You might be having flatbread.
That's right.
I'm gonna go cook pizza soon.
Yeah, I just chucked some air fryer. Didn't know what it felt like, so I just chewed on them. Keep the worms at bay for a while.
What was it?
Oh, just chicken tenders. We had a nice little storm here this afternoon too. Took us from 30,
Oh, really?
was it 30,
Rough luck.
38, 39, and it dropped us down to 19.
Nice.
Yeah. There's no complaints, that's for sure. I don't know what it's back up to now, but I'm not going outside to find out. Third time lucky.
Or is it going to be a hat trick?
capture over these long distances using high-powered optics, cameras, telescopes, lasers. Yeah?
Okay,
And
so
when
you
we
are
when we measure it,
saying,
no curve of the lake.
but what is the distance? I got, but what is the distance of that laser?
What distance?
I
Varying.
mean,
Different
what is
number.
the potential of that laser? 1
They can go.
kilometer?
They can go for ten. They can go for tens of miles. I mean, the military, the government militaries are using lasers to target things 100 kilometers away.
Okay, okay. And what they found?
They find no curve. They hit the target over the water, which they wouldn't be able to if the water was curved, because the targets would be on the other side of the curve. You see, curvature would block a laser, but it doesn't because there is no curvature to block it. If you look in the chat, people here can post videos for you to understand.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching it.
There you go. There you go. It's easy. But they didn't teach you about this in school. Hello. So if
I
you want to know
hear
something, you
you're
need to
talking about.
we're talking about how the Earth has no curvature. The water is flat, therefore the Earth is flat overall.
We are
Yeah,
talking about gases. Gas.
the topic is so fun to discuss.
Yeah, it's the most interesting topic. It's the most important topic you can discuss right now.
Yeah, I'm listening to you about maybe 15 minutes, and I want to ask you, the Psyclone, do you have a real name?
Yes, I do have a real name, but that's not important for this discussion.
Okay, okay. I would ask you how the sun moves, if
Good
the
question.
flat is.
How would we figure that out?
If the Earth is flat, how the sun works.
Well, whether the Earth is flat or not, how could we figure out what is making the sun move?
I don't know. But
Well,
if
how would I know? Can we go to it and ask it? Hey, what's making you move?
but if the Earth would,
we can only observe and speculate. If I were to give you my answer, I would say the entire system is created. It has been created to be this way, and the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the stars, have all been set in their particular motion. Right? They have been set in particular courses in a cycle around us, and that cycle repeats. And it has repeated for all of human history. Now, what the physical mechanism of that motion is undetermined. We cannot test it. It could be a whole number of things. It could be electrical in nature. It could be, what do they call it? I don't know. What was it? Electrolevitation. What's the one with the, help me out, flat earth guys? The cold, what the hell is it?
Cold fusion?
Cold fusion? I don't know. The demonstration they've got where it's like the little metal objects floating around being levitated and it's like dipped in liquid nitrogen to be freezing.
Quantum locking?
I don't know, whatever the hell. You know, this is the point. There could be a whole number of things, a whole number of mechanisms at play that is making this, the sun, the luminary, the light move. But it's not something that human beings on Earth can test. Right? We can't change something and make it stop to then say that was the mechanism and then start it up again. Right? The creator of the system, God, if you want to call it that, has set these things in motion, in my view. Okay? And what the mechanism is, I don't pretend to know. What I do know is that water is flat, measures flat, and so the system that we are in is a flat, motionless, contained system. That doesn't mean I understand how it all works. You understand?
Yeah, you said about cycle,
Yes.
that it is nerve
Repeated cycles.
and the
Repeating
of it.
cycles, the sun, moon, and stars, same patterns every year for all of recorded history. Yeah. So which shows that we're not in a random explosion of a big bang with a ball flying through an empty universe with everything randomly, chaotically moving around for no purpose. Everything has order because it was created and set in motion to have order. And the sun it's essentially like a giant clock, right, in the sky. The sun tells us the days and the nights. The moon gives us the months, why they're called months from the moon, moonths. And the stars tell us the seasons so that human beings know when to plant and when to harvest. So the sky is there for signs and seasons, right? Tell us the time. It's a guide for human beings. They're not random balls of gas floating around in a vacuum, flying around at billions of miles an hour for no reason. There's a very clear and important reason for them. And all of human being, like the entire existence of humans' history has understood this. It's only in the last few hundred years at the most that we've been educated out of this knowledge.
Yeah, you know, it is a comfortable way of thinking because recently humans discover some, comfortable things to live, and we apply it nowadays because it's most of us use it. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, well, this is how human beings have always understood the earth that they live in. But now we are being educated in schools in a way that essentially says you cannot understand the earth or the universe where you live. There's only a small number of government scientists that understand, and we'll tell you how it all works. So they want you to be ignorant, basically.
But I want to think that the Earth is a ball, because my statement is on the sun, on the sun moving, because if we have a flat Earth, I think the sun works for all surface same. Like in every regions we have the same hour, minutes, and seconds.
No, those are human concepts based on the movement of the sun. So seconds, minutes, and hours, that is how human beings have used the motion of the sun to create a concept of time so that we can order our lives. But these are concepts that we've come up with. Right? There's no minute in nature. Only the movement of the sun that you can divide into these pieces based on its movement. And yeah, you can want to believe that the earth is a ball. That's fine. But the water is flat. So the earth cannot be a ball. It is a geometric impossibility.
But I believe that you talk about the water and sun. When we see the horizon of it, we see how sun reflects on the surface.
Yeah, the sun reflection on the surface is another thing that tells us that the surface is flat. We get this long reflection of the sun to our feet, and it is unbroken, an unbroken reflection of light from below the sun to our feet. Whereas if the surface was curved, that light would not reach all the way across that surface. And you can demonstrate this at home, right? You can shine a light on a piece of curved card, versus a piece of flat card, and you will only get the light coming all the way to you, the observer, on the flat card. So that proves, again, that the surface is flat, not curved. The reflection of the light shows us this as well.
But I hear that someone say that you can imagine that you are an ant. I think it's a good idea to give you an example.
But then I pointed out, if these ants had tools like we do for measuring surfaces, they could measure and find out if they're on a ball. Well, the Earth has been measured, and it measures flat, not a ball.
But if we had a flat Earth, the sun would goes under the surface of the Earth.
No,
and then,
no. The sun is always above. The sun is always above.
How you imagine?
No, the sun is always above. It's always above for someone. Might not be above where you can see it all the time because it's moved away from you, but it's just moved to another part of the Earth, and now it's above that person. Everyone has the same up and the same down. You know, they say in Australia, they're upside down playing football. That's not true. The guy in Australia has the same up and down that you do. You understand?
What about gravity?
Depends what you mean by gravity.
Like systems between the space and the Earth. We have like a middle system that works on the Earth and makes the gravity. Maybe. I'm not a scientific.
No, see, they've just given you a story because they have to come up with a story for how you could possibly be living on the outside of a ball that's moving at millions of miles an hour. Because logically, you would think, well, you would just fly off of it. So they had to come up with a story saying you're essentially stuck to the outside of the ball. And the evidence they give you is to say, drop a pen. You understand? That does not tell you. That doesn't tell you that you're on the outside of a spinning ball. In fact, when you go outside, you have no experience of a curved surface or a surface that's in motion unless you're in an earthquake or something, right? So you experience a flat, motionless Earth every single day, and every single human being in all of history has experienced the same thing. And it is only these stories and these cartoons from NASA, from Russia, from China, from India, from like 5 or 6 different organizations telling us that they can see it's a ball, but everyone else just has to trust them. You going to trust the US government with your entire worldview? I don't think so.
But why do you think they create that illusion and knowledge, fake knowledge?
Well, we've kind of been through this not too long ago, but basically it's just about control over your mind. Because if they control your mind, they control how you behave.
Yeah.
They want the government.
That's a good point.
They want the government to be seen as the ultimate authority on earth. Not the Bible, not the Quran, not the Torah. They want you to think, government tells me how to behave.
But do you agree that there is no right side of knowledge that the Earth is flat or is a ball?
No. The Earth is proven to be flat. It is flat. That is correct. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, that's your point.
Yeah. It's measured to be that way. It would be like saying, if you have a table in your house and you measure it to be flat, are you then going to say, well, I don't know that it's flat? No, you do know it's flat. You measured it. Or like you measured yourself to be 6 foot tall. You're going to say, I don't know that I'm 6 foot tall. No, you do know. You measured it. It's like that.
But I think that it's not about only it's like different sides of knowledge. I know that many people's like divides on different sides, and sometimes and be like super oversight of usual thinking, like flat, like that the earth is flat. And I think that these people just want to be
Yeah,
unique.
people might have different ideas and theories, but then it's decided by measurement.
Yeah, but I think that these people just want to be unique thinkers.
Okay, but that
they are
thought,
not like
that would be an emotional thought from you. That's not you haven't measured anything to know that, right? I mean, you can say that, but then that would be like me saying, when you measure your table flat and you say, I've measured the table flat, so it's flat. That would be like me saying to you, well, I think you're just saying the table is flat because you want to feel special. No, you measured the table flat. So that doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Table measures flat, it's flat. Earth measures flat, it's flat. But you're just, I mean, you've only thought about the Earth being a globe, which is why you want it to be that way. And we all did. We all thought it was a globe, but it's not. So you've either just got to deal with that and accept it, or deny reality. That's up to you. That's obviously your right to do so.
Yeah.
Yep.
We live in Matrix. In the Matrix.
Well, in a way, yeah, kind of is. In the sense that the reality that we've been told about is a fantasy, a construct, not real. The globe, not real. You go outside into reality, that is real. But you watch TV, you see the cartoons from NASA of the globe, that's not reality. It's cartoons.
Yeah. I like your opinion and point that we should not to come up with others side and
Just think for yourself. Verify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have own arguments.
100%. Because if you're not thinking for yourself, you're letting someone else think for you. And do they have your best interest in mind? No. Any other questions?
No, I would listen other mind about it.
You're welcome to listen and ask
Thank you.
questions. Whatever you want, you're welcome. Welcome to the chat. All right, we got anyone else? Anyone else got any more for any more? I should go on mute. I've been chatting for a while. Someone else wants to take over.
Is it just quiet or did I drop?
No, it's quiet.
Only quiet, Roots. What's going on? Cyclone got tired of talking, I guess. He shut up. Is there any new people
All good,
here?
Dave? Can't complain. Yep. Go ahead.
I was just asking if there's any new people here with questions. That's what we're here for. Can you accept reality as it presents yourself? Can you go outside and just observe reality, or do you have to see it on a screen? I don't know.
I gotta saw you on TV.
Well, if nobody's talking, just to reiterate the main simple point of this entire thing, the bodies of water don't curve and they can't curve. It's physically impossible. So the globe is physically impossible. Somebody prove me wrong. This is the part where you guys hit me with all this empirical globe evidence, so I'm waiting. Go ahead. Okay, this has been Dead Air Dave. I think my job is done here. I'll shut up.
Dead-eyed Dave does not need to shut up. I remember back in the day, I used to listen to hours of Dead Air Dave.
That's unfortunate, but I appreciate it, Rick.
Wasn't unfortunate. I enjoyed it every minute.
Yeah. I like to come in and chime in and speak my mind about just observing reality and accepting truth, you know, stuff we like to talk about.
There's a picture of bent water in the chat.
You did what with water? Did you make it curve? Did you say it's in the chat?
Are you talking about the meme I posted with the lighthouse?
Because he's not going to answer you. Who said that anyway, right?
I'm not even sure who asked the question.
Sounded
Well,
like
no
off the
people I
Richter.
see are off the Richter or Arch. So was it one of those guys? Yeah, I don't know.
Gotta be British if he's got Pingu in his display picture. Did you guys know about Pingu in the US?
Never heard of Pingu. Inform us. Educate me about Pingu.
Oh, Pingu. It was a legendary kids program, but I think it was in the UK.
Yeah, never heard of him.
He was a cheeky chappy.
Was he good or evil?
He was a kid. He was a little mischievous kid who got into all sorts of trouble. Pingu.
Okay.
Great show. Show your kids if you've got kids. Great show.
Got some grandkids. I'll run it by 'em.
Pretty sure Pingu lived in the Arctic, and all that ice was flat.
Now, speaking of the Arctic, right now, I wish that all this Arctic air that's hovering around above me would go the F back to wherever it come from. Thank you. Too freaking cold. Damn globe's spinning the wrong way, Roots. What's wrong with this globe?
Don't know. Maybe it hit a gravity pocket and started to spin the other way. I don't know.
It's amazing how all this different dynamic weather patterns and movements and stuff happen on a uniformly spinning globe, right? How does that work? Relativity? Gravity? I don't know.
Don't know, but I'd really appreciate a Glober to come and explain it for us.
It's just very people call it too basic. People call it too basic, but just if you got a ball in space that's getting lit up halfway by the sun all the time, you'd have 50% sunlight on at any given time on the surface, right? That doesn't happen anyway. That's all down to refraction and stuff like that. So I'm just a stupid flat earther. I'll shut up.
Well, gravity's a hell of a drug, right?
Still looking for new people to say hi to. I guess nobody was any questions at the moment. If you do, feel free to open your mic, say hello. Roots has all the answers. Just ask him.
What? Excuse me?
Well, you know that just saying I don't know counts as an answer, so you technically have the answer, but that's just the answer. People don't like to hear it, but that's a lot of times we have to say that because we don't actually have evidence for what they're asking about. Anyway.
How about in an alternate universe, did Artemis 2 happen today?
Did they push back the launch? Oh my God, I was looking forward to that. I had my alarm set and everything. It didn't happen?
No.
Oh. That ruined my whole day, Crit. Damn, thanks. Today was the day they're going to go orbit the moon again. Are they actually going to land on it this time, or which one was it? I forgot.
Yeah, just another orbit.
Oh, a crucial orbit, man. They had to push it back because of weather, or what's their reason?
No, they couldn't fuel it. They during the wet rehearsal, it was leaking all over the place again.
Oh, they got to fix that leak in the fuel tank. Okay, that makes sense. Just need to increase the budget a few more million or whatever and get the guy in there and fix that fuel tank and they'll be good to go, right? So it's next month.
Well, that's what they were saying. That because if you look at the launch windows, they had a couple more in February, but for some reason they're not even entertaining them, and they're talking about March now.
Well, they're still on
time for the equinox.
They're on target and on budget, so they'll definitely do it in March. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, they tend to time these things around astronomical alignments and weird things like this. I wouldn't be surprised if they start pushing it towards like, the equinox.
I wonder, guys, do they have an official story why they're just doing orbits now instead of actually landing on it? Because
Yeah, they don't have a lander. There's no lander even constructed yet.
But 56 years ago, Neil and the boys figured that out, and all those guys, right? They had the moon buggy, they played golf, everything. But now we can't figure out how to land on it. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it says it's still in development. They don't know which one they want to use. They've got the Orion capsule. They got the whatever the Starship one's called. And then Blue Origin just sued to get their name on the list because apparently they thought it was like all this money going to Elon. And then there's like last month, maybe it's I don't know, a little bit ago. I think it's about a month ago. The interim director of NASA, the guy who's like transportation secretary, he said we're going to open it up to other startups, just anybody who's got an idea worldwide. You don't have to be an American defense contractor anymore. You can be anybody if you've got design for a lunar lander. We're listening. And then Elon called him retarded, like on social media. He's like, "Look at this retard." So apparently you got the whole world working together in accordance with, drumroll, the Artemis Accords, which according to Elon is retarded for doing so. And according to Jeff Bezos, he wants some of that sweet, sweet defense money.
I'm just wondering, Crit, if they're going to cook up an epic disaster. Nothing could be more timely now that the Epstein files are creating such controversy.
Oh yeah, that was kind of at home. There's a kind of a practical joke. My girlfriend, I had mentioned something about like about how you can put your name on the thumb drive that's going to fly around the moon. I'm like, what type of blood magic, like human sacrifice thing is this going to be? Like. Some sort of like crazy, put your name on this document, or something like.
So that's true too. Also serving as a distraction.
Yeah, all of nowhere. Let's say you could say we, so they could say, "Oh, I went around the moon too. My name was on a thumb drive or whatever." So out of nowhere, she's like, "Oh, hey, I put our, because I wasn't talking to her when I said it. It was like online, on a Discord call." So she's like, "Oh, hey, I think you might find this funny, but I put our names on the, like an Artemis thumb drive." Like, I'm like, "You did what?" And she's like, "Gotcha."
Guys, for the people that are actually believing this, that they're actually making these sincere efforts to get back to the moon, I just don't understand their thought. How do they justify that we used to be able to land on it 56 years ago, but now we can't even, we barely orbit the thing? And like Yoder was saying, they're probably going to have some kind of dramatic people die accident or something, so it'll delay space for another 20, 30 years, right? You know what I mean?
I had to buy a thumb drive the other day to reinstall Windows on my laptop. Do you think I could just send that to them and they could put it up there for me and make me feel good? Like
Probably could. Sorry, no. They'll let you go up there and play golf too. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, brother. I think I was lying there.
On this other server, this dude was talking about he can't wait. I can't wait till February 6th. You like talking for like a month now. I mean, they've been talking about this for, like, it's like going to be like the greatest day ever. The return of manned space flight. Like I got in the breakdown where like low orbit, okay, is not manned space flight. Manned space flight would be you get into a rocket or whatever, you fly off of Earth, go someplace, and then come back. And you finally, after a while, like agreed to that. Like you wouldn't say I went on vacation and then just go to the airport and just taxi around the runway for like a week and come home. Then get off the plane and just what an amazing vacation that was. So then I bumped her. I think it's a her. I haven't talked to the voice, but they have like a girl's username, and she responded with just a crying emoji. I'm like, it's the 6th of February. It kind of reminded me of that. I was gonna look up that song where it's like it's Susie's turn to cry.
So, Crit, do you happen to know they have a stated objective of like what their point is of just flying around the moon, or it's just that's it?
Yeah, this time, because like the last time in the Apollo program, it was America only. God bless America. God loves capitalism. America is so powerful. A big ego flex on the world stage, and there's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. This time, they're doing it with the Artemis Accords, which is supposed to be a worldwide endeavor. Some 80 countries have signed it. And now it's going to be a giant leap forward. It's going to be part of a world community. American-led, but we're all in this together. And their showcase is to add a Canadian astronaut for some reason. See, look at it's worldwide. We got a Canadian on there.
So basically, we're all going to fly around the moon and sing "Kumbaya" as we go around the moon. It's all good.
Yeah, let's see
nothing scientific going on.
Well, that's a scientific experiment, cause and effect. Like the cause of flying around the moon would be the effect of the overview effect. So they're saying this will be an experiment. Does humanity snap out of this delirium? The nuclear regulatory body just clicked, the doomsday clock another few seconds closer to midnight. Will this unclick? Like a year from now, will they be like, we're 3 hours from doomsday? Or whatever, like I predict on the flat earth that no one's going to give a shit. And the people who do give a shit won't give a shit either. That day that Artemis takes over, you will have some of the most epic, spiraling free falls out of control over flat Earth. There'll be a clown. I mean, we like sometimes you think like the lobby is like a parade of clown shoes. The day Artemis takes over, you will have just a string of non-stop freakouts. And I'm like, dude, you couldn't even take the day, the hour, to reflect on the return of manned spaceflight. God bless America. You couldn't do that. You had to. So your version of a giant leap forward is to go on the social media and freak the fuck out over a few people who think something that you disagree with. And they'll be like, yeah, that's right. Jeez it.
Did you get my
That
message?
Artemis moon mission makes a lot of sense, right? Sorry, somebody want to say something there? Go ahead. Was that you, off the Richter? You have a question or comment?
Yeah, can I get pick permission and Crit? I sent you a message.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
tabbed out. I'll look in a second there. Yeah, the pick perms come. Oh wait, no. I think there's a. Yeah, there's a command for it. Are you? It's like I have to look it up.
Anyone else new on here got any questions, comments, concerns?
Off the rig
Go
list
ahead.
here. I just gotta get to it.
Go ahead, Crit.
He's gonna talk about this here. Oh, there we go. All right, go ahead, off the break. What's this demonstrating for you?
Bending water.
Which is
So static electricity bending water is your proof of Earth curvature. Oh, this is great.
Is that supposed to be? Is this a curvature of the Earth right here? That bucket that all the water is falling into?
That's it, guys. It's a globe. He proved it. Shut the channel down.
Well, I proved you don't know what you're talking about, Dave.
Really? How'd you do that?
So it's physically impossible for water to bend. That were his words.
Yeah, so you misunderstood what he said.
No, I said bodies of water. If you're talking about what I said. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you actually demonstrated him correct. That big tub of water at the bottom there, that's what he was talking about. And you showed he's right.
Good point, Crit. That tub, the level of water is laying level, correct? Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly. You said Dave was like, "Hey, check this out. Large bodies of water always find hydrostatic equilibrium. It's a state of matter. It's the physics of water." And you're like, "Oh, hold my beer real quick. Watch this static electricity slightly push water dripping into a bucket that's hydrostatically equilibrium." And then you say Dave's wrong. Dude, you demonstrated. Dave couldn't have got a better demonstration if you wanted to look one up. Watch this. Like, hold my beer.
So
this is why you should try to listen.
Live?
You should try to listen, dude. Try to pay attention to what people are saying. And then you could be like, oh, let me see here. Here's a wave or something. Come back with something like a tide or, like. Here's like a droplet of water, like a raindrop. I mean, try harder, dude. I mean, for fuck's sake. At least now I know how to look up image perms. This dude's too retarded.
Do you actually think that what you showed us is comparable to an ocean, a body of water? Do you honestly think that?
No, I don't. I don't think that.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, and good morning, Crit. You were talking a moment ago, but I couldn't talk just then about the people who see this gigantic leap forward for mankind of going to the moon, and here we are. They'd rather come on social media and holler at the few people who supposedly disagree. And I've recently learned that the algorithm of social media, especially YouTube, is based on what they call the pattern interrupt. That they have engineered the thinking minds of people to go on, look for a topic, and then they'll interrupt that pattern, and then the pattern interrupt becomes more overwhelming and becomes the new direction to keep them stuck looking for videos and things of this nature and doom scrolling. And so I imagine that that's why we see a lot of what we see from these people doing ignorant stuff like that. It opens up a loop in their mind, and then a lot of those people, once that loop's opened in their mind, they really can't move on with life until that one thing is settled. Hence why I've not enjoyed YouTube in the last 5 years. But it shows pretty much what we experience here daily.
It's all platforms. You can't just say one.
Say that again, brother. I'm sorry.
I said that is across all platforms. You can't just say one. And they've gotten more and more advanced at it over the years.
Oh no, absolutely. It's I think it's recognized that YouTube perfected the pattern interrupt, and then the rest of them followed suit. Facebook does it, especially TikTok does it. And so the idea is they don't want somebody looking for flat Earth. So if you're going looking for flat Earth, they're not going to show you what you want because they want to do that pattern interrupt. But who they want to show flat Earth content to will be somebody who was looking for fake Professor Dave or something like that. And then, so when they see something like Dave Weiss or whatever, it gets them stuck in a loop until they can cognitively close that loop, that pattern interrupt. Facebook does it, TikTok, Twitter, or X, whatever you want to say. And
I think it started when they put the books in the library. They chose which books went in. Started shaping the mindset. It's way before all this. It's not just a thing.
Well, but see, what they can do now that's different than the library is they've gotten very good at predicting what is the pattern interrupt for a particular user. So whereas the library could just throw in a book somewhere here and there, now they can do it specifically to a person. And so they may not throw it against you for 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years, but at some point they're going to do it because they know that you'll take the bait.
Well, it's just on such another level now because once you dig into the pattern offers, you find out that they're watching it where you walk through your Wi-Fi,
Your smart meter does a lot. There's so much more that they can do now. And then, you start talking about what's in the patent office, and people think you're crazy.
Yeah, yeah, and they're really good at integrating it. They're good at using that active listening technology to hear what you're talking about in your daily life. It's absolutely nuts.
Hey bro, why you all are not answering my question?
And that on top of the power you already have, because when you speak of somebody, they show up. You speak things or think things into existence without all this extra help.
So, Dave, my apologies. I went back and looked. You did, in fact, say bodies of water. My memory did not serve me correctly. My apologies. You were correct in saying bodies of water.
Hello everyone. I just get here and I don't really know what is going on much. So I would like to ask a few questions so I can catch up with what is going on here. So I have two questions to be exact. One is what make you believe that Earth is flat, and what made you believe that Earth is not flat? Thank you.
We know it's flat because it's measured flat. There's no measured curvature. And I didn't hear what your second question was, sorry.
Let me repeat it again. So I have two questions. The first one is what made you believe that Earth is flat, and the other one is what made you do not believe that Earth is not flat.
Well, they're answered by the same thing, the way it's measured. There's no measured curvature. So if it's measured as flat, then it's also measured as non-curving. If it's not curving, you don't have a ball or a sphere.
I've never seen one of those flat measurements, though. Can you guide me to one?
Look in the side chat. Great Salt Lake 21-mile laser test. Logical observations just posted in there. 14 minutes past the hour.
I have one here that I was working on for a guy, but he freaked out over the idea of a water level is not a ruler. Like it was just the most amazing freak out ever. Like somehow, like a measure or measurement, we had to go through verbs and nouns. I go, if you measure something, is that a verb or a noun? And he's like, potato. Okay, so a ruler, is that if a verb or a noun? And he's like, just is bacon, like this is literally word soup right now. This is a schizophrenic word soup. You're just saying random words. Like, are you having a stroke right now? It all started too because of the word flat and earth. Like he thought a flat earth was a noun. And this wasn't even an English hub, mind you. This was like politics. I'm like, how do you measure something? How do you do that? Do you use a tool and then construct a measurement? So here we go. We'll start very, very easy, very slow and easy. Make an observation. What do you see here? You got to observe it before you measure it. What is that?
Looks like you're looking across a little bit of a hill out towards the ocean.
Yeah, Rika, what is that? What do you see? Is that be curved or that be flat? Your observation. Describe what you see. And then we can measure it right after. Did we lose contact?
Oh, he's probably watching the Great Salt Lake laser test, the 21 mile job.
Is there like any credible evidence that can prove that Earth is actually flat? I do not want any theory, but an actual evidence that can actually prove it.
Same for you, side chart.
Yeah, it's right there, dude. Let's make an observation. Is that curved or is that flat?
See, next you'll be telling us about your credible source that it has to come from NASA. Well, that just leaves you back as a believer again, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, he says a credible source. So I think in his worldview, he's taking government out.
Define credible source.
Well, not government.
Your mom?
That's for damn sure. Government is not credible. So I think he's on the right path. He's like, hey, I want some credible source. The Earth is flat. Okay, well, good. Let's throw all the stuff that isn't credible. Who's saying it's a globe? And he'd be like, yeah, let's do it.
I'd be happy to go with repeatable, verifiable, measurable. I don't care who does it. You could go and do it, saw your name all over it. Where did you do this at? At this place? Excellent, let's go and check it out. As long as someone else can go and replicate it. Is there anything wrong with you verifying things for yourself, Carter?
I'm not here to argue about anything. I just want to know because
you have needs. Yes, you have needs and wants. Okay, how about let's try it this way? Why should anyone care what you want? Am I your are you on my tax returns? Are you a dependent?
No, I just want to.
Yeah, you want. I get it. You want something. Why would I care what you want?
Yes, because it's right here in this server. It's like where we learn, we share each other information. So
that includes that you would want that too then, because you would join the channel for something that you're looking for. It wouldn't be like I joined a channel, but I want you guys to do this, this, and this. No, you're doing that yourself. Step one was like, hey, here's a channel. I can click on this to get what I want.
Well,
or did you click on a channel to not get what you wanted? Because then we've got a problem here.
To learn, I am not coming here to argue much if it's unnecessary.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm actually coming here. There's so many channels that I can learn from. And
so you want to learn? Do you want to learn or you don't want to learn?
I am here to learn, and I'm asking
there you go.
And asking everybody here to know so they can share their knowledge. I am not here to disagree with their belief. They can believe in whatever they want. They can
no beliefs talked about here. No one's talking about belief system.
I'm here to learn from people. I do not want to
You don't want to now. Okay, no wants again.
Well, just someone walking through the measurements, the observations. The water is flat. It's very simple. Just explain.
Yeah, I tried that. Do it. I posted
Carter, did you hear that point made to you, Carter? The bodies of water lie flat and level.
There's an observation right there in the text chat. Did you bother to even look at it? No, he didn't. He then prefaces, I need credible sources. They're like, yeah, certainly, Toby.
Well,
so NASA's not credible.
People flying a plane, right? What about when people flying a plane across one to another country? Where's the edge? Can they see the edge when they're on the sky or something?
What edge?
No. It's just like in this, the question of the channel itself. It said, but if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? And
what edge?
When people flying on a plane.
What edge, Tommy? What edge are you talking about?
Edge of the flat Earth.
Why would the flat Earth have an edge?
Isn't it flat? It's supposed to be an edge, right?
Why?
Do you
walk me through that. Yeah, walk me through that logic, because that is not connected to any sort of understanding. Why does a flat Earth have to have an edge?
Do you know what is flat mean?
Yes, I know what flat means.
Yes, and Earth is also had its own side. And let's say it's like 500 million square kilometer, right? So they're supposed to be edge something.
Why would there be? Okay, so the universe is said to be flat. The solar system is said to be flat. Where's the edge?
I don't
SpaghettiOs.
think you understand what is flat mean.
Yeah, I know what flat means. Okay, so if you look up, just ram into your Google, is the solar system flat? And Google will tell you yes. And I assume you think Google's a credible source. Then ask it where the edge is. And then when it can't tell you where the edge is, then say the solar system is not flat. There's no edge. And they'll tell you not all flat things have edges. Meanwhile, on the globetard, they're telling you the leading physical geometry of a balltard, the physical edge, that ships disappear bottom up. See, what you're doing here is like, that's a globe claim about an edge. Then they try to say, well, we can't prove our edge. Let's ask somebody else to prove their edge that they made absolutely no claim to.
So what you're trying to say is that flat Earth has no ending?
No, what I'm trying to say,
keep going everywhere.
what I'm trying to say is this. Where's your edge?
No,
I want to see.
So you gotta
I want this. Can you show me the edge of this globe?
It is
the leading
actually
physical edge.
crazy that there's is
Can you show me the edge?
No
Dude, where's the edge?
So you stay on Earth.
Hold on, Carter. No one here is claiming an edge of the surface that we live on. That would essentially mean an edge of reality as we know it.
Well, the
no one's ever seen that. No one's ever seen that, so we're not claiming it. But we are claiming and pointing out that bodies of water, whether they're lakes or oceans, are observed and measured to be flat. And since water covers the majority of the Earth's surface, it cannot be a ball. You understand? That's what our claim is. We're not saying it's a disc or a square floating around in space. That's absolutely not what we're saying. We're not even making a claim to its overall shape or size. We're simply pointing out that the surface property is flatness, not curved. Right? The water is flat, and then the land sticks out of it. So we're not making big claims about an edge or how far it extends or any of that. Now, you mentioned planes earlier. The pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless, just like we all experience when they fly. So that lines up with what we're saying. You understand? Yes? No?
Doesn't look like it. It's a hard reset.
It would be better if you like explain it once again. I'm trying to catch up more information of it.
Well, yeah, okay. The bodies of water, the lakes, the oceans, they are observed and measured to be generally flat, not curved. They don't curve like would be required on a ball. Okay? So the majority of the Earth's surface is covered in water. That water is generally flat, so we know that we don't live on a ball. That doesn't mean we're claiming a shape or a size of the overall system that we live in. We've never found an edge, but we haven't really looked. I mean, how far have you looked? Where have you gone? So we're not making big claims like that. We're just pointing out the Earth's surface is observably and measurably generally flat due to the water. So it's not a ball. It's not in space. It's not flying around. It's not moving. It's stationary. That's what we're saying. You understand that?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Proceed on that basis.
It's actually nice of you that you actually explain to me instead of like saying random thing and just shouting for no reason. I really thankful for that, and I really like. I just thank you, because you are really actually
This guy
respectful
can't be
and actually
real.
willing to share information and help me learn here.
That's all right, Carter. I'm more
think no
charitable than
problem.
others. You
Did you
just
say
have to
that people
frame
are
your
yelling at
questions
them?
properly. You just have to frame your questions
I
properly and listen to the answers being given.
Yeah, I come here
Okay.
I just want to learn. I seek no problem. I seek no nothing, only knowledge. So whatever you believe, I do not disrespect it. I respect everyone. They can be a Satanic, they can be a Christian, they can be Muslim, they can be an earth.
All right. Well, that's fine. Well, we're not talking about opinions or beliefs. We're just talking about measurements, geometry,
Yeah.
facts. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got loads of resources. We can send you resources if you want to investigate further. Yeah, that's fine.
That would be great.
Okay.
I am neutral in this. I neither both of them. So I'm thankful.
Okay. Someone in the chat. Someone in the chat send Carter the link to the home server. Show him where the information is. Just walk him through it. Walk him through it. Okay. Peace, Carter. I'm gonna have to dip off for a bit, but good luck in your search.
Yes. Thank you.
Anybody here?
Yep, Roger.
Hey, how are you? Where are you from?
Ladder. Hello guys, I'm back.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. Just done an MRI.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm from Romania.
Armenia. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Which is your native language?
Romanian.
Okay, your language is Armenia?
Romanian N at the end.
Armenian. Okay.
Yep.
Armenian language. Okay.
Yep. That's right.
Great. Well, good. So, are you good in English?
I believe I'm decent.
Okay. I think I'm also not good in English, so that's why. But sometimes I think now currently I'm very well according to my perspective. Okay, so you want to relocate from your country or not?
Are you referring to me?
Yeah. I'm just asking you, are you want to relocate to your country? I'm not just referring. I'm just telling.
So you basically are asking me if I'm willing to migrate from my own native country.
Yeah.
Right now, like right in this moment, no. But I take into the consideration this option.
Okay, if you are thinking about this for relocate,
What?
From one
Could you
country.
please repeat that?
I'm just telling, you are thinking for your future, you will relocate from your country for a good career or not.
Why do you assume this?
Just making conversation with you. Yeah, are you like to relocate the countries?
What?
You like to relocate from your country, from source to destination. You like to go
What the
in
fuck is
overseas
happening right
country.
now?
What the?
But as I said before, I'm taking into consideration.
Okay. It means you like, I think. Hey, James. Hey, great. Great.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
America.
Great.
Which one?
US. Oh my God, great. You are citizen in America?
What?
Are you citizen in US?
Am I 3DM?
What?
I think the guy needs a favor, Crit.
Are you
Yeah.
citizen?
Am I 3DM? I don't know what that means.
No, he wants to DM you directly.
Oh, DM. Yeah, you can DM me. Go ahead.
I'm just telling, are you born? You are born in US.
Oh, yeah, I was born in Arkansas.
Where are you? In which country you take birth?
America. I was born in
America, it means-
Arkansas. Arkansas is a state.
In America,
Yeah.
but in the American state. Okay. It means you are American people. You're already settled in America, and you are a citizen.
Yeah. There's a city. There's a state called Arkansas.
I'm not telling city. I'm telling citizen. CITIZEN.
What season?
Citizen.
Oh, citizen. Yes. U.S. citizen.
Yeah, you are citizen. Oh, great. So, you know about the lottery of the US visas, lottery visas.
You lost me.
How much old are you? How
The
much
lottery?
old? What's your age?
A lottery
What's
for
your
the.
age? What's your age?
All right. Dude,
What's up with all these questions?
Yeah, it's getting kind of weird, man.
This is Kadura. This is typical. He will ask questions about everything except subject matter.
Hey, so
I would like to ask.
Age. What is your age, Grit?
Dude, I'm really having a hard time understanding you.
To be honest, the same.
What
it
has
means you are
Crit's
not-
age
you are not
got to do with the
understanding.
shape of the ground?
Yeah, but my age is irrelevant.
So if Crit's 45, does that make the ground flat, or does he have to be 37? Maybe the real answer is 42. I don't know.
Where are you from?
What's his age got to do with the shape of the ground?
Where are you from?
Okay. What's Crit's birthplace got to do with the shape of the ground?
Where you are from?
Okay. What is where I'm from got to do with the shape of the ground?
Okay, so you can stop now. Start the conversation if you are from the ground. So don't forget to interrupting me. And that's it.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to make an appointment after. So because this guy goes on and on and on, I'm gonna have to make an appointment for my next question. So yeah.
No, just jump in.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, code. Like, I think you're looking for a dating channel.
What? please repeat? Please repeat again.
I said I think you're looking for a dating channel, a channel that's talk about people's dating and whatnot.
I am not thinking what you want to say. Not understand. Which channel?
Can we just move on to this other fellow who wants to make an appointment?
Yeah, we should do that. This got weird, and it got weird quick.
Okay. I'm not understand you. Which channel you want to tell me?
This is pretty frustrating, honestly.
Yes, you cannot take any appointment, bro. You can speak now if you want.
Yeah,
Malak.
Kadura, he would like to speak, except someone else keeps speaking too much. So how about you just be quiet for a minute, so let the other fella ask his question. Where is he? Mal, go for it, mate.
Yeah, that's me. It's my name is it's in another language, but that's irrelevant, to be honest. But I would like to ask the flat earthers and flat earthers only, is global warming or the climate change in any relevance linked to the flat earth?
No.
I mean, okay. How it's linked, I mean, like, the short answer is no. The long answer is that in 2012, Obama did a no time speech, a famous speech where you've got no time to wait anymore. Like, 2012 is literally the last year to take action on man-caused global warming. If they fail to take action, it's ogre. And he's got time, though, to meet with anyone he needs to meet with to make it possible. But there's one group of people he won't meet with. And people are like, oh, okay, who's this going to be? Like oil barons? You know, like what type of group of people will just never be on board with man-caused global warming? He said flat earthers. No shit. No cap. Just straight up said he won't meet with flat earthers. Then the time when I heard that, I'm like, so you're trying to tell me, Mr. President of the free world, that there's a group of people, at my time, the conceptual idea of flat earth was like a greenhouse, a closed system. You've got people who think they live in a greenhouse, and you're not going to talk to them about curbing greenhouse gas emissions. What type of retard is this? Wouldn't that be the first people you talk to? So in a speech where he's like, I've got no time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Hey guys, do you want to talk about greenhouse gases? The one group of people we'll exclude are people who think they live in a greenhouse. So I would say no. I'll just follow what President Obama said. He doesn't want to talk to me about greenhouse gases. I won't talk to him about it. No problem. Leave me out of it. Source, you. They probably should have thought that out before they started squawking about who is who. So the long answer and the short answer are both no.
All right. Thank you.
I don't know how long my will stay stable here. But what does man-created global warming have to do with the shape of the Earth? It would seem to me that if you accept one, it does not necessarily mean you have to accept the other. But Crit, you make a good, strong, solid point that wouldn't you want to talk to those who think the Earth is a closed system where the pollution cannot escape? I think that's a very strong, solid point. But my question for our friend here who originally posed the question is, why do you ask the further delineation of what the shape of the Earth is compared to man-made global warming?
Yeah. Anybody see here?
Yep, still here, Code.
Who is muted me?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna DM me. I didn't get a DM from you yet. I was like waiting for that DM. Hit me up, dude.
Okay.
Send me some DMs.
Okay, you can send me friend request firstly.
No, you can just DM me, just straight up. You don't need to be friends. We share a server together. Just send me a message, man.
If you can accept my friend request, so then after I'm eligible to send you a message. So that's why I am telling to you.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, so that's the reason messages cannot coming to you. You're sending me a friend request.
Yep, I just sent it right there. Clicked add friend. Yep.
Yeah, I sent.
Got it.
Accept it. Now you accept.
Yep, we're friends now.
You accepted.
Yep. Yeah, we're friends now. Like, glad to meet you.
Yeah, now you received the message.
Yep, got the message too. Oh, that's a nice message.
Yeah, great.
Very thoughtful.
Now you received my message.
Yep, received message loud and clear.
You received my message again or
Yep.
not?
Yeah, I'm getting them. I get your messages.
So what I am telling to you.
You're asking about what I do for a work and whatnot. Yeah, I got you.
You're not replying my last question.
Yeah, I was trying to think of how to phrase it.
Okay, you not understand it?
No, I do. Right here. This is me right now.
Okay. You are cooking job. You are doing cooking job. Great. Hey, great.
Yeah, let's try to get back on topic. What do you think of the flat Earth?
Okay, great.
Who said Earth is flat?
Why, do you think it's something else?
It's a sphere, actually a square.
It's a sphere?
Great.
Why do you say sphere?
So we didn't see any edges. Like if it was a flat, then there will be no signs. Science cannot apply to this.
If it's flat, there's no science. Really? So why would there be no science?
We should define science versus pseudoscience first.
Our friend dropped out. That's a shame.
I mean, the scientific method would certainly change if, depending on the shape of the Earth. I mean, how can you all not get that? I mean, making a hypothesis, that would be different if you had a different shape of the Earth.
See, a lot of these people, they think the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon, make a hypothesis, and then build a computer model and manipulate the model.
And that all depends on whether the Earth is a big, squishy water covered ball. I mean, because how could you have science in a world that rejects it, like a big, spinny water cover ball world that rejects science and gives you pseudoscience? How could you have it?
Yeah, that word science gets tossed around a lot these days. Oh, it's science. Trust the science. Scientists are smarter than you. You need to just trust the science. What if I don't want to trust the science? I got.
They're not saying trust the results. They're saying trust the science.
Yeah, so let's go through the process then. Do you agree with that, Rick?
Absolutely.
Okay. So leave the computer model at home and let's just focus on real world observations.
Well, that's not science. I mean, the computer model isn't necessarily science. It's just validating observations, really.
No, it's not. The computer model is just a computer model.
Well, they design it so it replicates the observations and you can work things out.
Okay. So what happens when we go out and we measure the surface of water and it's flat? Is that showing the computer model?
I've never seen one measuring flat, like actually flat.
Oh, so you're going to complain about little ripples from the wind blowing over the water?
No, but you can't see you can't see the shoreline of the opposite shore if you're talking about 25 miles over a lake or something.
Oh, you can't?
I'm just looking for the one Matrix posted before.
Yeah, I don't even know where that is.
There's a Great Salt Lake's laser test, 21 miles. Is that it? That's at 12:56 a.m. Oh, so that's local time.
That was a long time ago. Here, I'll put it firstly in the chat.
Oh, it's only like one scroll up from the bottom of the chat.
No, that's not what I'm getting.
So who's talking? I'll just DM it to you.
I have it.
Got it? Cool.
Of course.
I'm just going to mute and deafen for a bit while I watch this, all right?
There you go. And so you're saying you can't see the shoreline from the other side? I mean, these two images right here, they look like the shoreline from the other side. And then here's a close-up of what the other side looks like from close-up. So you know that those images, even though there's distortion in them, you know exactly what you're looking at. I mean, I can see the buildings on the other side. I can see where the buildings connect into the ground.
If the earth is flat, where's the edge?
Not in your mom's basement.
If the earth is flat, where's the edge?
Not in your mom's basement. You have to leave your mom's basement.
If the earth is flat, where's the edge?
I already told you, man. You got a different question?
Actually, can you answer
So
that question, please? Well, I mean, if you want to.
Yeah, no one knows where the edge is. No one has been able to explore the entire world freely and independently. How about that?
Is it because it's so huge or because they're lying to us?
We don't know.
Well, that's not fair, actually.
Why is that not fair?
No, not fair is not the word, but.
Want to hear something cool? Everywhere that humans have ever explored and measured has been done so flat.
The edge is pretty much irrelevant. Would I like to know more about the world I live in? Sure. But I mean, I don't have an infinite amount of resources to go off and explore wherever I want to.
if the Earth is flat, where is the edge?
Was there like any explorers
that
who
question one
tries
more
to
time,
go
please.
to the edge? Because that would literally solve your discussion. If you kind of go and try look for that edge, you know.
What if it's a billion miles away? How would you know where it is?
I mean, you take enough food and fuel.
Okay. What does that look like? What does that look like? Enough food
You can
and
take
enough
a plane.
fuel. Huh?
You can take a plane.
How far can a plane fly on a tank of gas?
I mean, like steal one and go.
You can't just take a plane.
There. So the only way is kind of to learn how to fly a plane and go there by yourself.
No, there's video out there. If I can find it, I'll show it to you. But there's video out there that shows people flying to Antarctica, and the U.S. Navy tells them to turn around or they'll be blown out of the sky. On top of that, there was a guy from China last year, the end of last year. He was fundraising for $1 million or $10 million or something like that for cancer research. And so his goal was to land his plane on every continent in the world. Well, he didn't have permission to go land in Antarctica, and he decided to take a detour there anyway. And as soon as he landed, he was arrested.
I mean, yeah, of course you need to have legal
Who owns
reasons.
Antarctica?
You need to have papers and stuff. Why are you there?
Then that's not freely and privately exploring, right? Who owns Antarctica to say that you can't go to Antarctica?
Wait, where do you live?
I live in America.
So
Who
I'm from
owns
Nigeria.
Antarctica?
Do you think I can steal a plane and come to America and Americans be like, okay, with an Arab person coming with a plane? Wouldn't I look like a terrorist with no legal
Again, what
reasons to
about
come? So
Antarctica?
it's the same in Antarctica. Why would that be like such a
What's in Antarctica? What's the capital of Antarctica?
Excuse me,
people
I have a
have been
question.
there, but that's not. Yeah.
I speak.
Yeah, what's up, man? Don't ask the same question again.
Didn't give me the answer. If the Earth is flat, where is the edge?
I told you nobody knows.
Why don't you know?
Huh?
Why don't you know?
Because nobody's been there.
No one's been to the edge.
Yeah, you don't have to go to the edge to know that the surface of the water is flat.
And if I ever happens to be on the edge, and if I fall off, then where would I end up?
What would pull you down?
What?
If you went to the edge and fell off, what gravity is pulling you down?
But the gravity is acting on the center of the Earth.
But you're off the Earth now. You fell off. Now what's pulling you down? That's
Yeah,
how
what is
stupid you
pulling
are, dude.
If I fell off, what is pulling me down?
Who said you would fall off? Just because there's an edge.
What will happen?
You don't, for all you know, you're inside of a terrarium. You don't know. We're not a disc floating in space.
What are we?
Earth. Earth is the ground. It's the floor. Everything's above your head. You cannot go to the lights in the sky. They're just lights. So the surface of water measures flat because in order for the Earth to be a ball, the surface of water has to be curving, right? Because of gravity.
Sorry. Could you come again?
Right. So the Earth has gravity, and gravity's pulling water down onto the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So if water is being pulled down onto the Earth, that means the water is curving around the Earth, right?
Yes.
So then how come when we go out and measure the surface of water, it's not curving? It's actually flat.
Measure the surface of water?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, when we go out and look at the horizon and we see things that should be behind the horizon, but they're beyond what the geometry of the Earth is supposed to be, or when we do a laser test and then the laser is 3 feet off the water and it hits the target on the other side 40 miles away, 3 feet off the water, or even 20 miles away, it's only 3 feet off the water and it hits the target. Do you know how far the horizon's supposed to be off of 3 feet?
No.
About 2.3 miles.
Okay.
Okay. How tall are you?
7 feet.
Okay. So from 7 feet away, or from 7 feet tall, how far away is the horizon from your eyes?
Oh, 2.3. What did you say? The distance of the horizon? Was it 2.3 miles?
No, not 2.3 miles.
And what was it?
At 7 feet tall, it's probably going to be about 3.4, 3.5 miles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but when we go out and check, it's not at that location. We see things that are 10, 15, 20 miles away, and then we see the horizon behind those things.
You know, when in the 1600s, when Galileo was alive, he walked straight and just walked in the straight line and ended up being at the same point where he started. What does that mean? The Earth was flat.
Oh yeah.
Would have
He walked on water.
What?
He walked on water.
Bro, he had a ship.
Oh, so he drove his ship over land.
But on the land he walked, and in the sea he rode.
Prove it. Show
What,
me the
prove it?
documents that say
You can search it up on Google.
no.
It's true.
It's your evidence, man. Prove it.
It's true.
Searching something on the Google cannot be verified, right?
No, we're supposed. If you find something on Google, you're supposed to test it. It's not about
Yes.
being verified.
Yeah,
Now,
like searching on
if you find images of Earth from space on Google, how do you go about verifying images from space?
you have to go
Yeah,
to the space.
Look at the Earth. It's a sphere. It's not
Okay,
flat.
so what's the process of becoming an astronaut?
No, you wouldn't believe that. You wouldn't believe that people even went into the space.
No, I don't believe they went there because the Earth measures flat. You can't go where they went.
I would not
Or they
also
said they
believe until yes, like fair reason. Like why would I believe if someone just saying?
There's no we don't even ask you to believe us. Like go test it yourself. We're just trying to give you the tools to go test it.
Yes.
Why don't you just go become an astronaut and go see for yourself?
Okay, well what's the process of becoming an astronaut?
And search it up on ChatGPT.
Hey, how many astronauts saw it for themselves? Do you think?
There are pictures. The astronauts saw it.
No, I'm just saying, how many astronauts saw the Earth as a globe? How many you think?
Well, at least the astronauts which went up and at a minimum distance where it could be possibly seen that the Earth is
Okay, so right. Okay, so how many people you think? How many people you think in the history of mankind went that far away?
Let me see.
I'll help you out. It's less than 30, of which only 2 of them are alive today. So there's only two people that are alive that have supposedly seen the Earth as a globe. And and if I'm not mistaken, somebody told me the other guy died recently, so I could be wrong. It could only be one person.
Yeah, it's only Buzz. That's the only one left alive.
Right, so one person, only one person in existence, right? Only one person who actually exists right now could corroborate that he saw the Earth as a globe. So only one person knows the Earth is a globe. One person.
So only one person in the space right now is alive, that you mean?
No. Every single human, barring religious text and fiction, who's claimed to have gone far enough away.
Ships in the space.
Listen, listen, bro. I'm glad you have something to say, but be respectful and let people finish their sentences. How about that?
I agree on that.
Fair. So I'm just saying, only like if you take out religious texts and you take out fiction, the amount of people that have been far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth in its totality is only the Apollo astronauts, of which only one is left alive. All right, go ahead.
Right, so there are spaceships who went to space and they send images, which proves